Chapter 24 of The Ordeal of Richard Feverel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Ordeal of Richard Feverel by George Meredith. Chapter 24. When the young experiment again knew the hours that rolled him onward, he was in his own room at Raynham. Nothing had changed, only a strong fist had knocked him down and stunned him, and he opened his eyes to a grey world. He had forgotten what he lived for. He was weak and thin, and with a pale memory of things. His functions were the same. Everything surrounding him was the same. He looked upon the old blue hills, the far-lying fallows, the river, and the woods. He knew them. They seemed to have lost recollection of him. Nor could he find in familiar human faces the secret of intimacy of heretofore. They were the same faces. They nodded and smiled to him. What was lost he could not tell. Something had been knocked out of him. He was sensible of his father's sweetness of manner, and he was grieved that he could not reply to it, for every sense of shame and reproach had strangely gone. He felt very useless. In place of the fiery love for one, he now bore about a cold charity to all. Thus in the heart of the young man died the spring primrose, and while it died another heart was pushing forth the primrose of autumn. The wonderful change in Richard and the wisdom of her admirer, now positively proved, were exciting matters to Lady Blandish. She was rebuked for certain little rebellious fancies concerning him that had come across her enslaved mind from time to time. For was he not almost a prophet? It distressed the sentimental lady that a love like Richard's could pass off in mere smoke, and words such as she had heard him speak in Abbey Wood resolved to emptiness. Nay, it humiliated her personally, and the baronet's shrewd prognostication humiliated her, for how should he know and dare to say that love was a thing of the dust that could be trodden out under the heel of science? But he had said so, and he had proved himself right. She heard with wonderment that Richard of his own accord had spoken to his father of the folly he had been guilty of, and had begged his pardon. The baronet told her this, adding that the youth had done it in a cold, unwavering way, without a movement of his features, had evidently done it to throw off the burden of the duty he had conceived. He had thought himself bound to acknowledge that he had been the foolish young fellow, wishing possibly to abjure the fact by an set of penance. He had also given satisfaction to Benson, and was become a renovated, peaceful spirit, whose main object appeared to be to get up his physical strength by exercise and no expenditure of speech. In her company he was composed and courteous. Even when they were alone together he did not exhibit a trace of melancholy. Sober he seemed as one who has recovered from a drunkenness, and has determined to drink no more. The idea struck her that he might be playing a part, but Tom Bakewell, in a private conversation they had, informed her that he had received an order from his young master one day while boxing with him not to mention the young lady's name to him as long as he lived, and Tom could only suppose that she had offended him. Theoretically wise, Lady Blandish had always thought the baronet. She was unprepared to find him thus practically sagacious. She fell many degrees. She wanted something to cling to, so she clung to the man who struck her low. Love, then, was earthly. Its depth could be probed by science. A man lived who could measure it from end to end, foretell its term, handle the young cherub as were he a shot owl. We who have flown into cousinship with the Empyrean, and disported among immortal hosts, our base birth as a child of time is made bare to us, our wings are cut. Oh, then, if science is this victorious enemy of love, Let us love science, was the logic of the lady's heart, and secretly cherishing the assurance that she should confute him yet, and prove him utterly wrong, she gave him the fruits of present success, as it is a habit of women to do, involuntarily partly. The fires took hold of her. She felt soft emotions, such as a girl feels, and they flattered her. It was like youth coming back. Pure women have a second youth. The autumn primrose flourished. We are advised by the Pilgrim script that the ways of women which are involution, and their practices which are opposition, are generally best hit upon by guesswork and a bold word, it being impossible to track them and hunt them down in the ordinary style. So that we may not ourselves become involved and opposed, let us each of us venture a guess and say a bold word as to how it came that the lady who trusted love to be eternal grovelled to him that shattered her tender faith, and loved him. Hitherto it had been simply a sentimental dalliance, and gossips had maligned the lady. Just when the gossips grew tired of their slander, and inclined to look upon her charitably, she set about to deserve every word they had said of her, which may instruct us, if you please, that gossips have only to persist in lying to be crowned with verity, or that one has only to endure evil mouths for a period to gain impunity. She was always at the Abbey now. She was much closeted with the baronet. It seemed to be understood that she had taken Mrs. Doria's place. Benson, in his misogynic soul, perceived that she was taking Lady Feverel's. But any report circulated by Benson was sure to meet discredit, and drew the gossips upon himself, which made his meditations tragic. No sooner was one woman defeated than another took the field. The object of the system was no sooner safe than its great author was in danger. "I can't think what has come to Benson," he said to Adrian. "He seems to have received a fresh legacy of several pounds of lead," returned the wise youth, and imitating Dr. Clifford's manner, "Change is what he wants, distraction. Send him to Wales for a month, sir, and let Richard go with him. The two victims of woman may do each other good." "Unfortunately, I can't do without him," said the baronet. "Then we must continue to have him on our shoulders all day, and on our chests all night," Adrian ejaculated. "I think while he preserves this aspect, we won't have him at the dinner table," said the baronet. Adrian thought that would be a relief to their digestions, and added, "You know, sir, what he says?" Receiving a negative, Adrian delicately explained to him that Benson's excessive ponderosity of demeanour was caused by anxiety for the safety of his master. "You must pardon a faithful fool, sir," he continued, for the baronet became red, and exclaimed, "His stupidity is past belief. I have absolutely to bolt my study door against him." Adrian at once beheld a charming scene in the interior of the study, not unlike one that Benson had visually witnessed. For, like a wary prophet, Benson, that he might have warrant for what he foretold of the future, had a care to spy upon the present. Warned happily by the Pilgrim script, of which he was a diligent reader, and which says rather emphatically, "Could we see time's full face, we were wise of him." Now to see time's full face, it is sometimes necessary to look through keyholes, the veteran having a trick of smiling peace to you on one cheek, and grimacing confusion on the other behind the curtain. Decency and a sense of honour restrain most of us from being thus wise and miserable for ever. Benson's excuse was that he believed in his master, who was menaced, and moreover, notwithstanding his previous tribulation, to spy upon Cupid was sweet to him. So he peeped, and he saw a sight. He saw time's full face, or in other words, he saw the wiles of woman and the weakness of man, which is our history, as Benson would have written it, and a great many poets and philosophers have written it. Yet it was but the plucking of the autumn primrose that Benson had seen, a somewhat different operation from the plucking of the spring one, very innocent. Our staid elderly sister has paler blood, and has, or thinks she has, a reason or two about the roots. She is not all instinct for this high cause, and for that I know men and know him to be the flower of men, I give myself to him. She makes that lofty inward exclamation while the hand is detaching her from the roots. Even so strong a self-justification she requires. She has not that blind glory in excess which her younger sister can gild the longest leap with. And if, moth-like, she desires the star, she is nervously cautious of candles. Hence her circles about the dangerous human flame are wide and shy. She must be drawn nearer and nearer by a fresh reason. She loves to sentimentalize. Lady Blandish had been sentimentalizing for 10 years. She would have preferred to pursue the game. The dark-eyed dame was pleased with her smooth life and the soft excitement that did not ruffle it. Not willingly did she let herself be won. Sentimentalists, says the Pilgrim's script, are they who seek to enjoy without incurring the immense debtorship for a thing done. It is, the writer says of sentimentalism elsewhere, a happy pastime and an important science to the timid, the idle, and the heartless, but a damning one to them who have anything to forfeit. However, one who could set down the dying for love as a sentimentalism can hardly be accepted as a clear authority. Assuredly he was not one to avoid the incurring of the immense debtorship in any way, but he was a bondsman still to the woman who had forsaken him, and a spoken word would have made it seem his duty to face that public scandal which was the last evil to him. What had so horrified the virtuous Benson, Richard had already beheld in Daphne's bower, a simple kissing of the fair white hand. Doubtless the keyhole somehow added to Benson's horror. The two similar performances, so very innocent, had wondrous opposite consequences. The first kindled Richard to adore woman. The second destroyed Benson's faith in man. But Lady Blandish knew the difference between the two. She understood why the baronet did not speak, excused and respected him for it. She was content, since she must love, to love humbly, and she had besides her pity for his sorrows to comfort her. 100 fresh reasons for loving him arose and multiplied every day. He read to her the secret book in his own handwriting, composed for Richard's marriage guide, containing advice and directions to a young husband, full of the most tender wisdom and delicacy, so she thought, nay, not wanting in poetry, though neither rhymed nor measured. He expounded to her the distinctive character of the divers ages of love, giving the palm to the flower she put forth over that of spring or the summer rose. And while they sat and talked, "My wound has healed," he said. "How?" she asked. "At the fountain of your eyes," he replied, and drew the joy of new life from her blushes without incurring further debtorship for a thing done. End of chapter 24. Chapter 25 of The Ordeal of Richard Feverel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Ordeal of Richard Feverel by George Meredith. Chapter 25. Let it be some apology for the damage caused by the careering hero, and a consolation to the quiet wretches dragged along with him at his chariot wheels, that he is generally the last to know when he has made an actual start. Such a mere creature is he, like the rest of us, albeit the head of our fates. By this you perceive the true hero, whether he be a prince or a pot-boy, that he does not plot. Fortune does all for him. He may be compared to one to whom in an electric circle it is given to carry the battery. We caper and grimace at his will, yet not his the will, not his the power. 'Tis all Fortune's, whose puppet he is. She deals her dispensations through him. Yea, though our capers be never so comical, he laughs not, intent upon his own business. The true hero asks little services of us here and there, thinks it quite natural that they should be acceded to, and sees nothing ridiculous in the lamentable contortions we must go through to fulfill them. Probably he is the elect of fortune because of that notable faculty of being intent upon his own business, which is, says the Pilgrim's scrip, with men to be valued equal to that force which in water makes a stream. This prelude was necessary to the present chapter of Richard's history. It happened that in the turn of the year, and while old earth was busy with her flowers, the fresh wind blew, the little birds sang, and Hippias Feverel, the dyspepsy, amazed, felt the spring move within him. He communicated his delightful new sensations to the baronet, his brother, whose constant exclamation with regard to him was, "Poor Hippias, all his machinery is bare," and had no hope that he would ever be in a condition to defend it from view. Nevertheless, Hippias had that hope, and so he told his brother, making great exposure of his machinery to effect the explanation. He spoke of all his physical experiences exultingly and with wonder. The achievement of common efforts, not usually blazoned, he celebrated as triumphs, and of course had Adrian on his back very quickly. But he could bear him or anything now. It was such ineffable relief to find himself looking out upon the world of mortals, instead of into the black phantasmal abysses of his own complicated, frightful structure. "My mind doesn't so much seem to haunt itself now," said Hippias, nodding shortly and peering out of intense puckers to convey a glimpse of what hellish sufferings his had been. "I feel as if I had come above ground." A poor dyspepsy may talk as he will, but he is the one who never gets sympathy or experiences compassion, and it is he whose groaning petitions for charity do at last rout that Christian virtue. Lady Blandish, a charitable soul, could not listen to Hippias, though she had a heart for little mice and flies, and Sir Austin had also small patience with his brother's gleam of health, which was just enough to make his disease visible. He remembered his early follies and excesses, and bent his ear to him as one man does to another who complains of having to pay a debt legally incurred. "I think," said Adrian, seeing how the communications of Hippias were received, "that when our Nemesis takes lodgings in the stomach, it's best to act a Spartan, smile hard, and be silent." Richard alone was decently kind to Hippias, whether from opposition or real affection could not be said, as the young man was mysterious. He advised his uncle to take exercise, walked with him, cultivated cheerful impressions in him, and pointed out innocent pursuits. He made Hippias visit with him some of the poor old folk of the village who bewailed the loss of his cousin Austin Wentworth, and did his best to waken him up and give the outer world a stronger hold on him. He succeeded in nothing but in winning his uncle's gratitude. The season bloomed scarce longer than a week for Hippias, and then began to languish. The poor dyspepsy's eager grasp at beautification relaxed. He went underground again. He announced that he felt spongy things, one of the more constant throes of his malady. His bitter face recurred. He chewed the cud of horrid hallucinations. He told Richard he must give up going about with him. People telling of their ailments made him so uncomfortable. The birds were so noisy, pairing. The rude bare soil sickened him. Richard treated him with a gravity equal to his father's. He asked what the doctors said. "Oh, the doctors!" cried Hippias with vehement scepticism. "No man of sense believes in medicine for chronic disorder." "Do you happen to have heard of any new remedy, then, Richard?" "No. They advertise a great many cures for indigestion, I assure you, my dear boy. I wonder whether one can rely upon the authenticity of those signatures. I see no reason why there should be no cure for such a disease, eh? and it's just one of the things a quack, as they call 'em, would hit upon sooner than one who is in the beaten track. Do you know, Richard, my dear boy, I've often thought that if we could by any means appropriate to our use some of the extraordinary digestive power that a boa constrictor has in its gastric juices, there is really no manner of reason why we should not comfortably dispose of as much of an ox as our stomachs will hold, and one might eat French dishes without the wretchedness of thinking what's to follow. And this makes me think that those fellows may after all have got some truth in them, some secret that of course they require to be paid for. We distrust each other in this world too much, Richard. I've felt inclined once or twice, but it's absurd. If it only alleviated a few of my sufferings, I should be satisfied. I've no hesitation in saying that I should be quite satisfied if it only did away with one or two, and left me free to eat and drink as other people do. Not that I mean to try them. It's only a fancy, eh? What a thing health is, my dear boy. Ah, if I were like you! I was in love once." "Were you?" said Richard, coolly regarding him. "I've forgotten what I felt," Hippias sighed. "You've very much improved, my dear boy." "So people say," quoth Richard. Hippias looked at him anxiously. "If I go to town and get the doctor's opinion about trying a new course, eh, Richard? Will you come with me? I should like your company. We could see London together, you know, enjoy ourselves," and Hippias rubbed his hands. Richard smiled at the feeble glimmer of enjoyment promised by his uncle's eyes, and said he thought it better they should stay where they were, an answer that might mean anything. Hippias immediately became possessed by the beguiling project. He went to the baronet and put the matter before him, instancing doctors as the object of his journey, not quacks, of course, and requesting leave to take Richard. Sir Austin was getting uneasy about his son's manner. It was not natural. His heart seemed to be frozen. He had no confidence, as he appeared to have no ambition, to have lost the virtues of youth with the poison that had passed out of him. He was disposed to try what effect a little travelling might have on him, and had himself once or twice hinted to Richard that it would be good for him to move about, the young man quietly replying that he did not wish to quit Raynham at all, which was too strict a fulfilment of his father's original views in educating him there entirely. On the day that Hippias made his proposal, Adrian, seconded by Lady Blandish, also made one. The sweet spring season stirred in Adrian as well as in others, not to pastoral measures, to the joys of the operatic world and bravura glories. He also suggested that it would be advisable to carry Richard to town for a term, and let him know his position and some freedom. Sir Austin weighed the two proposals. He was pretty certain that Richard's passion was consumed, and that the youth was now only under the burden of its ashes. He had found against his heart at the Bellingham Inn a great lock of golden hair. He had taken it, and the lover, after feeling about for it with faint hands, never asked for it. This precious lock, Miss Davenport had thrust it into his hand at Belthorpe as Lucy's last gift. What sighs and tears it had weathered! The baronet laid it in Richard's sight one day, and beheld him take it up, turn it over, and drop it down again calmly, as if he were handling any common curiosity. It pacified him on that score. The young man's love was dead. Dr. Clifford said rightly he wanted distractions. The baronet determined that Richard should go. Hippias and Adrian then pressed their several suits as to which should have him. Hippias, when he could forget himself, did not lack sense. He observed that Adrian was not at present a proper companion for Richard, and would teach him to look on life from the false point. "You don't understand a young philosopher," said the baronet. "A young philosopher is an old fool," returned Hippias, not thinking that his growl had begotten a phrase. His brother smiled with gratification, and applauded him loudly. "Excellent! Worthy of your best days! You're wrong, though, in applying it to Adrian. He has never been precocious. All he has done has been to bring sound common sense to bear upon what he hears and sees. I think, however," the baronet added, "he may want faith in the better qualities of men." And this reflection inclined him not to let his son be alone with Adrian. He gave Richard his choice, who saw which way his father's wishes tended, and decided so to please him. Naturally, it annoyed Adrian extremely. He said to his chief, "I suppose you know what you are doing, sir. I don't see that we derive any advantage from the family name being made notorious for 20 years of obscene suffering, and becoming a byword for our constitutional tendency to stomachic distension before we fortunately encountered Quackham's pill. My uncle's tortures have been huge, but I would rather society were not intimate with them under their several headings." Adrian enumerated some of the most abhorrent. "You know him, sir. If he conceives a duty, he will do it in the face of every decency, all the more obstinate because the conception is rare. If he feels a little brisk the morning after the pill, he sends the letter that makes us famous. We go down to posterity with heightened characteristics, to say nothing of a contemporary celebrity, nothing less than our being turned inside out to the rabble. I confess I don't desire to have my machinery made bare to them." Sir Austin assured the wise youth that Hippias had arranged to go to Dr. Barham. He softened Adrian's chagrin by telling him that in about 2 weeks they would follow to London, hinting also at a prospective summer campaign. The day was fixed for Richard to depart, and the day came. Madame, the 18th century, called him to her chamber and put into his hand a £50 note as her contribution toward his pocket expenses. He did not want it, he said, but she told him he was a young man, and would soon make that fly when he stood on his own feet. The old lady did not at all approve of the system in her heart, and she gave her grandnephew to understand that, should he require more, he knew where to apply, and secrets would be kept. His father presented him with £100, which also Richard said he did not want. He did not care for money. "Spend it or not," said the baronet, perfectly secure in him. Hippias had few injunctions to observe. They were to take up quarters at the hotel, Algernon's general run of company at the house not being altogether wholesome. The baronet particularly forewarned Hippias of the imprudence of attempting to restrict the young man's movements, and letting him imagine he was under surveillance. Richard, having been, as it were, pollarded by despotism, was now to grow up straight and bloom again in complete independence as far as he could feel. So did the sage decree, and we may pause a moment to reflect how wise were his previsions, and how successful they must have been, had not fortune, the great foe to human cleverness, turned against him, or he against himself. The departure took place on a fine March morning. The bird of winter sang from the budding tree. In the blue sky sang the bird of summer. Adrian rode between Richard and Hippias to the Bellingham station, and vented his disgust on them after his own humorous fashion, because it did not rain and damp their ardour. In the rear came Lady Blandish and the baronet, conversing on the calm summit of success. "You have shaped him exactly to resemble yourself," she said, pointing with her riding whip to the grave, stately figure of the young man. "Outwardly, perhaps," he answered, and led to a discussion on purity and strength, the lady saying that she preferred purity. "But you do not," said the baronet, "and there I admire the always true instinct of women, that they all worship strength in whatever form, and seem to know it to be the child of heaven, whereas purity is but a characteristic, a garment, and can be spotted. How soon? For there are questions in this life with which we must grapple or be lost, and when hunted by that cold eye of intense inner consciousness, the clearest soul becomes a cunning fox, if it have not courage to stand and do battle. Strength indicates a boundless nature like the Maker. Strength is a god to you, purity a toy, a pretty one, and you seem to be fond of playing with it," he added, with unaccustomed slyness. The lady listened, pleased at the sport of malice, which showed that the constraint on his mind had left him. It was for women to fight their fight now. She only took part in it for amusement. This is how the ranks of our enemies are thinned. No sooner do poor women put up a champion in their midst than she betrays them. "I see," she said archly, "we are the lovelier vessels. You claim the more direct descent. Men are seedlings, women slips." "Nay, you have said so," she cried out at his gestured protestation, laughing. "But I never printed it. Oh, what you speak answers for print with me." Exquisite Blandish, he could not choose but love her. "Tell me, what are your plans?" she asked. "May a woman know?" He replied, "I have none, or you would share them. I shall study him in the world. The difference must wear off. I shall mark his inclinations now, and he shall be what he inclines to. Occupation will be his prime safety. His cousin Austen's plan of life appears most to his taste, and he can serve the people that way as well as in Parliament, should he have no stronger ambition. The clear duty of a man of any wealth is to serve the people as he best can. He shall go among Austen's set, if he wishes it, though personally I find no pleasure in rash imaginations and undigested schemes built upon the mere instinct of principles." "Look at him now," said the lady. "He seems to care for nothing, not even for the beauty of the day." "Or Adrian's jokes," added the baronet. Adrian could be seen to be trying zealously to torment a laugh or a confession of irritation out of his hearers, stretching out his chin to one and to the other with audible asides. Richard he treated as a new instrument of destruction about to be let loose on the slumbering metropolis, Hippias as one in an interesting condition, and he got so much fun out of the notion of these two journeying together, and the mishaps that might occur to them, that he esteemed it almost a personal insult for his hearers not to laugh. The wise youth's dull life at Raynham had afflicted him with many peculiarities of the professional joker. "Oh, the spring, he cried, as in scorn of his sallies they exchanged their unmeaning remarks on the sweet weather across him. "You seem both to be uncommonly excited by the operations of turtles, rooks, and daws. Why can't you let them alone? Wind bloweth, cock croweth, doodle doo, hippy verteth, Ricky stirteth, sing cuckoo. There's an old native pastoral. Why don't you write a spring sonnet, Ricky? The asparagus beds are full of promise, I hear, and eke the strawberry. Berries, I fancy, your Pegasus has a taste for. What kind of berry was that I saw some verses of yours about once? Amatory verses to some kind of berry. Yewberry, blueberry, glueberry. Pretty verses, decidedly warm. Lips, eyes, bosom, legs. Legs? I don't think you gave her any legs. No legs and no nose. That appears to be the poetic taste of the day. It shall be admitted that you create the very beauties for a chaste people. Oh, might I lie where leans her lute, and offend no moral community. That's not a bad image of yours, my dear boy. Her shape is like an antelope upon the eastern hills. But as a candid critic, I would ask you if the likeness can be considered correct when you give her no legs. You will see at the ballet that you are in error about women at present, Richard. That admirable institution which our venerable elders have imported from Gallia for the instruction of our gaping youth will edify and astonish you. I assure you, I used, from reading the Pilgrim's script, to imagine all sorts of things about them, till I was taken there, and learnt that they are very like us after all, and then they ceased to trouble me. Mystery is the great danger to youth, my son. Mystery is woman's redoubtable weapon. O Richard of the Ordeal, I'm aware that you've had your lessons in anatomy, but nothing will persuade you that an anatomical figure means flesh and blood. You can't realize the fact. Do you intend to publish when you're in town? It'll be better not to put your name. Having one's name to a volume of poems is as bad as to an advertising pill." "I will send you an early copy, Adrian, when I publish," quoth Richard. "Hark at that old blackbird, uncle." "Yes," Hippias quavered, looking up from the usual subject of his contemplation, and trying to take an interest in him. "Fine old fellow. What a chuckle he gives out before he flies. Not unlike July nightingales. You know that bird I told you of, the blackbird that had its mate shot, and used to come to sing to old Dame Bakewell's bird from the tree opposite. A rascal knocked it over the day before yesterday, and the dame says her bird hasn't sung a note since." "Extraordinary," Hippias muttered abstractedly. "I remember the verses. But where's your moral?" interposed the wrathful Adrian. "Where's constancy rewarded? The ousel cock so black of hue, with orange tawny bill, the rascal with his aim so true, the poet's little quill. Where's the moral of that, except that all's game to the poet? Certainly we have a noble example of the devotedness of the female who for 3 entire days refuses to make herself heard on account of a defunct male. I suppose that's what Ricky dwells on." "As you please, my dear Adrian," says Richard, and points out larch buds to his uncle as they ride by the young green wood. The wise youth was driven to extremity. Such a lapse from his pupil's heroics to this last verge of Arcadian coolness Adrian could not believe in. "Hark at this old blackbird!" he cried, in his turn, and pretending to interpret his fits of song. "Oh, what a pretty comedy! Don't we wear the mask well, my Fiesco? Genoa will be our own to morrow. Only wait until the train is started. Jolly, jolly, jolly! We'll be winners yet." "Not a bad verse, eh, Ricky, my Lucius Junius?" "You do the blackbird well," said Richard, and looked at him in a manner mildly affable. Adrian shrugged. "You're a young man of wonderful powers," he emphatically observed, meaning to say that Richard quite beat him, for which opinion Richard gravely thanked him, and with this they rode into Bellingham. There was young Tom Blaze at the station in his Sunday beaver and gala waistcoat and neckcloth, coming the Lord over Tom Bakewell, who had preceded as master in charge of the baggage. He likewise was bound for London. Richard, as he was dismounting, heard Adrian say to the baronet, "The beast, sir, appears to be going to fetch beauty," but he paid no heed to the words. Whether young Tom heard them or not, Adrian's look took the Lord out of him, and he shrunk away into obscurity, where the nearest approach to the fashions which the tailors of Bellingham could supply to him sat upon him more easily, and he was not stiffened by the eyes of the superiors whom he sought to rival. The baronet, Lady Blandish, and Adrian remained on horseback, and received Richard's adieu across the palings. He shook hands with each of them in the same kindly cold way, eliciting from Adrian a marked encomium on his style of doing it. The train came up, and Richard stepped after his uncle into one of the carriages. Now surely there will come an age when the presentation of science at war with fortune and the fates will be deemed the true epic of modern life, and the aspect of a scientific humanist who, by dint of incessant watchfulness, has maintained a system against those active forties, cannot be reckoned less than sublime, even though at the moment he but sit upon his horse on a fine March morning such as this, and smile wistfully to behold the son of his heart, his system incarnate, wave a serene adieu to tutelage, neither too eager nor morbidly unwilling to try his luck alone for a term of 2 weeks. At present, I am aware, an audience impatient for blood and glory scorns the stress I am putting on incident so minute, a picture so little imposing. An audience will come to whom it will be given to see the elementary machinery at work, who, as it were, from some slight hint of the straws, will feel the winds of March when they do not blow. To them will nothing be trivial, seeing that they will have in their eyes the invisible conflict going on around us, whose features, a good nod, a smile, a laugh of ours, perpetually changes. And they will perceive, moreover, that in real life all hangs together. The train is laid in the lifting of an eyebrow that bursts upon the field of thousands. They will see the links of things as they pass, and wonder not, as foolish people now do, that this great matter came out of that small one. Such an audience, then, will participate in the baronet's gratification at his son's demeanour, wherein he noted the calm bearing of experience not gained in the usual wanton way, and will not be without some excited apprehension at his twinge of astonishment, when just as the train went sliding into swiftness, he beheld the grave, cold, self-possessed young man throw himself back in the carriage violently laughing. Science was at a loss to account for that. Sir Alston checked his mind from inquiring, that he might keep suspicion at a distance, but he thought it odd, and the jarring sensation that ran along his nerves at the sight remained with him as he rode home. Lady Blandish's tender womanly intuition bade her say, "You see, it was the very thing he wanted. He has got his natural spirits already." "It was," Adrian put in his word, "the exact thing he wanted. His spirits have returned miraculously." "Something amused him," said the baronet, with an eye on the puffing train. "Probably something his uncle said or did," Lady Blandish suggested, and led off at a gallop. Her conjecture chanced to be quite correct. The cause of Richard's laughter was simple enough. Hippias, on finding the carriage door closed on him, became all at once aware of the bright-haired hope which dwells in change. For one who does not woo her too frequently, and to express his sudden relief from mental despondency at the amorous prospect, the dyspepsy bent and gave his hands a sharp rub between his legs, which unlucky action brought Adrian's pastoral "Hippie verdith, sing cuckoo," in such comic colours before Richard that a demon of laughter seized him. "Hippie verdith." Every time he glanced at his uncle, the song sprang up, and he laughed so immoderately that it looked like madness come upon him. "Why, what are you laughing at, my dear boy?" said Hippias, and was provoked by the contagious exercise to a modest "ha, ha." "Why, what are you laughing at, uncle?" cried Richard. "I really don't know," Hippias chuckled. "Nor I, uncle. Sing cuckoo." They laughed themselves into the pleasantest mood imaginable. Hippias not only came above ground, he flew about in the very skies. verting like any blithe creature of the season. He remembered old legal jokes and anecdotes of circuit, and Richard laughed at them all, but more at him. He was so genial and childishly fresh, and innocently joyful at his own transformation, while a lurking doubt in the bottom of his eyes now and then that it might not last, and that he must go underground again, lent him a look of pathos and humour which tickled his youthful companion irresistibly, and made his heart warm to him. "I tell you what, uncle," said Richard, "I think travelling's a capital thing. The best thing in the world, my dear boy," Hippias returned. "It makes me wish I had given up that work of mine, and tried it before, instead of chaining myself to a task. We're quite different beings in a minute. I am. What shall we have for dinner?" "Leave that to me, uncle. I shall order for you. You know I intend to make you well. How gloriously we go along. I should like to ride on a railway every day." Hippias remarked, "They say it rather injures the digestion." "Nonsense. See how you'll digest to night and to morrow." "Perhaps I shall do something yet," sighed Hippias, alluding to the vast literary fame he had aforetime dreamed of. "I hope I shall have a good night to night." "Of course you will. What, after laughing like that?" "Ugh!" Hippias grunted. "I dare say, Richard, you sleep the moment you get into bed." "The instant my head's on my pillow, and up the moment I wake. Health's everything." "Health's everything," echoed Hippias from his immense distance. "And if you'll put yourself in my hands," Richard continued, "you shall do just as I do. You shall be well and strong, and sing jolly like Adrian's blackbird. You shall, upon my honour, uncle." He specified the hours of devotion to his uncle's recovery, no less than 12 a day, that he intended to expend, and his cheery robustness almost won his uncle to leap up recklessly and clutch health as his own. "Mine," quoth Hippias, with a half-seduced smile, "mind your dishes are not too savoury. Light food and claret, regular meals and amusement. Lend your heart to all, but give it to none," exclaims young wisdom, and Hippias mutters, "Yes, yes," and intimates that the origin of his malady lay in his not following that maxim earlier. "Love ruins us, my dear boy," he said, thinking to preach Richard a lesson, and Richard boisterously broke out, "The love of Monsieur Francatelli, it was the ruin of," etc. Hippias blinked, exclaiming, "Really, my dear boy, I never saw you so excited." "It's the railway, it's the fund, uncle." "Ah!" Hippias wagged a melancholy head. "You've got the Golden Bride. Keep her if you can. That's a pretty fable of your father's. I gave him the idea, though. Austin filches a great many of my ideas." "Here's the idea in verse, uncle. O sunless walkers by the tide, O have you seen the Golden Bride? They say that she is fair beyond all women, faithful and more fond." You know the young inquirer comes to a group of penitent sinners by the brink of a stream. They howl and answer, "Faithful she is, but she forsakes, and fond yet endless woes she makes, and fair, but with this curse she's crossed, to know her not till she is lost." Then the doleful party march off in single file solemnly, and the fabulous pursues, "She hath a palace in the west, bright Hesper lights her to her rest, and him the morning star awakes, whom to her charmed arms she takes. So lives he till he sees, alas, the maids of baser metal pass. And prodigal of the happiness she lends him, he asks to share with one of them. There's the silver maid, and the copper, and the brassy maid, and others of them. First, you know, he tries Argentine, and finds her only 20 to the pound, and has a worse experience with Copperina, till he descends to the scullery, and the lower he goes, the less obscure become the features of his bride of gold, and all her radiance shines forth, my uncle. First rather blunts the point. Well, keep to her, now you've got her," says Hippias. "We will, uncle. Look how the farms fly past. Look at the cattle in the fields, and how the lines duck and swim up. She claims the whole and not the part, the coin of unused heart. To gain his golden bride again, he hunts with melancholy men, and is waked no longer by the morning star." "Not if he doesn't sleep till an hour before it rises," Hippias interjected. "You don't rhyme badly, but stick to prose. Poetry's a base metal made. I'm not sure that any writing's good for the digestion. I'm afraid it has spoilt mine." "Fear nothing, uncle," laughed Richard. "You shall ride in the park with me every day to get an appetite. You and I and the Golden Bride. You know that little poem of Sandeau's. She rides in the park on a prancing bay, she and her squires together. Her dark locks gleam from a bonnet of grey, and tossed with a tossing feather. Too calmly proud for a glance of pride is the beautiful face as it passes. The cockneys nod to each other aside, the coxcombs lift their glasses, and throng to her, sigh to her. You that can breach the ice wall that guards her securely, you have not such bliss, though she smile on you each, as the heart that can image her purely. Wasn't Sandeau once a friend of my father's? I suppose they quarrelled. He understands the heart. What does he make his humble lover say? True, madam, you may think to part conditions by a glacier ridge, but beauty's for the largest heart, and all abysses love can bridge. Hippias now laughed grimly, as men laugh at the emptiness of words. Largest heart, he sneered. What's a glacier ridge? I've never seen one. I can't deny it rhymes with bridge. But don't go parading your admiration of that person, Richard. Your father will speak to you on the subject when he thinks fit. I thought they had quarrelled, said Richard. What a pity. And he murmured to a pleased ear, Beauties for the largest heart. The flow of their conversation was interrupted by the entrance of passengers at a station. Richard examined their faces with pleasure. All faces pleased him. Human nature sat tributary at the feet of him and his golden bride. As he could not well talk his thoughts before them, he looked out at the windows and enjoyed the changing landscape, projecting all sorts of delights for his old friend Ripton, and musing hazily on the wondrous things he was to do in the world, of the great service he was to be to his fellow creatures. In the midst of his reveries he was landed in London. Tom Bakewell stood at the carriage door. A glance told Richard that his squire had something curious on his mind, and he gave Tom the word to speak out. Tom edged his master out of hearing and began sputtering a laugh. Dashed if I can help it, sir, he said. That young Tom, he've come to town dressed that spicy, and he don't know his way about no more than a stag. He's come to fetch somebody from another rail, and he don't know how to get there, and he ain't sure about which rail 'tis. Look at him, Mr. Richard, there he goes. Young Tom appeared to have the weight of all London on his beaver. Who is he come for? Richard asked. Don't you know, sir? You don't like me to mention the name, mumbled Tom, bursting to be perfectly intelligible. Is it for her, Tom? Miss Lucy, sir. Richard turned away and was seized by Hippias, who begged him to get out of the noise and pother, and caught hold of his slack arm to bear him into a conveyance. But Richard, by wheeling half to the right or left, always got his face round to the point where young Tom was manoeuvring to appear at his ease. Even when they were seated in the conveyance, Hippias could not persuade him to drive off. He made the excuse that he did not wish to start till there was a clear road. At last young Tom, cast anchor by a policeman, and doubtless at the official's suggestion, bashfully took seat in a cab and was shot into the whirlpool of London. Richard then angrily asked his driver what he was waiting for. Are you ill, my boy? Said Hippias. Where's your colour? He laughed oddly, and made a random answer that he hoped the fellow would drive fast. I hate slow motion after being in a railway, he said. Hippias assured him there was something the matter with him. Nothing, uncle, nothing, said Richard, looking fiercely candid. They say that when the skill and care of men rescue a drowned wretch from extinction and warm the flickering spirit into steady flame, such pain it is, the blood forcing its way along the dry channels, and the heavily ticking nerves, and the sullen heart, the struggle of life and death in him, grim death relaxing his grip, such pain it is, he cries out no thanks to them that pull him by inches from the depths of the dead river. And he who has thought a love extinct, and is surprised by the old fires and the old tyranny, he rebels and strives to fight clear of the cloud of forgotten sensations that settle on him. Such pain it is, the old sweet music reviving through his frame, and the charm of his passion filing him afresh. Still was fair Lucy the one woman to Richard. He had forbidden her name, but from an instinct of self-defence. Must the maids of baser metal dominate him anew? It is in Lucy's shape, thinking of her now, so near him, his darling, all her graces, her sweetness, her truth, for despite his bitter blame of her, he knew her true, swam in 1,000 visions before his eyes, visions pathetic and full of glory, that now wrung his heart and now elated it. As well might a ship attempt to calm the sea, as this young man the violent emotion that began to rage in his breast. I shall not see her, he said to himself exultingly, and at the same moment thought how black was every corner of the earth but that one spot where Lucy stood, how utterly cheerless the place he was going to. Then he determined to bear it, to live in darkness. There was a refuge in the idea of a voluntary martyrdom. For if I choose, I could see her this day within an hour. I could see her and touch her hand, and oh heaven! But I do not choose. And a great wave swelled through him, and was crushed down, only to swell again more stormily. Then Tom Bakewell's words recurred to him, that young Tom Blaze was uncertain where to go for her, and that she might be thrown on this Babylon alone, and flying from point to point. It struck him that they had known at Raynham of her return, and had sent him to town to be out of the way. They had been miserably plotting against him once more. They shall see what right they have to fear me. I'll shame them, was the first turn taken by his wrathful feelings, as he resolved to go and see her safe and calmly return to his uncle, whom he sincerely believed not to be one of the conspirators. Nevertheless, after forming that resolve, he sat still, as if there were something fatal in the wheels that bore him away from it. Perhaps because he knew, as some do when passion is lord, that his intelligence juggled with him, though none the less keenly did he feel his wrongs and suspicions. His golden bride was waning fast, but when Hippias ejaculated to cheer him, "We shall soon be there," the spell broke. Richard stopped the cab, saying he wanted to speak to Tom, and would ride with him the rest of the journey. He knew well enough which line of railway his Lucy must come by. He had studied every town and station on the line. Before his uncle could express more than a mute remonstrance, he jumped out and hailed Tom Bakewell, who came behind with the boxes and baggage in a companion cab, his head a yard beyond the window to make sure of his arc of safety, the vehicle preceding. "What an extraordinary impetuous boy it is," said Hippias. "We're in the very street." Within a minute the stalwart Barry, dispatched by the baronet to arrange everything for their comfort, had opened the door and made his bow. "Mr. Richard, sir, evaporated?" was Barry's modulated inquiry. "Behind, among the boxes full," Hippias growled, as he received Barry's muscular assistance to alight. "Lunch ready, eh?" "Luncheon was ordered precise at 2 o'clock, sir. Been in attendance 1/4 of an hour, hey?" Barry sang out to the second cab, which, with its pyramid of luggage, remained stationary some 30 paces distant. At his voice the majestic pile deliberately turned its back on them and went off in a contrary direction. End of chapter 25.
Chapter 26. The Ordeal of Richard Feverel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. The Ordeal of Richard Feverel by George Meredith. Chapter 26. On the stroke of the hour, when Ripton Thompson was accustomed to consult his gold watch for practical purposes, and sniff freedom and the forthcoming dinner, a burglarious foot entered the clerk's office where he sat, and a man of a scowling countenance, who looked a villain, and whom he was afraid he knew, slid a letter into his hands, nodding that it would be prudent for him to read, and be silent. Ripton obeyed in alarm. Apparently the contents of the letter relieved his conscience, for he reached down his hat and told Mr. Beasley to inform his father that he had business of pressing importance in the West, and should meet him at the station. Mr. Beasley zealously waited upon the paternal Thompson without delay, and together making their observations from the window, they beheld a cab of many boxes, into which Ripton darted and was followed by one in groom's dress. It was Saturday, the day when Ripton gave up his law readings magnanimously to bestow himself upon his family, and Mr. Thompson liked to have his son's arm as he walked down to the station. But that third glass of port, which always stood for his second, and the groom's suggestion of aristocratic acquaintances prevented Mr. Thompson from interfering, so Ripton was permitted to depart. In the cab, Ripton made a study of the letter he held. It had the preciseness of an imperial mandate. "Dear Ripton, you are to get lodgings for a lady immediately. Not a word to a soul. Then come along with Tom. R.D.F." Lodgings for a lady! Ripton meditated aloud. What sort of lodgings? Where am I to get lodgings? Who's the lady? "I say," he addressed the mysterious messenger, "so you're Tom Bakewell, are you, Tom?" Tom grinned his identity. "Do you remember the rick, Tom? Ha ha! We got out of that neatly. We might all have been transported, though. I could have convicted you, Tom, safe. It's no use coming across a practiced lawyer. Now tell me." Ripton, having flourished his powers, commenced his examination. "Who's this lady?" "Better wait till you see Mr. Richard, sir." Tom resumed his scowl to reply. "Ah," Ripton acquiesced. "Is she young, Tom?" Tom said she was not old. "Handsome, Tom?" "Some might think one thing, some another," Tom said. "And where does she come from now?" asked Ripton, with the friendly cheerfulness of a baffled counselor. "Comes from the country, sir." "A friend of the family, I suppose, a relation?" Ripton left this insinuating query to be answered by a look. Tom's face was a dead blank. "Ah!" Ripton took a breath and eyed the mask opposite him. "Why, you're quite a scholar, Tom. Mr. Richard is well, all right at home?" "Come to town this morning with his uncle," said Tom. "All well, thank ye, sir." "Ha!" cried Ripton, more than ever puzzled. "Now I see. You all came to town to day, and these are your boxes outside. So, so. But Mr. Richard writes for me to get lodgings for a lady. There must be some mistake. He wrote in a hurry. He wants lodgings for you all, eh?" "I'm sure I don't know what he wants," said Tom. "You'd better go by the letter, sir." Ripton reconsulted that document. Lodgings for a lady, and then come along with Tom, not a word to a soul. "I say, that looks like—" But he never cared for them. "You don't mean to say, Tom, he's been running away with anybody?" Tom fell back upon his first reply. "Better wait till you see Mr. Richard, sir." And Ripton exclaimed, "Hanged if you ain't the tightest witness I ever saw! I shouldn't like to have you in a box. Some of you country fellows beat any number of cockneys, you do." Tom received the compliments stubbornly on his guard, and Ripton, as nothing was to be got out of him, set about considering how to perform his friend's injunctions, deciding firstly that a lady fresh from the country ought to lodge near the parks, in which direction he told the cabman to drive. Thus, unaware of his high destiny, Ripton joined the hero and accepted his character in the new comedy. It is nevertheless true that certain favored people do have beneficent omens to prepare them for their parts when the hero is in full career, so that they really may be nerved to meet him, aye, and to check him in his course, had they that signal courage. For instance, Mrs. Elizabeth Berry, a ripe and wholesome landlady of advertised lodgings on the borders of Kensington, noted, as she sat rocking her contemplative person before the parlor fire this very March afternoon, a supernatural tendency in that fire to burn all on one side, which signifies that a wedding approaches the house. Why, who shall say? Omens are as impassable as heroes. It may be because in these affairs the fire is thought to be all on one side. Enough that the omen exists, and spoke its solemn warning to the devout woman. Mrs. Berry, in her circle, was known as a certificated lecturer against the snares of matrimony. Still, that was no reason why she should not like a wedding. Expectant, therefore, she watched the one glowing cheek of Hymen, and with pleasing tremors beheld a cab of many boxes draw up by her bit of garden, and a gentleman emerge from it in the set of consulting an advertisement paper. The gentleman required lodgings for a lady. Lodgings for a lady Mrs. Berry could produce, and a very roseate smile for a gentleman, so much so that Ripton forgot to ask about the terms, which made the landlady and Mrs. Berry leap up to embrace him as the happy man. But her experienced woman's eye checked her enthusiasm. He had not the air of a bridegroom. He did not seem to have a weight on his chest or an itch to twiddle everything with his fingers. At any rate, he was not the bridegroom for whom omens fly abroad. Promising to have all ready for the lady within an hour, Mrs. Berry fortified him with her card, curtsied him back to his cab, and floated him off on her smiles. The remarkable vehicle which had woven this thread of intrigue through London's streets now proceeded sedately to finish its operations. Ripton was landed at a hotel in Westminster. Ere he was halfway up the stairs, a door opened, and his old comrade in adventure rushed down. Richard allowed no time for salutations. "Have you done it?" was all he asked. For answer, Ripton handed him Mrs. Berry's card. Richard took it and left him standing there. 5 minutes elapsed, and then Ripton heard the gracious rustle of feminine garments above. Richard came a little in advance, leading and half supporting a figure in a black silk mantle and small black straw bonnet. Young, that was certain. Though she held her veil so close, he could hardly catch the outlines of her face. Girlishly slender, and sweet and simple in appearance. The hush that came with her, and her soft manner of moving, stirred the silly youth to some of those ardors that awaken the night of dames in our bosoms. He felt that he would have given considerable sums for her to lift her veil. He could see that she was trembling, perhaps weeping. It was the master of her fate she clung to. They passed him without speaking. As she went by, her head passively bent, Ripton had a glimpse of noble tresses and a lovely neck. Great golden curls hung loosely behind, pouring from under her bonnet. She looked a captive born to the sacrifice. What Ripton, after a sight of those curls, would have given for her just to lift her veil an instant and strike him blind with beauty was, fortunately for his exchequer, never demanded of him. And he had absolutely been composing speeches as he came along in the cab, gallant speeches for the lady, and sly congratulatory ones for his friend, to be delivered as occasion should serve, that both might know him a man of the world and be at their ease. He forgot the smirking immoralities he had reveled in. This was clearly serious. Ripton did not require to be told that his friend was in love, and meant that life and death business called marriage, parents and guardians consenting or not. Presently Richard returned to him and said hurriedly, "I want you now to go to my uncle at our hotel. Keep him quiet till I come. Say I had to see you. Say anything. I shall be there by the dinner hour. Rip, I must talk to you alone after dinner." Ripton feebly attempted to reply that he was due at home. He was very curious to hear the plot of the new comedy. And besides, there was Richard's face, questioning him sternly and confidently for signs of unhesitating obedience. He finished his grimaces by asking the name and direction of the hotel. Richard pressed his hand. It is much to obtain even that recognition of our devotion from the hero. Tom Bakewell also received his priming, and, to judge by his chuckles and grins, rather appeared to enjoy the work cut out for him. In a few minutes they had driven to their separate destinations. Ripton was left to the unusual exercise of his fancy. Such is the nature of youth and its thirst for romance, that only to act as a subordinate is pleasant. When one unfurls the standard of defiance to parents and guardians, he may be sure of raising a lawless troop of adolescent ruffians, born rebels to any amount. The beardless crew know that they have not a chance of pay, but what of that when the rosy prospect of thwarting their elders is in view? Though it is to see another eat the forbidden fruit, they will run all his risks with him. Gaily Ripton took rank as lieutenant in the enterprise, and the moment his heart had sworn the oaths, he was rewarded by an exquisite sense of the charms of existence. London streets wore a sly laugh to him. He walked with a dandified heel. The generous youth ogled aristocratic carriages and glanced intimately at the ladies, overflowingly happy. The crossing sweepers blessed him. He hummed lively tunes. He turned over old jokes in his mouth unctuously. He hugged himself. He had a mind to dance down Piccadilly, and all because a friend of his was running away with a pretty girl, and he was in the secret. It was only when he stood on the doorstep of Richard's hotel that his jocund mood was a little dashed by remembering that he had then to commence the duties of his office, and must fabricate a plausible story to account for what he knew nothing about, a part that the greatest of sages would find it difficult to perform. The young, however, whom sages well may envy, seldom fail in lifting their inventive faculties to the level of their spirits, and 2 minutes of Hippias's angry complaints against the friend he serenely inquired for gave Ripton his cue. Where in the very street, within a stone's throw of the house, and he jumps like a harlequin out of my cab into another. He must be mad, that boy's got madness in him, and carries off all the boxes, my dinner pills too, and keeps away the whole of the day, though he promised to go to the doctor, and had a dozen engagements with me, said Hippias, venting an enraged snarl to sum up his grievances. Ripton at once told him that the doctor was not at home. "Why, you don't mean to say he's been to the doctor?" Hippias cried out. "He has called on him twice, sir," said Ripton expressively. "On leaving me he was going a third time. I shouldn't wonder that's what detains him. He's so determined." By fine degrees Ripton ventured to grow circumstantial, saying that Richard's case was urgent and required immediate medical advice, and that both he and his father were of opinion Richard should not lose an hour in obtaining it. "He's alarmed about himself," said Ripton, and tapped his chest. Hippias protested he had never heard a word from his nephew of any physical affliction. "He was afraid of making you anxious, I think, sir." Algernon Feverel and Richard came in while he was hammering at the alphabet to recollect the first letter of the doctor's name. They had met in the hall below, and were laughing heartily as they entered the room. Ripton jumped up to get the initiative. "Have you seen the doctor?" he asked, significantly plucking at Richard's fingers. Richard was all abroad at the question. Algernon clapped him on the back. "What the deuce do you want with Doctor, boy?" The solid thump awakened him to see matters as they were. "Oh, the doctor," he said, smiling frankly at his lieutenant. "Why, he tells me he'd back me to do Milo's trick in a week from the present day, uncle." He came forward to Hippias. "I hope you'll excuse me for running off as I did. I was in a hurry. I left something at the railway. This stupid Rip thinks I went to the doctor about myself. The fact was, I wanted to fetch the doctor to see you here, so that you might have no trouble, you know. You can't bear the sight of his instruments and skeletons. I've heard you say so. You said it set all your marrow in revolt, fried your marrow, I think were the words, and made you see 20,000 different ways of sliding down to the chambers of the grim king. Don't you remember?" Hippias emphatically did not remember, and he did not believe the story. Irritation at the mad ravishment of his pill-box rendered him incredulous. As he had no means of confuting his nephew, all he could do safely to express his disbelief in him was to utter petulant remarks on his powerlessness to appear at the dinner table that day; upon which, Berry just then trumpeting dinner, Algernon seized one arm of the dyspepsy and Richard another, and the laughing couple bore him into the room where dinner was laid, Ripton sniggering in the rear, the really happy man of the party. They had fun at the dinner table. Richard would have it, and his gaiety, his byplay, his princely superiority to truth and heroic promise of overriding all our laws, his handsome face, the lord and possessor of beauty that he looked, as it were a star shining on his forehead, gained the old complete mastery over Ripton, who had been, mentally at least, half patronizing him till then, because he knew more of London and life, and was aware that his friend now depended upon him almost entirely. After a second circle of the claret, the hero caught his lieutenant's eye across the table and said: "We must go out and talk over that law business, Rip, before you go. Do you think the old lady has any chance?" "Not a bit," said Ripton authoritatively. "But it's worth fighting, eh, Rip?" "Oh, certainly," was Ripton's mature opinion. Richard observed that Ripton's father seemed doubtful. Ripton cited his father's habitual caution. Richard made a playful remark on the necessity of sometimes acting in opposition to fathers. Ripton agreed to it in certain cases. "Yes, yes, in certain cases," said Richard. "Pretty legal morality, gentlemen," Algernon interjected, Hippias adding, "and lay, too." The pair of uncles listened further to the fictitious dialogue, well kept up on both sides, and in the end desired a statement of the old lady's garrulous case, Hippias offering to decide what her chances were in law, and Algernon to give a common-sense judgment. "Rip will tell you," said Richard, deferentially signaling the lawyer. "I'm a bad hand at these matters. Tell them how it stands, Rip." Ripton disguised his excessive uneasiness under endeavors to right his position on his chair, and, inwardly praying speed to the claret jug to come and strengthen his wits, began with a careless aspect. "Oh, nothing. She's a very curious old character. She wears a wig. She a very curious old character indeed. She quite the old style. There's no doing anything with her." And Ripton took a long breath to relieve himself after his elaborate fiction. "So it appears," Hippias commented, and Algernon asked, "Well, and about her wig? Somebody stole it?" While Richard, whose features were grim with suppressed laughter, bade the narrator continue. Ripton lunged for the claret jug. He had got an old lady like an oppressive bundle on his brain, and he was as helpless as she was. In the pangs of ineffectual authorship, his ideas shot at her wig, and then at her one characteristic of extreme obstinacy, and tore back again at her wig. But she would not be animated. The obstinate old thing would remain a bundle. Law studies seemed light in comparison with this tremendous task of changing an old lady from a doll to a human creature. He flung off some claret, perspired freely, and with a mental tribute to the cleverness of those author fellows recommenced. "Oh, nothing. Richard knows her better than I do. An old lady, somewhere down in Suffolk. I think we had better advise her not to proceed. The expenses of litigation are enormous. I think we had better advise her to stop short and not make any scandal." "And not make any scandal," Algernon took him up. "Come, come, there's something more than a wig, then." Ripton was commanded to proceed, whether she did or no. The luckless fictionist looked straight at his pitiless leader and blurted out dubiously, "There's a daughter." "Born with effort!" ejaculated Hippias. "Must give her pause after that. And I'll take the opportunity to stretch my length on the sofa. Hi-oh! That's true what Austin says. The general prayer should be for a full stomach, and the individual for one that works well. For on that basis only are we a match for temporal matters, and able to contemplate eternal. Sententious but true. I gave him the idea, though. Take care of your stomachs, boys, and if ever you hear of a monument proposed to a scientific cook or gastronomic doctor, send in your subscriptions. Or say to him while he lives, 'Go forth and be a knight.' Ha! They have a good cook at this house. He suits me better than ours at Raynham. I almost wish I had brought my manuscript to town. I feel so much better. Aha! I didn't expect to digest at all without my regular incentive. I think I shall give it up. What do you say to the theater tonight, boys?" Richard shouted, "Bravo, uncle!" "Let Mr. Thompson finish first," said Algernon. "I want to hear the conclusion of the story. The old girl has a wig and a daughter. I'll swear somebody runs away with one of the two. Fill your glass, Mr. Thompson, and forward." "So somebody does." Ripton received his impetus. "And they're found in town together." He made a fresh jerk. That is, the old lady found them in company." "She finds him with her wig on in company," said Algernon. "Capital! Here's matter for the lawyers." "And you advise her not to proceed under such circumstances of aggravation?" Hippias observed, humorously twinkling with his stomachic contentment. "It's the daughter," Ripton sighed, and surrendering to pressure, hurried on recklessly. "A runaway match. Beautiful girl. The only son of a baronet. Married by special license. The point is," he now brightened and spoke from his own element, "the point is whether the marriage can be annulled, as she's of the Catholic persuasion and he's a Protestant, and they're both married under age. That's the point." Having come to the point, he breathed extreme relief, and saw things more distinctly, not a little amazed at his leader's horrified face. The two elders were making various absurd inquiries when Richard sent his chair to the floor, crying, "What a muddle you're in, Rip! You're mixing half a dozen stories together. The old lady I told you about was old Dame Bakewell, and the dispute was concerning a neighbor of hers who encroached on her garden, and I said I'd pay the money to see her righted." "Ah," said Ripton humbly, "I was thinking of the other. Her garden. Cabbages don't interest me. Here, come along." Richard beckoned to him savagely. "I'll be back in 5 minutes, uncle." He nodded coolly to either. The young men left the room. In the hall passage they met Berry, dressed to return to Raynham. Richard dropped a helper to the intelligence into his hand and warned him not to gossip much of London. Berry bowed perfect discreetness. "What on earth induced you to talk about Protestants and Catholics marrying, Rip?" said Richard, as soon as they were in the street. "Why," Ripton answered, "I was so hard pushed for it, 'pon my honor, I didn't know what to say. I ain't an author, you know. I can't make a story. I was trying to invent a point, and I couldn't think of any other, and I thought that was just the point likely to make a jolly good dispute. Capital dinners they give at those crack hotels. Why did you throw it all upon me? I didn't begin on the old lady." The hero mused. "It's odd. It's impossible you could have known. I'll tell you why, Rip. I wanted to try you. You fib well at long range, but you don't do at close quarters and single combat. You're good behind walls, but not worth a shot in the open. I just see what you're fit for. You're staunch. That I am certain of. You always were. Lead the way to one of the parks down in that direction. You know where she is?" Ripton led the way. His dinner had prepared this young Englishman to defy the whole artillery of established morals. With the muffled roar of London around them, alone in a dark slope of green, the hero, leaning on his henchman and speaking in a harsh, clear undertone, delivered his explanations. Doubtless the true heroic insignia and point of view will be discerned, albeit in common private's uniform. "They've been plotting against me for a year, Rip. When you see her, you'll know what it was to have such a creature taken away from you. It nearly killed me. Never mind what she is. She's the most perfect and noble creature God ever made. It's not only her beauty. I don't care so much about that. But when you've once seen her, she seems to draw music from all the nerves of your body. But she's such an angel. I worship her. And her mind's like her face. She's pure gold. There! You'll see her tonight." "Well," he pursued, after inflating Ripton with this rapturous prospect, "they got her away, and I recovered. It was Mr. Adrian's work. What's my father's objection to her? Because of her birth? She's educated. Her manners are beautiful, full of refinement, quick and soft. Can they show me one of their ladies like her? She's the daughter of a naval lieutenant. Because she's a Catholic? What has religion to do with—" He pronounced love, a little modestly, as it were a blush in his voice. "Well, when I recovered, I thought I did not care for her. It shows how we know ourselves. And I cared for nothing. I felt as if I had no blood. I tried to imitate my dear Austin. I wish to God he were here. I love Austin. He would understand her. He's coming back this year, and then— but it'll be too late then. Well, my father's always scheming to make me perfect. He has never spoken to me a word about her, but I can see her in his eyes. He wanted to give me a change, he said, and asked me to come to town with my Uncle Hippy, and I consented. It was another plot to get me out of the way. As I live, I had no more idea of meeting her than of flying to heaven." He lifted his face. "Look at those old elm branches, how they seem to mix among the stars, glittering fruits of winter." Ripton tipped his comical nose upward, and was in duty bound to say yes, though he observed no connection between them and the narrative. "Well," the hero went on, "I came to town. There I heard she was coming, too, coming home. It must have been fate, Ripton. Heaven forgive me. I was angry with her, and I thought I should like to see her once, only once, and reproach her for being false, for she never wrote to me. And oh, the dear angel, what she must have suffered! I gave my uncle the slip and got to the railway she was coming by. There was a fellow going to meet her, a farmer's son, and good God, they were going to try and make her marry him. I remembered it all then. A servant of the farm had told me. That fellow went to the wrong station, I suppose, for we saw nothing of him. There she was, not changed a bit, looking lovelier than ever. And when she saw me, I knew in a minute that she must love me till death. You don't know what it is yet, Rip. Will you believe it? Though I was as sure she loved me and had been true as steel, as that I shall see her tonight, I spoke bitterly to her, and she bore it meekly. She looked like a saint. I told her there was but one hope of life for me. She must prove she was true, and as I give up all, so must she. I don't know what I said. The thought of losing her made me mad. She tried to plead with me to wait. It was for my sake, I know. I pretended, like a miserable hypocrite, that she did not love me at all. I think I said shameful things. Oh, what noble creatures women are! She hardly had strength to move. I took her to that place where you found us, Rip. She went down on her knees to me. I never dreamed of anything in life so lovely as she looked then. Her eyes were thrown up, bright with a crowd of tears. Her dark brows bent together, like pain and beauty meeting in one, and her glorious golden hair swept off her shoulders as she hung forward to my hands. Could I lose such a prize? If anything could have persuaded me, would not that? I thought of Dante's Madonna, Guido's Magdalene. Is there sin in it? I see none. And if there is, it's all mine. I swear she's spotless of a thought of sin. I see her very soul. Cease to love her? Who dares ask me? Cease to love her? Why, I live on her. To see her little chin straining up from her throat as she knelt to me. There was one curl that fell across her throat. Ripton listened for more. Richard had gone off in a muse at the picture. "Well," said Ripton, "and how about that young farmer fellow?" The hero's head was again contemplating the starry branches. His lieutenant's question came to him after an interval. "Young Tom? Why, it's young Tom Blaze, son of our old enemy, Rip. I like the old man now." "Oh, I saw nothing of the fellow." "Lord!" cried Ripton. "Are we going to get into a mess with Blazes again? I don't like that." His commander quietly passed his likes or dislikes. "But when he goes to the train and finds she's not there," Ripton suggested. "I've provided for that. The fool went to the southeast instead of the southwest. All warmth, all sweetness comes from the southwest. I've provided for that, friend Rip. My trusty Tom awaits him there, as if by accident. He tells him he has not seen her, and advises him to remain in town and go for her there tomorrow and the day following. Tom has money for the work. Young Tom ought to see London, you know, Rip, like you. We shall gain some good clear days. And when old Blaze hears of it, what then? I have her. She's mine. Besides, he won't hear for a week. This Tom beats that Tom in cunning, I'll wager. Ha ha!" The hero burst out at a recollection. "What do you think, Rip? My father has some sort of system with me, it appears. And when I came to town the time before, he took me to some people, the Grandisons. And what do you think? One of the daughters is a little girl, a nice little thing enough, very funny, and he wants me to wait for her. He hasn't said so, but I know it. I know what he means. Nobody understands him but me. I know he loves me, and is one of the best of men. But just consider, a little girl who just comes up to my elbow. Isn't it ridiculous? Did you ever hear such nonsense?" Ripton emphasized his opinion that it certainly was foolish. "No, no, the die's cast," said Richard. "They've been plotting for a year up to this day, and this is what comes of it. If my father loves me, he will love her. And if he loves me, he'll forgive my acting against his wishes. And see, it was the only thing to be done. Come, step out. What a time we've been!" And away he went, compelling Ripton to the sort of strides a drummer boy has to take beside a column of grenadiers. Ripton began to wish himself in love, seeing that it endowed a man with wind so that he could breathe great sighs, while going at a tremendous pace, and experience no sensation of fatigue. The hero was communing with the elements, his familiars, and allowed him to pant as he pleased. Some keen-eyed Kensington urchins, noticing the discrepancy between the pedestrian powers of the two, aimed their wit at Mr. Thompson Jr.'s expense. The pace, and nothing but the pace, induced Ripton to proclaim that they had gone too far, when they discovered that they had overshot the mark by half a mile. In the street over which stood Love's Star, the hero thundered his presence at a door, and evoked a flying housemaid who knew not Mrs. Berry. The hero attached significance to the fact that his instincts should have betrayed him, for he could have sworn to that house. The door being shut, he stood in dead silence. "Haven't you got her card?" Ripton inquired, and heard that it was in the custody of the cabman. Neither of them could positively bring to mind the number of the house. "You ought to have chalked it, like that fellow in the 40 Thieves," Ripton hazarded a pleasantry which met with no response. Betrayed by his instincts, the magic slaves of love, the hero heavily descended the steps. Ripton murmured that they were done for. His commander turned on him and said, "Take all the houses on the opposite side, one after another. I'll take these." With a wry face, Ripton crossed the road, altogether subdued by Richard's native superiority to adverse circumstances. Then were families aroused. Then did mortals dimly guess that something portentous was abroad. Then were laborers all day in the vineyard, harshly wakened from their evening's nap. Hope and fear stalked the street, as again and again the loud companion summonses resounded. Finally Ripton sang out cheerfully. He had Mrs. Berry before him, profuse of mellow curtsies. Richard ran to her and caught her hands. "She's well? Upstairs?" "Oh, quite well. Only a trifle tired with her journey and fluttering like," Mrs. Berry replied to Ripton alone. The lover had flown aloft. The wise woman sagely ushered Ripton into her own private parlor, there to wait till he was wanted. End of chapter 26. Chapter 27. The Ordeal of Richard Feverel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. The Ordeal of Richard Feverel by George Meredith. Chapter 27. In all cases where two have joined to commit an offense, punish one of the two lightly is the dictum of the Pilgrim's Scrip. It is possible for young heads to conceive proper plans of action, and occasionally, by sheer force of will, to check the wild horses that are ever fretting to gallop off with them. But when they have given the reins and the whip to another, what are they to do? They may go down on their knees and beg and pray the furious charioteer to stop, or moderate his pace. Alas, each fresh thing they do redoubles his ardor. There is a power in their troubled beauty women learn the use of, and what wonder? They have seen it kindle Ilium to flames so often. But ere they grow matronly in the house of Menelaus, they weep and implore, and do not, in truth, know how terribly two-edged is their gift of loveliness. They resign themselves to an incomprehensible frenzy, pleasant to them because they attribute it to excessive love. And so the very sensible things which they can and do say are vain. I reckon it absurd to ask them to be quite in earnest. Are not those their own horses in yonder team? Certainly, if they were quite in earnest, they might soon have my gentleman as sober as a carter. 100 different ways of disenchanting him exist, and Adrian will point you out one or two that shall be instantly efficacious. For Love, the charioteer, is easily tripped, while honest jog-trot Love keeps his legs to the end. Granted, dear women are not quite in earnest. Still, the mere words they utter should be put to their good account. They do mean them, though their hearts are set the wrong way. 'Tis a despairing, pathetic homage to the judgment of the majority, in whose faces they are flying. Punish Helen, very young, lightly. After a certain age you may select her for special chastisement. An innocent with Theseus, with Paris she is an advanced incendiary. The fair young girl was sitting as her lover had left her, trying to recall her stunned senses. Her bonnet was unremoved, her hands clasped on her knees, dry tears in her eyes. Like a dutiful slave she rose to him, and first he claimed her mouth. There was a speech made up of all the pretty wisdom her wild situation and true love could gather, awaiting him there. But his kiss scattered it to fragments. She dropped to her seat weeping, and hiding her shamed cheeks. By his silence she divined his thoughts, and took his hand and drew it to her lips. He bent beside her, bidding her look at him. "Keep your eyes so." She could not. "Do you fear me, Lucy?" A throbbing pressure answered him. "Do you love me, darling?" She trembled from head to foot. "Then why do you turn from me?" She wept. "Oh, Richard, take me home, take me home." "Look at me, Lucy." Her head shrank timidly round. "Keep your eyes on me, darling. Now speak." But she could not look and speak too. The lover knew his mastery when he had her eyes. "You wish me to take you home?" She faltered. "Oh, Richard, it is not too late." "You regret what you have done for me?" "Dearest, it is ruin." "You weep because you have consented to be mine?" "Not for me. Oh, Richard!" "For me you weep? Look at me. For me?" "How will it end? Oh, Richard!" "You weep for me?" "Dearest, I would die for you." "Would you see me indifferent to everything in the world? Would you have me lost? Do you think I will live another day in England without you? I have staked all I have on you, Lucy. You have nearly killed me once. A second time, and the earth will not be troubled by me. You ask me to wait when they are plotting against us on all sides. Darling Lucy, look at me. Fix your fond eyes on me. You ask me to wait when here you are given to me, when you have proved my faith, when we know we love as none have loved. Give me your eyes. Let them tell me I have your heart." Where was her wise little speech? How could she match such mighty eloquence? She sought to collect a few more of the scattered fragments. "Dearest, your father may be brought to consent by and by. And then, oh, if you take me home now!" The lover stood up. "He who has been arranging that fine scheme to disgrace and martyrize you? True as I live, that's the reason of their having you back. Your old servant heard him and your uncle discussing it. Lucy, he's a good man, but he must not step in between you and me. I say God has given you to me." He was down by her side again, his arms enfolding her. She had hoped to fight a better battle than in the morning, and she was weaker and softer. Ah, why should she doubt that his great love was the first law to her? Why should she not believe that she would wreck him by resisting? And if she suffered, oh, sweet to think it was for his sake! Sweet to shut out wisdom, accept total blindness, and be led by him. The hag Wisdom annoyed them little further. She rustled her garments ominously and vanished. "Oh, my own Richard!" the fair girl just breathed. He whispered, "Call me that name." She blushed deeply. "Call me that name," he repeated. "You said it once today." "Dearest." "Not that." "Oh, darling." "Not that." "Husband." She was won. The rosy gate from which the word had issued was closed with a seal. Ripton did not enjoy his introduction to the caged bird of beauty that night. He received a lesson in the art of pumping from the worthy landlady below, up to an hour when she yawned, and he blinked, and their common candle wore with dignity the brigand's hat of midnight, and cocked a drunken eye at them from under it. End of chapter 27. Chapter 28. The Ordeal of Richard Feverel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. The Ordeal of Richard Feverel by George Meredith. Chapter 28. Beauty, of course, is for the hero. Nevertheless, it is not always he on whom beauty works its most conquering influence. It is the dull, commonplace man into whose slow brain she drops like a celestial light and burns lastingly. The poet, for instance, is a connoisseur of beauty. To the artist she is a model. These gentlemen, by much contemplation of her charms, wax critical. The days when they had hearts being gone, they are haply divided between the blonde and the brunette, the aquiline nose and the proserpine, this shaped eye and that, but go about among simple, unprofessional fellows, boors, dunderheads, and here and there you shall find some barbarous intelligence which has had just strength enough to conceive, and has taken beauty as its goddess, and knows but one form to worship in its poor, stupid fashion, and would perish for her. Nay, more, the man would devote all his days to her, though he is dumb as a dog. And indeed he is beauty's dog. Almost every beauty has her dog. The hero possesses her, the poet proclaims her, the painter puts her upon canvas, and the faithful old dog follows her. And the end of it all is that the faithful old dog is her single attendant. Sir Hero is reveling in the wars, or in Armida's bowers. Mr. Poet has spied a wrinkle. The brush is for the rose in its season. She turns to her old dog then. She hugs him, and he, who has subsisted on a bone and a pat till there he squats decrepit, he turns his grateful old eyes up to her, and has not a notion that she is hugging sad memories in him. Hero, poet, painter, in one scrubby one. Then is she buried, and the village hears languid howls, and there is a paragraph in the newspapers concerning the extraordinary fidelity of an old dog. Excited by suggestive recollections of Noureddin and the fair Persian, and the change in the obscure monotony of his life by his having quarters in a crack hotel, and living familiarly with West End people, living on the fat of the land, which forms a stout portion of an honest youth's romance, Ripton Thompson breakfasted next morning with his chief at 8:30. The meal had been fixed overnight for 7, but Ripton slept a great deal more than the nightingale, and, to chronicle his exact state, even 8:30 rather afflicted his new aristocratic senses, and reminded him too keenly of law and bondage. He had preferred to breakfast at Algernon's hour, who had left word for 11. Him, however, it was Richard's object to avoid, so they fell to, and Ripton no longer envied Hippias in bed. Breakfast done, they bequeathed the consoling information for Algernon that they were off to hear a popular preacher, and departed. "How happy everybody looks," said Richard, in the quiet Sunday streets. "Yes, jolly," said Ripton. When this is over, I'll see that they are too. As many as I can make happy," said the hero, adding softly, Her blind was down at 5:15. I think she slept well." "You've been there this morning?" Ripton exclaimed, and an idea of what love was dawned upon his dull brain. "Will she see me, Ricky?" "Yes, she'll see you today. She was tired last night." "Positively?" Richard assured him that the privilege would be his. "Here," he said, coming under some trees in the park. "Here's where I talked to you last night. What a time it seems! How I hate the night!" On the way, that Richard might have an exalted opinion of him, Ripton hinted decorously at a somewhat intimate and mysterious acquaintance with the sex. Headings of certain random adventures he gave. "Well," said his chief, "why not marry her?" Then was Ripton shocked and cried, "Oh!" and had a taste of the feeling of superiority, destined that day to be crushed utterly. He was again deposited in Mrs. Berry's charge for a term that caused him dismal fears that the fair Persian still refused to show her face. But Richard called out to him, and up Ripton went, unaware of the transformation he was to undergo. Hero and Beauty stood together to receive him. From the bottom of the stairs he had his vivaciously agreeable smile ready for them. And by the time he entered the room, his cheeks were painfully stiff, and his eyes had strained beyond their exact meaning. Lucy, with one hand anchored to her lover, welcomed him kindly. He relieved her shyness by looking so extremely silly. They sat down and tried to commence a conversation, but Ripton was as little master of his tongue as he was of his eyes. After an interval, the fair Persian, having done duty by showing herself, was glad to quit the room. Her lord and possessor then turned inquiringly to Ripton. "You don't wonder now, Rip?" he said. "No, Richard." Ripton waited to reply with sufficient solemnity. "Indeed, I don't." He spoke differently. He looked differently. He had the old dog's eyes in his head. They watched the door she had passed through. They listened for her, as dogs' eyes do. When she came in, bonneted for a walk, his agitation was doglike. When she hung on her lover timidly and went forth, he followed without an idea of envy, or anything save the secret raptures the sight of her gave him, which are the old dog's own. For beneficent nature requites him. His sensations cannot be heroic, but they have a fullness and a wagging delight as good in their way. And this capacity for humble, unaspiring worship has its peculiar guerdon. When Ripton comes to think of Miss Random now, what will he think of himself? Let no one despise the old dog. Through him doth beauty vindicate her sex. It did not please Ripton that others should have the bliss of beholding her, and as to his perceptions everybody did, and observed her offensively, and stared, and turned their heads back, and interchanged comments on her, and became in a minute madly in love with her, he had to smother low growls. They strolled about the pleasant gardens of Kensington all the morning, under the young chestnut buds, and round the windless waters, talking and soothing the wild excitement of their hearts. If Lucy spoke, Ripton pricked up his ears. She, too, made the remark that everybody seemed to look happy, and he heard it with thrills of joy. "So everybody is where you are," he would have wished to say if he dared, but was restrained by fears that his burning eloquence would commit him. Ripton knew the people he met twice. It would have been difficult to persuade him they were the creatures of accident. From the gardens, in contempt of Ripton's frowned protest, Richard boldly struck into the park, where solitary carriages were beginning to perform the circuit. Here Ripton had some justification for his jealous pangs. The young girl's golden locks of hair, her sweet, now dreamily sad face, her gentle, graceful figure in the black straight dress she wore, a sort of half conventual air she had, a mark of something not of class, that was partly beauty's, partly maiden innocence growing conscious. partly remorse at her weakness, and dim fear of the future it was sowing, did attract the eyeglasses. Ripton had to learn that eyes are bearable, but eyeglasses an abomination. They fixed a spell upon his courage, for somehow the youth had always ranked them as emblems of our nobility. And hearing two exquisite eyeglasses, who had been to front and rear several times, drawl in gibberish generally imputed to lords, that his heroine was a charming little creature, just the size, but had no style. He was abashed. He did not fly at them and tear them. He became dejected. Beauty's dog is affected by the eyeglass in a manner not unlike the common animal's terror of the human eye. Richard appeared to hear nothing, or it was homage that he heard. He repeated to Lucy Diaper Sando's verses. The cockneys nod to each other aside. The coxcombs lift their glasses. And projected hiring a horse for her to ride every day in the park and shine among the highest. They had turned to the west, against the sky glittering through the bare trees across the water, and the bright-edged wrack. The lover, his imagination just then occupied in clothing earthly glories in celestial, felt where his senses were sharpest the hand of his darling falter, and instinctively looked ahead. His uncle Algernon was leisurely jolting towards them on his one sound leg. The dismembered guardsman talked to a friend whose arm supported him, and speculated from time to time on the fair ladies driving by. The two white faces passed him unobserved. Unfortunately, Ripton, coming behind, went plump upon the captain's live toe, or so he pretended, crying, "Confound it, Mr. Thompson, you might have chosen the other." The horrible apparition did confound Ripton, who stammered that it was extraordinary. "Not at all," said Algernon. "Everybody makes up to that fellow. Instinct, I suppose." He had not to ask for his nephew. Richard turned to face the matter. "Sorry I couldn't wait for you this morning, uncle," he said, with the coolness of relationship. "I thought you never walked so far." His voice was in perfect tone, the heroic mask admirable. Algernon examined the downcast visage at his side, and contrived to allude to the popular preacher. He was instantly introduced to Ripton's sister, Miss Thompson. The captain bowed, smiling melancholy approval of his nephew's choice of a minister. After a few stray remarks and an affable salute to Miss Thompson, he hobbled away, and then the three sealed volcanoes breathed, and Lucy's arm ceased to be squeezed quite so much up to the heroic pitch. This incident quickened their steps homeward to the sheltering wings of Mrs. Berry. All that passed between them on the subject comprised a stammered excuse from Ripton for his conduct, and a good-humored rejoinder from Richard that he had gained a sister by it, at which Ripton ventured to wish aloud Miss Desborough would only think so, and a faint smile twitched poor Lucy's lips to please him. She hardly had strength to reach her cage. She had none to eat of Mrs. Berry's nice little dinner. To be alone, that she might cry and ease her heart of its accusing weight of tears, was all she prayed for. Kind Mrs. Berry, slipping into her bedroom to take off her things, found the fair body in a fevered shudder, and finished by undressing her completely and putting her to bed. "Just an hour's sleep or so," the mellifluous woman explained the case to the two anxious gentlemen. "A quiet sleep and a cup of warm tea goes for more than 20 doctors, it do, when there's the flutters," she pursued. "I know it by myself, and a good cry beforehand's better than the best of medicine." She nursed them into a make-believe of eating, and retired to her softer charge and sweeter babe, reflecting, "Lord, Lord, the three of 'em don't make 50. I'm as old as 2 1/2 of 'em, to say the least." Mrs. Berry used her apron, and by virtue of their tender years took them all three into her heart. Left alone, neither of the young men could swallow a morsel. "Did you see the change come over her?" Richard whispered. Ripton fiercely accused his prodigious stupidity. The lover flung down his knife and fork. "What could I do? If I had said nothing, we should have been suspected. I was obliged to speak. And she hates a lie. See, it has struck her down. God forgive me." Ripton affected a serene mind. "It was a fright, Richard," he said. "That's what Mrs. Berry means by flutters. Those old women talk in that way. You heard what she said. And these old women know. I'll tell you what it is. It's this, Richard. It's because you've got a fool for your friend." "She regrets it," muttered the lover. "Good God! I think she fears me." He dropped his face in his hands. Ripton went to the window, repeating energetically for his comfort, "It's because you've got a fool for your friend." Somber grew the street they had last night aroused. The sun was buried alive in cloud. Ripton saw himself no more in the opposite window. He watched the deplorable objects passing on the pavement. His aristocratic visions had gone like his breakfast. Beauty had been struck down by his egregious folly, and there he stood, a wretch. Richard came to him. "Don't mumble on like that, Rip," he said. "Nobody blames you." "Ah, you're very kind, Richard," interposed the wretch, moved at the face of misery he beheld. "Listen to me, Rip. I shall take her home tonight. Yes, if she's happier away from me. Do you think me a brute, Ripton? Rather than have her shed a tear, I'd take her home tonight." Ripton suggested that it was sudden, adding from his larger experience, people perhaps might talk. The lover could not understand what they should talk about, but he said, "If I give him who came for her yesterday the clue, if no one sees or hears of me, what can they say? Oh, Rip, I'll give her up. I'm wrecked forever. What of that? Yes, let them take her. The world in arms should never have torn her from me. But when she cries, 'Yes, all's over,' I'll find him at once." He searched in out-of-the-way corners for the hat of resolve. Ripton looked on, wretcheder than ever. The idea struck him. "Suppose, Richard, she doesn't want to go?" It was a moment when, perhaps, one who sided with parents and guardians and the old wise world might have inclined them to pursue their righteous, wretched course, and have given small Cupid a smack and sent him home to his naughty mother. Alas! It is the Pilgrim's scrip interjecting. Women are the born accomplices of mischief. In bustles Mrs. Berry to clear away the refection, and finds the two knights helmed, and sees, though 'tis dusk, that they wear doubtful brows, and guesses bad things for her dear god Hymen in a twinkling. "Dear, dear!" she exclaimed, "and neither of you eaten a scrap! And there's my dear young lady off into the prettiest sleep you ever see!" "Ha!" cried the lover, illuminated. "Soft as a baby," Mrs. Berry averred. "I went to look at her this very moment, and there's not a bit of trouble in her breath. It come and it go, like the sweetest regular instrument ever made. The black ox haven't trod on her foot yet. Most like it was the air of London. But only fancy if you had called in a doctor! Why, I shouldn't have let her take any of his quackery. Now there!" Ripton attentively observed his chief, and saw him doff his hat with a curious caution, and peer into its recess, from which, during Mrs. Berry's speech, he drew forth a little glove, dropped there by some freak of chance. Keep me, now you have me," sang the little glove, and amused the lover with 1,000 conceits. "When will she wake, do you think, Mrs. Berry?" he asked. "Oh, we mustn't go for disturbing her," said the guileful good creature. "Bless ye, let her sleep it out. And if you young gentlemen was to take my advice, and go and take a walk for it to get an appetite, everybody should eat. It's their sacred duty, no matter what their failings be. And I say it to 'em, no chicken. I'll fricashy this," which is a chicken, "against your return. I'm a cook, I can assure ye." The lover seized her two hands. "You're the best old soul in the world," he cried. Mrs. Berry appeared willing to kiss him. We won't disturb her. Let her sleep. Keep her in bed, Mrs. Berry, will you? And we'll call to inquire after her this evening, and come and see her tomorrow. I'm sure you'll be kind to her. There, there!" Mrs. Berry was preparing to whimper. "I trust her to you, you see. Good-bye, you dear old soul." He smuggled a handful of gold into her keeping, and went to dine with his uncles, happy and hungry. Before they reached the hotel, they had agreed to draw Mrs. Berry into their confidence, telling her, with embellishments, all save their names, so that they might enjoy the counsel and assistance of that trump of a woman, and yet have nothing to fear from her. Lucy was to receive the name of Letitia, Ripton's youngest and best-looking sister. The heartless fellow proposed it in cruel mockery of an old weakness of hers. "Letitia," mused Richard. "I like the name. Both begin with L. There's something soft, womanlike in the L's." Material Ripton remarked that they looked like pounds on paper. The lover roamed through his golden groves. "Lucy Feverel. That sounds better. I wonder where Ralph is. I should like to help him. He's in love with my cousin Clare. He'll never do anything till he marries. No man can. I'm going to do 100 things when it's over. We shall travel first. I want to see the Alps. One doesn't know what the earth is till one has seen the Alps. What a delight it will be to her. I fancy I see her eyes gazing up at them. And oh, your dear blue eyes, that heavenward glance, with kindred beauty, banished humbleness, past weeping for mortality's distress, yet from your soul a tear hangs there in trance, and fills but does not fall. Softly I hear it call at heaven's gate, till sister seraphs press to look on you their old love from the skies. Those are the eyes of seraphs bright on your blue eyes. Beautiful! These lines, Rip, were written by a man who was once a friend of my father's. I intend to find him and make them friends again. You don't care for poetry. It's no use your trying to swallow it, Rip. "It sounds very nice," said Ripton, modestly shutting his mouth. "The Alps, Italy, Rome, and then I shall go to the East," the hero continued. "She's ready to go anywhere with me, the dear brave heart. Oh, the glorious golden East! I dream of the desert. I dream I'm chief of an Arab tribe, and we fly all white in the moonlight on our mares, and hurry to the rescue of my darling. And we push the spears, and we scatter them, and I come to the tent where she crouches, and catch her to my saddle, and away! Rip, what a life!" Ripton strove to imagine he could enjoy it. "And then we shall come home, and I shall lead Austin's life, with her to help me. First be virtuous, Rip, and then serve your country heart and soul. A wise man told me that. I think I shall do something." Sunshine and cloud, cloud and sunshine passed over the lover. Now life was a narrow ring. Now the distances extended, were winged, flew illimitably. An hour ago and food was hateful. Now he manfully refreshed his nature, and joined in Algernon's encomiums on Miss Letitia Thompson. Meantime Beauty slept, watched by the veteran volunteer of the hero's band. Lucy awoke from dreams which seemed reality, to the reality which was a dream. She awoke calling for some friend, Margaret, and heard one say, "My name is Bessie Berry, my love, not Margaret." Then she asked piteously where she was, and where was Margaret, her dear friend. And Mrs. Berry whispered, "Sure you've got a dearer?" "Ah!" sighed Lucy, sinking on her pillow, overwhelmed by the strangeness of her state. Mrs. Berry closed the frill of her nightgown and adjusted the bedclothes quietly. Her name was breathed. "Yes, my love," she said. "Is he here?" "He's gone, my dear." "Gone? Oh, where?" The young girl started up in disorder. "Gone to be back, my love. Ah, that young gentleman!" Mrs. Berry chanted. "Not a morsel have he eat, not a drop have he drunk." "Oh, Mrs. Berry, why did you not make him?" Lucy wept for the famine-struck hero who was just then feeding mightily. Mrs. Berry explained that to make one eat who thought the darling of his heart like to die was a sheer impossibility for the cleverest of women, and on this deep truth Lucy reflected, with her eyes wide at the candle. She wanted one to pour her feelings out to. She slid her hand from under the bedclothes and took Mrs. Berry's and kissed it. The good creature required no further avowal of her secret, but forthwith leaned her consummate bosom to the pillow, and petitioned heaven to bless them both. Then the little bride was alarmed, and wondered how Mrs. Berry could have guessed it. "Why," said Mrs. Berry, "your love is out of your eyes, and out of everything you do." And the little bride wondered more. She thought she had been so very cautious not to betray it. The common woman in them made cheer together after their own April fashion. Following which Mrs. Berry probed for the sweet particulars of this beautiful love match. But the little bride's lips were locked. She only said her lover was above her in station. "And you're a Catholic, my dear?" "Yes, Mrs. Berry." "And him a Protestant?" "Yes, Mrs. Berry." "Dear, dear! And why shouldn't ye be?" she ejaculated, seeing sadness return to the bridal babe. "So as you was born, so shall ye be. But you'll have to make your arrangements about the children. The girls to worship with yet, the boys with him. It's the same God, my dear. You mustn't blush at it, though you do look so pretty. If my young gentleman could see you now." "Please, Mrs. Berry," Lucy murmured. "Why, he will, you know, me dear." "Oh, please, Mrs. Berry." "And you that can't bear the thoughts of it. Well, I do wish there was fathers and mothers on both sides, and documents signed, and bridesmaids and a breakfast. But love is love, and ever will be, in spite of them." She made other and deeper dives into the little heart, but though she drew up pearls, they were not of the kind she searched for. The one fact that hung as a fruit upon her tree of love, Lucy had given her. She would not, in fealty to her lover, reveal its growth and history, however sadly she yearned to pour out all to this dear old mother confessor. Her conduct drove Mrs. Berry from the rosy to the autumnal view of matrimony, generally heralded by the announcement that it is a lottery. "And when you see your ticket," said Mrs. Berry, "you shan't know whether it's a prize or a blank. And, Lord knows, some go on thinking it's a prize when it turns on 'em and tears 'em. I'm one of the blanks, my dear. I drew a blank in Berry. He was a blackberry to me, my dear. Smile away, he truly was, and I a prizing him as proud as you can conceive, my dear." Mrs. Berry pressed her hands flat on her apron. "We hadn't been 3 months man and wife when that man, it wasn't the honeymoon, which some can't say, that man, yes, he kicked me. His wedded wife he kicked. Ah," she sighed to Lucy's large eyes, "I could have borne that. A blow don't touch the heart." The poor creature tapped her sensitive side. "I went on loving of him, for I'm a soft one. Tall as a grenadier he is, and when out of service grows his mustache. I used to call him my bodyguardsman like a queen. I flattered him like the fools we women are. For take my word for it, my dear, there's nothing here below so vain as a man. That I know. But I didn't deserve it. I'm a superior cook. I did not deserve that, no ways." Mrs. Berry thumped her knee and accentuated up her climax. "I mended his linen. I saw to his adornments. He called his clothes. The bad man. I was a servant to him, my dear. And there, it was 9 months from the day he sware to protect and cherish, and that. 9 calendar months, and my gentleman is off with another woman. Bone of his bone. Pish!" exclaimed Mrs. Berry, reckoning her wrongs over vividly. "Here's my ring, a pretty ornament. What do it mean? I'm for tearing it off my finger a dozen times in the day. It's a symbol? I call it a tomfoolery for the dead alive to wear it. That's a widow and not a widow, and haven't got a name for what she is in any dictionary I've looked, my dear, and—" she spread out her arms. Johnson haven't got a name for me." At this impressive woe, Mrs. Berry's voice quavered into sobs. Lucy spoke gentle words to the poor outcast from Johnson. The sorrows of autumn have no warning for April. The little bride, for all her tender pity, felt happier when she had heard her landlady's moving tale of the wickedness of man, which cast in bright relief the glory of that one hero who was hers. Then, from a short flight of inconceivable bliss, she fell, shot by one of her 100 Argus-eyed fears. "Oh, Mrs. Berry, I'm so young! Think of me, only just 17!" Mrs. Berry immediately dried her eyes to radiance. "Young, my dear? Nonsense! There's no so much harm in being young here and there. I knew an Irish lady was married at 14. Her daughter married close over 14. She was a grandmother by 30. When any strange man began, she used to ask him what pattern caps grandmothers wore. They'd stare. Bless you, the grandmother could have married over and over again. It was her daughter's fault, not hers, you know." "She was 3 years younger," mused Lucy. "She married beneath her, my dear. Ran off with her father's bailiff's son. 'Ah, Berry,' she'd say, 'if I hadn't been foolish, I should be my lady now, not granny.' Her father never forgave her. Left all his estates out of the family." "Did her husband always love her?" Lucy preferred to know. "In his way, my dear, he did," said Mrs. Berry, coming upon her matrimonial wisdom. "He couldn't help himself. If he left off, he began again. She was so clever, and did make him so comfortable. Cook, there wasn't such another cook out of an alderman's kitchen. No, indeed. And she a born lady. That tells ye it's the duty of all women. She had her saying, 'When the parlor fire gets low, put coals on the kitchen fire.' And a good saying it is to treasure. Such is man. No use in having their hearts if you don't have their stomachs." Perceiving that she grew abstruse, Mrs. Berry added briskly, "You know nothing about that yet, my dear. Only mind me and mark me. Don't neglect your cookery. Kissing don't last. Cookery do." Here, with an aphorism worthy a place in the Pilgrim's script, she broke off to go positing for her dear invalid. Lucy was quite well, very eager to be allowed to rise and be ready when the knock should come. Mrs. Berry, in her loving considerateness for the little bride, positively commanded her to lie down and be quiet, and submit to being nursed and cherished. For Mrs. Berry well knew that 10 minutes alone with the hero could only be had while the little bride was in that unattainable position. Thanks to her strategy, as she thought, her object was gained. The night did not pass before she learnt from the hero's own mouth that Mr. Richards, the father of the hero, and a stern lawyer, was adverse to his union with this young lady he loved, because of a ward of his, heiress to an immense property, whom he desired his son to espouse, and because his darling Letitia was a Catholic. Letitia, the sole daughter of a brave naval officer deceased, and in the hands of a savage uncle, who wanted to sacrifice this beauty to a brute of a son. Mrs. Berry listened credulously to the emphatic narrative, and spoke to the effect that the wickedness of old people formed the excuse for the wildness of young ones. The ceremonious administration of oaths of secrecy and devotion over, she was enrolled in the hero's band, which now numbered 3, and entered upon the duties with feminine energy, for there are no conspirators like women. Ripton's lieutenancy became as sinecure, his rank merely titular. He had never been married, he knew nothing about licenses, except that they must be obtained, and were not difficult. He had not an idea that so many days' warning must be given to the clergyman of the parish where one of the parties was resident. How should he? All his forethought was comprised in the ring, and whenever the discussion of arrangements for the great event grew particularly hot and important, he would say with a shrewd nod, "We mustn't forget the ring, you know, Mrs. Berry." And the new member was only prevented by natural complacence from shouting, "Oh, drat ye, and your ring too!" Mrs. Berry had acted conspicuously in 15 marriages, by banns and by license, and to have such an obvious requisite dinned in her ears was exasperating. They could not have contracted alliance with an auxiliary more invaluable, an authority so profound, and they acknowledged it to themselves. The hero marched like an automaton at her bidding. Lieutenant Thompson was rejoiced to perform services as errand boy in the enterprise. "It's in 'opes you'll be 'appier than me I do it," said the devout and charitable Berry. "Marriages is made in 'eaven, they say, and if that's the case, I say they don't take much account of us below." Her own woeful experiences had been given to the hero in exchange for his story of cruel parents. Richard vowed to her that he would henceforth hold it a duty to hunt out the wanderer from wedded bonds, and bring him back bound and suppliant. "Oh, he'll come," said Mrs. Berry, pursing prophetic wrinkles. "He'll come of his own accord. Never anywhere will he meet such a cook as Bessie Berry. And he know her value in his heart of hearts. And I do believe when he do come, I shall be opening these arms to him again, and not slapping his impudence in the face. I'm that soft. I always was in matrimony, Mr. Richards." As when nations are secretly preparing for war, the docks and arsenals hammer night and day, and busy contractors measure time by inches, and the air hums around. For leagues, as it were, myriads of bees, so the house and neighborhood of the matrimonial soft one resounded in the heroic style, and knew little of the changes of light decreed by creation. Mrs. Berry was the general of the hour. Down to Doctors' Commons she expedited the hero, instructing him how boldly to face the law and fib, for that the law never could miss a fib and a bold face. Down the hero went, and proclaimed his presence, and lo! the law danced to him its sedatest lovely bear's dance. Think ye the lawless susceptible to him than flesh and blood? With a beautiful confidence it put the few familiar questions to him, and nodded to his replies, then stamped the bond and took the fee. It must be an old vagabond at heart that can permit the irrevocable to go so cheap, even to a hero. For only mark him when he is petitioned by heroes and heroines to undo what he does so easily. That small archway of Doctors' Commons seems the eye of a needle, through which the lean purse has a way, somehow, of slipping more readily than the portly. But once through, all are camels alike, the lean purse an especially big camel. Dispensing tremendous marriage as it does, the law can have no conscience. "I hadn't the slightest difficulty," said the exulting hero. "O' course not," returns Mrs. Berry. "It's as easy, if you're in earnest, as buying a plum bun." Likewise, the ambassador of the hero went to claim the promise of the church to be in attendance on a certain spot, on a certain day, and there hear oath of eternal fealty, and gird him about with all its forces, which the church, receiving a wink from the law, obsequiously engaged to do, for less than the price of a plum cake. Meantime, while craftsmen and skilled women, directed by Mrs. Berry, were toiling to deck the day at hand, Raynham and Belthorpe slept, the former soundly, and one day was as another to them. Regularly every morning a letter arrived from Richard to his father, containing observations on the phenomena of London, remarks, mainly cynical, on the speeches and acts of Parliament, and reasons for not having yet been able to call on the Grandisons. They were certainly rather monotonous and spiritless. The baronet did not complain. That cold, dutiful tone assured him that there was no internal trouble or distraction. "The letters of a healthful physique," he said to Lady Blandish with sure insight. Complacently he sat and smiled, little witting that his son's ordeal was imminent, and that his son's ordeal was to be his own. Hippias wrote that his nephew was killing him by making appointments which he never kept, and altogether neglecting him in the most shameless way, so that his ganglionic centre was in a 10 times worse state than when he left Raynham. He wrote very bitterly, but it was hard to feel compassion for his offended stomach. On the other hand, young Tom Blaze was not forthcoming, and had dispatched no tidings whatever. Farmer Blaze smoked his pipe evening after evening, vastly disturbed. London was a large place. Young Tom might be lost in it, he thought. And young Tom had his weaknesses. A wolf at Belthorpe, he was likely to be a sheep in London, as yokels have proved. But what had become of Lucy? This consideration almost sent Farmer Blaze off to London direct, and he would have gone had not his pipe enlightened him. A young fellow might play truant and get into a scrape, but a young man and a young woman were sure to be heard of, unless they were acting in complicity. Why, of course, young Tom had behaved like a man, the rascal, and married her outright there, while he had the chance. It was a long guess. Still, it was the only reasonable way of accounting for his extraordinary silence, and therefore the farmer held to it that he had done the deed. He argued as modern men do, who think the hero, the upsetter of ordinary calculations, is gone from us. So after dispatching a letter to a friend in town to be on the outlook for son Tom, he continued a while to smoke his pipe, rather elated than not, and mused on the shrewd manner he should adopt when Master Honeymoon did appear. Toward the middle of the 2nd week of Richard's absence, Tom Bakewell came to Raynham for Cassandra, and privately handed a letter to the 18th Century, containing a request for money and a round sum. The 18th Century was as good as her word, and gave Tom a letter in return, enclosing a check on her bankers, amply providing to keep the heroic engine in motion at a moderate pace. Tom went back, and Raynham and Loburn slept and dreamed not of the morrow. The system, wedded to time, slept, and knew not how he had been outraged, anticipated by 7 pregnant seasons. For time had heard the hero swear to that legalizing instrument, and had also registered an oath. Ah me, venerable Hebrew time, he is unforgiving. Half the confusion and fever of the world comes of this vendetta he declares against the hapless innocents who have once done him a wrong. They cannot escape him. They will never outlive it. The father of jokes, he is himself no joke, which it seems the business of men to discover. The days roll round. He is their servant now. Mrs. Berry has a new satin gown, a beautiful bonnet, a gold brooch, and sweet gloves, presented to her by the hero, wherein to stand by his bride at the altar tomorrow, and instead of being an old wary hen, she is as much a chicken as any of the party. Such has been the magic of these articles. Fathers she sees accepting the facts produced for them by their children, a world content to be carved out as it pleases the hero. At last time brings the bridal eve, and is blessed as a benefactor. The final arrangements are made. The bridegroom does depart, and Mrs. Berry lights the little bride to her bed. Lucy stops on the landing where there is an old clock eccentrically correct that night. 'Tis the palpating pause before the gates of her transfiguration. Mrs. Berry sees her put her rosy finger on the 1 about to strike, and touch all the hours successively, till she comes to the 12 that shall sound wife in her ears on the morrow, moving her lips the while, and looking round archly solemn when she has done. And that sight so catches at Mrs. Berry's heart that, not guessing time to be the poor child's enemy, she endangers her candle by folding Lucy warmly in her arms, whimpering, "Bless you for a darling, you innocent lamb. You shall be happy, you shall." Old time gazes grimly ahead. End of chapter 28. Chapter 29. The Ordeal of Richard Feverel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. The Ordeal of Richard Feverel by George Meredith. Chapter 29. Although it blew hard when Caesar crossed the Rubicon, the passage of that river is commonly calm, calm as Acheron. So long as he gets his fare, the ferryman does not need to be told whom he carries. He pulls with a will, and heroes may be over in half an hour. Only when they stand on the opposite bank do they see what a leap they have taken. The shores they have relinquished shrink to an infinite remoteness. There they have dreamed. Here they must act. There lie youth and irresolution. Here manhood and purpose. They are veritably in another land. A moral Acheron divides their life. Their memories scarce seem their own. The Philosophical Geography, about to be published, observes that each man has, one time or other, a little Rubicon, a clear or a foul water to cross. It is asked him, "Wilt thou wed this fate, and give up all behind thee?" And "I will," firmly pronounced, speeds him over. The above-named manuscript authority informs us that by far the greater number of caresses rolled by this heroic flood to its sister stream below are those of fellows who have repented their pledge, and have tried to swim back to the bank they have blotted out. For though every man of us may be a hero for one fatal minute, very few remain so after a day's march even. And who wonders that Madame Fate is indignant, and wears the features of the terrible universal fate to him? Fail before her, either in heart or in act, and lo, how the alluring loves in her visage wither and sicken to what it is modelled on. Be your Rubicon big or small, clear or foul, it is the same. You shall not return. On, or to Acheron. I subscribe to that saying of the Pilgrim's scrip. The danger of a little knowledge of things is disputable, but beware the little knowledge of oneself. Richard Feverel was now crossing the river of his ordeal. Already the mists were stealing over the land he had left. His life was cut in two, and he breathed but the air that met his nostrils. His father's love, his boyhood and ambition were shadowy. His poetic dreams had taken a living, attainable shape. He had a distincter impression of the autumnal berry and her household than of anything at Raynham. And yet the young man loved his father, loved his home, and I dare say Caesar loved Rome. But whether he did or no, Caesar, when he killed the Republic, was quite bald, and the hero we are dealing with is scarce beginning to feel his despotic mustache. Did he know what he was made of? Doubtless nothing at all. But honest passion has an instinct that can be safer than conscious wisdom. He was an arrow drawn to the head, flying from the bow. His audacious mendacities and subterfuges did not strike him as in any way criminal, for he was perfectly sure that the winning and securing of Lucy would in the end be boisterously approved of. And in that case, were not the means justified? Not that he took trouble to argue thus, as older heroes and self-convicting villains are in the habit of doing, to deduce a clear conscience. Conscience and Lucy went together. It was a soft, fair day. The Rubicon sparkled in the morning sun, one of those days when London embraces the prospect of summer, and troops forth all its babies. The pavement, the squares, the parks, were early alive with the cries of young Britain. Violet and Primrose girls, and organ boys with military monkeys, and systematic bands, very determined in tone, if not in tune, filled the atmosphere, and crowned the blazing procession of omnibuses, freighted with business men, cityward, where a column of reddish-brown smoke, blown aloft by the southwest, marked the scene of conflict to which these persistent warriors repaired. Richard had seen much of early London that morning. His plans were laid. He had taken care to ensure his personal liberty against accidents by leaving his hotel and his injured uncle Hippias at sunrise. Today or tomorrow his father was to arrive. Farmer Blaze, Tom Bakewell reported to him, was raging in town. Another day and she might be torn from him. But today this miracle of creation would be his, and then from those glittering banks yonder let them summon him to surrender her who dared. The position of things looked so propitious that he naturally thought the powers waiting on love conspired in his behalf. And she too, since she must cross this river. She had sworn to him to be brave, and do him honor, and wear the true gladness of her heart in her face. Without a suspicion of folly in his acts, or fear of results, Richard strolled into Kensington Gardens, breakfasting on the foreshadow of his great joy, now with a vision of his bride, now of the new life opening to him. Mountain masses of clouds, rounded in sunlight, swung up the blue. The flowering chestnut pavilions overhead rustled and hummed. A sound in his ears, as of a banner unfolding in the joyful distance, lulled him. He was to meet his bride at the church at 11:15. His watch said 9:45. He strolled on beneath the long-stemmed trees toward the well dedicated to a saint obscure. Some people were drinking at the well. A florid lady stood by a younger one, who had a little silver mug halfway to her mouth, and evinced undisguised dislike to the liquor of the salutary saint. "Drink, child," said the maturer lady. "That is only your second mug. I insist upon your drinking 3 full ones every morning we're in town. Your constitution positively requires iron." "But, mamma," the other expostulated, "it's so nasty. I shall be sick." "Drink," was the harsh injunction. "Nothing to the German waters, my dear. Here, let me taste." She took the mug and gave it a flying kiss. "I declare I think it almost nice, not at all objectionable. Pray, taste it," she said to a gentleman standing below them to act as cup-bearer. An unmistakable cis Rubicon voice replied, "Certainly, if it's good fellowship, though I confess I don't think mutual sickness a very engaging ceremony." "Can one never escape from one's relatives?" Richard ejaculated inwardly. Without a doubt, those people were Mrs. Doria, Clare, and Adrian. He had them under his eyes. Clare, peeping up from her constitutional dose to make sure no man was near to see the possible consequence of it, was the first to perceive him. Her hand dropped. "Now pray drink, and do not fuss," said Mrs. Doria. "Mamma!" Clare gasped. Richard came forward and capitulated honorably, since retreat was out of the question. Mrs. Doria swam to meet him. "My own boy! My dear Richard!" profuse of exclamations. Clare shyly greeted him. Adrian kept in the background. "Why, we were coming for you today, Richard," said Mrs. Doria, smiling effusion, and rattled on. "We want another cavalier. This is delightful. My dear nephew, you have grown from a boy to a man. And there's down on his lip! And what brings you here at such an hour in the morning? Poetry, I suppose. Here, take my arm, child. Clare, finish that mug, and thank your cousin for sparing you the third. I always bring her when we are by a chalybeate to take the waters before breakfast. We have to get up at unearthly hours. Think, my dear boy, mothers are sacrifices. And so you've been alone a fortnight with your agreeable uncle. A charming time of it you must have had. Poor Hippias! What may be his last nostrum? Nephew! Adrian stretched his head round to the couple. Doses of nephew taken morning and night 14 days. And he guarantees that it shall destroy an iron constitution in a month. Richard mechanically shook Adrian's hand as he spoke. Quite well, Ricky? Yes, well enough, Richard answered. Well, resumed his vigorous aunt, walking on with him, while Clare and Adrian followed, I really never saw you looking so handsome. There's something about your face. Look at me. You needn't blush. You've grown to an Apollo. That blue buttoned-up frock coat becomes you admirably. And those gloves, and that easy necktie. Your style is irreproachable, quite a style of your own. And nothing eccentric. You have the instinct of dress. Dress shows blood, my dear boy, as much as anything else. Boy, you see, I can't forget old habits. You were a boy when I left, and now. Do you see any change in him, Clare? She turned half round to her daughter. Richard is looking very well, Mamma, said Clare, glancing at him under her eyelids. I wish I could say the same of you, my dear. Take my arm, Richard. Are you afraid of your aunt? I want to get used to you. Won't it be pleasant, our being all in town together in the season? How fresh the opera will be to you. Austin, I hear, takes stalls. You can come to the Forys box when you like. We are staying with the Forys close by here. I think it's a little too far out, you know, but they like the neighborhood. This is what I have always said. Give him more liberty. Austin has seen it at last. How do you think Clare is looking? The question had to be repeated. Richard surveyed his cousin hastily and praised her looks. Pale, Mrs. Doria sighed. Rather pale, Aunt. Grown very much, don't you think, Richard? Very tall girl indeed, Aunt. If she had but a little more color. My dear Richard, I'm sure I give her all the iron she can swallow, but that pallor still continues. I think she does not prosper away from her old companion. She was accustomed to look up to you, Richard. Did you get Ralph's letter, Aunt? Richard interrupted her. Absurd! Mrs. Doria pressed his arm. The nonsense of a boy! Why did you undertake to forward such stuff? I'm certain he loves her, said Richard in a serious way. The maternal eyes narrowed on him. Life, my dear Richard, is a game of cross purposes, she observed, dropping her fluency, and was rather angered to hear him laugh. He excused himself by saying that she spoke so like his father. You breakfast with us, she freshened off again. The Forys wish to see you. The girls are dying to know you. Do you know, you have a reputation on account of that. She crushed an intruding adjective. System you were brought up on. You mustn't mind it. For my part, I think you look a credit to it. Don't be bashful with young women, mind. As much as you please with the old ones. You know how to behave among men. There you have your drawing-room guide. I am sure I shall be proud of you. Am I not? Mrs. Doria addressed his eyes coaxingly. A benevolent idea struck Richard that he might employ the minutes to spare in pleading the case of poor Ralph, and as he was drawn along, he pulled out his watch to note the precise number of minutes he could dedicate to this charitable office. Pardon me, said Mrs. Doria. You want manners, my dear boy. I think it never happened to me before that a man consulted his watch in my presence. Richard mildly replied that he had an engagement at a particular hour up to which he was her servant. Fiddle-dee-dee, the vivacious lady sang. Now I've got you, I mean to keep you. Oh, I've heard all about you, this ridiculous indifference that your father makes so much of. Why, of course, you wanted to see the world. A strong, healthy young man, shut up all his life in a lonely house. No friends, no society, no amusements but those of rustics. Of course you were indifferent. Your intelligence and superior mind alone saved you from becoming a dissipated country boor. Where are the others? Clare and Adrian came up at a quick pace. My damoiselle dropped something, Adrian explained. Her mother asked what it was. "Nothing, mamma," said Clare demurely, and they proceeded as before. Overborne by his aunt's fluency of tongue, and occupied in acute calculation of the flying minutes, Richard let many pass before he edged in a word for Ralph. When he did, Mrs. Doria stopped him immediately. "I must tell you, child, that I refuse to listen to such rank idiocy." "It's nothing of the kind, aunt." "The fancy of a boy." "He's not a boy. He's half a year older than I am." "You silly child! The moment you fall in love, you all think yourselves men." "On my honor, aunt, I believe he loves her thoroughly." "Did he tell you so, child?" "Men don't speak openly of those things," said Richard. "Boys do," said Mrs. Doria. "But listen to me in earnest, aunt. I want you to be kind to Ralph. Don't drive him to... You may be sorry for it. Let him write to her and see her. I believe women are as cruel as men in these things." "I never encourage absurdity, Richard." "What objection have you to Ralph, aunt?" "Oh, they're both good families. It's not that absurdity, Richard. It will be to his credit to remember that his first fancy wasn't a dairymaid." Mrs. Doria pitched her accent tellingly. It did not touch her nephew. "Don't you want Clare ever to marry?" He put the last point of reason to her. Mrs. Doria laughed. "I hope so, child. We must find some comfortable old gentleman for her." "What infamy!" mutters Richard. "And I engage Ralph shall be ready to dance at her wedding, or eat a hearty breakfast. We don't dance at weddings now, and very properly. It's a horrid sad business, not to be treated with levity." "Is that his regiment?" she said, as they passed out of the hussar sentineled gardens. "Tush, tush, child! Master Ralph will recover as others have done. A little headache, you call it heartache, and up you rise again, looking better than ever. No doubt, to have a grain of sense forced into your brains, you poor dear children, must be painful. Girls suffer as much as boys, I assure you. More, for their heads are weaker, and their appetites less constant. Do I talk like your father now? Whatever makes the boy fidget at his watch so?" Richard stopped short. Time spoke urgently. "I must go," he said. His face did not seem good for trifling. Mrs. Doria would trifle in spite. "Listen, Clare. Richard is going. He says he has an engagement. What possible engagement can a young man have at 11 o'clock in the morning? Unless it's to be married." Mrs. Doria laughed at the ingenuity of her suggestion. "Is the church handy, Ricky?" said Adrian. "You can still give us half an hour if it is. The celibate hours strike at 12." And he also laughed in his fashion. "Won't you stay with us, Richard?" Clare asked. She blushed timidly, and her voice shook. Something indefinite, a sharp-edged thrill in the tones, made the burning bridegroom speak gently to her. "Indeed I would, Clare. I should like to please you, but I have a most imperative appointment. That is, I promised. I must go. I shall see you again." Mrs. Doria took forcible possession of him. "Now do come, and don't waste words. I insist upon your having some breakfast first, and then, if you really must go, you shall. Look, there's the house. At least you will accompany your aunt to the door." Richard conceded this. She little imagined what she required of him. 2 of his golden minutes melted into nothingness. There were growing to be jewels of price, one by one more and more precious as they ran, and now so costly rare, rich as his blood. Not to kindest relations, dearest friends, could he give another. "The die is cast, ferryman. Push off." "Goodbye," he cried, nodding bluffly at the 3 as one, and fled. They watched his abrupt, muscular stride through the grounds of the house. He looked like resolution on the march. Mrs. Doria, as usual with her out of her brother's hearing, began raiding the system. "See what becomes of that nonsensical education? The boy really does not know how to behave like a common mortal. He has some paltry appointment, or is mad after some ridiculous idea of his own, and everything must be sacrificed to it. That's what Austin calls concentration of the faculties. I think it's more likely to lead to downright insanity than to greatness of any kind. And so I shall tell Austin. It's time he should be spoken to seriously about him." "He's an engine, my dear aunt," said Adrian. "He isn't a boy or a man, but an engine. And he appears to have been at high pressure since he came to town. Out all day and half the night." "He's mad," Mrs. Doria interjected. "Not at all. Extremely shrewd is Master Ricky, and carries as open an eye ahead of him as the ships before Troy. He's more than a match for any of us. He is for me, I confess." "Then," said Mrs. Doria, "he does astonish me." Adrian begged her to retain her astonishment till the right season, which would not be long arriving. Their common wisdom counseled them not to tell the Foreys of their hopeful relative's ungracious behavior. Clare had left them. When Mrs. Doria went to her room, her daughter was there, gazing down at something in her hand, which she guiltily closed. In answer to an inquiry why she had not gone to take off her things, Clare said she was not hungry. Mrs. Doria lamented the obstinacy of a constitution that no quantity of iron could affect, and eclipsed the looking-glass, saying, "Take them off here, child, and learn to assist yourself." She disentangled her bonnet from the array of her spreading hair, talking of Richard and his handsome appearance and extraordinary conduct. Clare kept opening and shutting her hand, in an attitude half pensive, half listless. She did not stir to undress. A joyless dimple hung in one pale cheek, and she drew long, even breaths. Mrs. Doria, assured by the glass that she was ready to show, came to her daughter. "Now, really," she said, "you are too helpless, my dear. You cannot do a thing without a dozen women at your elbow. What will become of you? You will have to marry a millionaire. What's the matter with you, child?" Clare undid her tight-shut fingers, as if to some attraction of her eyes, and displayed a small gold hoop on the palm of a green glove. "A wedding ring!" exclaimed Mrs. Doria, inspecting the curiosity most daintily. There on Clare's pale green glove lay a wedding ring. Rapid questions as to where, when, how it was found beset Clare, who replied, "In the gardens, mamma, this morning, when I was walking behind Richard." "Are you sure he did not give it to you, Clare?" "Oh, no, mamma, he did not give it to me." "Of course not. Only he does such absurd things. I thought perhaps These boys are so exceedingly ridiculous." Mrs. Doria had an idea that it might have been concerted between the two young gentlemen, Richard and Ralph, that the former should present this token of hymeneal devotion from the latter to the young lady of his love. But a moment's reflection exonerated boys even from such preposterous behavior. "Now, I wonder," she speculated on Clare's cold face, "I do wonder whether it's lucky to find a wedding ring. What very quick eyes you have, my darling!" Mrs. Doria kissed her. She thought it must be lucky, and the circumstance made her feel tender to her child. Her child did not move to the kiss. "Let's see whether it fits," said Mrs. Doria, almost infantine with surprise and pleasure. Clare suffered her glove to be drawn off. The ring slid down her long, thin finger and settled comfortably. "It does," Mrs. Doria whispered. To find a wedding ring is open to any woman, but to find a wedding ring that fits may well cause a superstitious emotion. Moreover, that it should be found while walking in the neighborhood of the identical youth whom a mother has destined for her daughter gives significance to the gentle perturbation of ideas consequent on such a hint from fortune. "It really fits," she pursued. "Now, I never pay any attention to the nonsense of omens and that kind of thing." Had the ring been a horseshoe, Mrs. Doria would have picked it up and dragged it obediently home. But this, I must say, is odd. To find a ring that fits! Singular! It never happened to me. Sixpence is the most I ever discovered, and I have it now. Mind you keep it, Clare, this ring. and she laughed, "offer it to Richard when he comes. Say you think he must have dropped it." The dimple in Clare's cheek quivered. Mother and daughter had never spoken explicitly of Richard. Mrs. Doria, by exquisite management, had contrived to be sure that on one side there would be no obstacle to her project of general happiness, without, as she thought, compromising her daughter's feelings unnecessarily. It could do no harm to an obedient young girl to hear that there was no youth in the world like a certain youth. He, the prince of his generation, she might softly consent, when requested, to be his princess, and if never requested, for Mrs. Doria envisaged failure, she might easily transfer her softness to squires of lower degree. Clare had always been blindly obedient to her mother. Adrian called them Mrs. Doria Battledoria and the fair Shuttlecockiana, and her mother accepted in this blind obedience the text of her entire character. It is difficult for those who think very earnestly for their children to know when their children are thinking on their own account. The exercise of their volition we construe as revolt. Our love does not like to be invalided and deposed from its command. And here I think yonder old thrush on the lawn, who has just kicked the last of her lank offspring out of the nest to go shift for itself, much the kinder of the two, though sentimental people do shrug their shoulders at these unsentimental acts of the creatures who never wander from nature. Now, excess of obedience is, to one who manages most exquisitely, as bad as insurrection. Happily, Mrs. Doria saw nothing in her daughter's manner save a want of iron. Her pallor, her lassitude, the tremulous nerves in her face, exhibited an imperious requirement of the mineral. The reason why men and women are mysterious to us and prove disappointing, we learn from the Pilgrim script, is that we will read them from our own book, just as we are perplexed by reading ourselves from theirs. Mrs. Doria read her daughter from her own book, and she was gay. She laughed with Adrian at the breakfast table, and mock seriously joined in his jocose assertion that Clare was positively and by all hymeneal auspices betrothed to the owner of that ring, be he whom he may, and must, whenever he should choose to come and claim her, give her hand to him, for everybody agreed the owner must be masculine, as no woman would drop a wedding ring, and follow him whither he listed all the world over. Amiable, giggling Forey girls called Clare the betrothed. Dark man or fair was mooted. Adrian threw off the first strophe of Clare's fortune in burlesque rhymes with an insinuating gypsy twang. Her Aunt Forey warned her to have her dresses in readiness. Her Grandpapa Forey pretended to grumble at bridal presents being expected from grandpapas. This one smelt orange flower. Another spoke solemnly of an old shoe. The finding of a wedding ring was celebrated through all the palpitating accessories and rosy ceremonies involved by that famous instrument. In the midst of the general hilarity, Clare showed her deplorable want of iron by bursting into tears. Did the poor, mocked-at heart divine what might be then enacting? Perhaps dimly, as we say, that is, without eyes. At an altar stand two fair young creatures, ready with their oaths. They are asked to fix all time to the moment, and they do so. If there is hesitation at the immense undertaking, it is but maidenly. She conceives as little mental doubt of the sanity of the act as he. Over them hangs a cool young curate in his raiment of office. Behind are two apparently lucid people, distinguished from each other by sex and age. The foremost, a bunch of shimmering black satin. Under her shadow, a cock robin in the dress of a gentleman, big joy swelling out his chest, and pert satisfaction cocking his head. These be they who stand here in place of parents to the young couple. All is well. The service proceeds. Firmly the bridegroom tells forth his words. This hour of the complacent giant at least is his, and that he means to hold him bound through the eternities men may hear. Clearly and with brave modesty speaks she, no less firmly, though her body trembles, her voice just vibrating while the tone travels on, like a smitten vase. Time hears sentence pronounced on him. The frail hands bind his huge limbs and lock the chains. He is used to it. He lets them do as they will. Then comes that period when they are to give their troth to each other. The man with his right hand takes the woman by her right hand. The woman with her right hand takes the man by his right hand. Devils dare not laugh at whom angels crowd to contemplate. Their hands are joined, their blood flows as one stream. Adam and fair Eve front the generations. Are they not lovely? Purer fountains of life were never in two bosoms. And then they loose their hands, and the cool curate doth bid the man to put a ring on the woman's fourth finger counting thumb. And the man thrusts his hand into one pocket, and into another, forward and back many times into all his pockets. He remembers that he felt for it, and felt it in his waistcoat pocket when in the gardens. And his hand comes forth empty, and the man is ghastly to look at. Yet, though angels smile, shall not devils laugh. The curate deliberates. The black satin bunch ceases to shimmer. He in her shadow changes from a beaming cock robin to an inquisitive sparrow. Eyes multiply questions, lips have no reply. Time ominously shakes his chain, and in the pause a sound of mockery stings their ears. Think ye a hero is one to be defeated in his first battle? Look at the clock. There are but 7 minutes to the stroke of the celibate hours. The veteran is surely lifting his 2 hands to deliver fire, and his shot will sunder them in twain so nearly united. All the jewelers of London, speeding down with sacks full of the nuptial circlet, cannot save them. The battle must be won on the field. And what does the hero now? It is an inspiration. For who else would dream of such a reserve in the rear? None see what he does. Only that the black satin bunch is remonstratingly agitated, stormily shaken and subdued, and as though the menacing cloud had opened and dropped the dear token from the skies at his demand, he produces the symbol of their consent, and the service proceeds. With this ring I thee wed. They are prayed over and blessed. For good or for ill, this deed is done. The names are registered. Fees fly right and left. They thank and salute the curate, whose official coolness melts into a smile of monastic gallantry. The beadle on the steps waves off a gaping world as they issue forth. Bridegroom and bridesmen recklessly scatter gold on him. Carriage doors are banged to. The coachmen drive off, and the scene closes, everybody happy. End of chapter 29. Chapter 30. The Ordeal of Richard Feverel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. The Ordeal of Richard Feverel by George Meredith. Chapter 30. And the next moment the bride is weeping as if she would dissolve to one of Dian's virgin fountains from the clasp of the sun god. She has nobly preserved the mask imposed by comedies till the curtain has fallen, and now she weeps, streams with tears. Have patience, O impetuous young man! It is your profession to be a hero. This poor heart is new to it, and her duties involve such wild acts, such brigandage, such terrors and tasks, she is quite unnerved. She did you honor till now. Bear with her now. She does not cry the cry of ordinary maidens in like cases. While the struggle went on, her tender face was brave, but alas! Omens are against her. She holds an ever-present dreadful one on that fatal fourth finger of hers, which has coiled itself round her dream of delight, and takes her in its clutch like a horrid serpent. And yet she must love it. She dares not part from it. She must love and hug it, and feed on its strange honey, and all the bliss it gives her casts all the deeper shadow on what is to come. Say, is it not enough to cause feminine apprehension for a woman to be married in another woman's ring? You are Amazons, ladies, at Saragossa, and 1,000 citadels wherever there is strife, and time is to be taken by the throat. Then shall few men match your sublime fury. But what if you see a vulture, visible only to yourselves, hovering over the house you are gaily led by the torch to inhabit? Will you not crouch and be cowards? As for the hero, in the hour of victory he pays no heed to omens. He does his best to win his darling to confidence by caresses. Is she not his? Is he not hers? And why, when the battle is won, does she weep? Does she regret what she has done? Oh, never, never! Her soft blue eyes assure him. Steadfast love seen swimming on clear depths of faith in them through the shower. He is silenced by her exceeding beauty, and sits perplexed, waiting for the shower to pass. Alone with Mrs. Berry in her bedroom, Lucy gave tongue to her distress, and a second character in the comedy changed her face. "Oh, Mrs. Berry, what has happened? What has happened?" "Me darling child," the bridal Berry gazed at the finger of doleful joy. "I'd forgot all about it, and that's what's made me feel so queer ever since then. I've been seeming as if I wasn't myself somehow without me ring. Dear, dear, what a willful young gentleman! We ain't a match for men in that state, Lord help us!" Mrs. Berry sat on the edge of a chair, Lucy on the edge of the bed. "What do you think of it, Mrs. Berry? Is it not terrible?" "I can't say I should have liked it myself, my dear," Mrs. Berry candidly responded. "Oh, why did it happen?" The young bride bent to a flood of fresh tears, murmuring that she felt already old, forsaken. "Haven't you got a comfort in your religion for all accidents?" Mrs. Berry inquired. "None for this. I know it's wrong to cry when I am so happy. I hope he will forgive me." Mrs. Berry vowed her bride was the sweetest, softest, beautifulest thing in life. "I'll cry no more," said Lucy. "Leave me, Mrs. Berry, and come back when I ring." She drew forth a little silver cross and fell upon her knees to the bed. Mrs. Berry left the room tiptoe. When she was called to return, Lucy was calm and tearless, and smiled kindly to her. "It's over now," she said. Mrs. Berry sedately looked for her ring to follow. "He does not wish me to go in to the breakfast you have prepared, Mrs. Berry. I beg to be excused. I cannot eat." Mrs. Berry very much deplored it, as she had laid out a superior nuptial breakfast, but with her mind on her ring, she nodded assentingly. "We shall not have much packing to do, Mrs. Berry." "No, my dear, it's pretty well all done." "We are going to the Isle of Wight, Mrs. Berry." "And a very suitable spot ye've chose, my dear." "He loves the sea. He wishes to be near it." "Don't ye cross tonight. If it's anyways rough, my dear, it isn't advisable." Mrs. Berry sank her voice to say, "Don't ye be soft and give way to him there, or you'll both be repenting it." Lucy had only been staving off the unpleasantness she had to speak. She saw Mrs. Berry's eyes pursuing her ring, and screwed up her courage at last. "Mrs. Berry." "Yes, my dear." "Mrs. Berry, you shall have another ring." "Another, my dear?" Berry did not comprehend. "One's quite enough for the object," she remarked. "I mean," Lucy touched her fourth finger, "I cannot part with this." She looked straight at Mrs. Berry. That bewildered creature gazed at her, and at the ring, till she had thoroughly exhausted the meaning of the words, and then exclaimed, horror struck, "Dearie me now, you don't say that! You're to be married again in your own religion." The young wife repeated, "I can never part with it." "But, my dear," the wretched Berry wrung her hands, divided between compassion and a sense of injury. "My dear!" She kept expostulating like a mute. I know all that you would say, Mrs. Berry. I am very grieved to pain you. It is mine now, and must be mine. I cannot give it back." There she sat, suddenly developed to the most inflexible little heroine in the three kingdoms. From her first perception of the meaning of the young bride's words, Mrs. Berry, a shrewd physiognomist, knew that her case was hopeless unless she treated her as she herself had been treated, and seized the ring by force of arms, and that she had not heart for. "What?" she gasped faintly. "One's own lawful wedding ring you wouldn't give back to a body?" "Because it is mine, Mrs. Berry. It was yours, but it is mine now. You shall have whatever you ask for but that. Pray forgive me. It must be so." Mrs. Berry rocked in her chair and sounded her hands together. It amazed her that this soft little creature could be thus firm. She tried argument. "Don't you know, my dear, it's the fatalest thing you're inflicting upon me, really? Don't you know that being bereft of one's own lawful wedding ring's the fatalest thing in life? And there's no prosperity after it. For what stands in place of that when that's gone, my dear? And what could you give me to compensate a body for the loss of that? Don't you know? Oh, dearie me!" The little bride's face was so set that poor Berry wailed off in despair. "I know it," said Lucy. "I know it all. I know what I do to you. Dear, dear Mrs. Berry, forgive me. If I parted with my ring, I know it would be fatal." So this fair young freebooter took possession of her argument as well as her ring. Berry racked her distracted wits for a further appeal. "But, me child," she counter-argued, "you don't understand. It ain't as you think. It ain't a hurt to you now. Not a bit, it ain't. It makes no difference now. Any ring does while the wearer's a maid. And your Mr. Richard will find the very ring he intended for ye. And of course that's the one you'll wear as his wife. It's all the same now, my dear. It's no shame to a maid. Now do, there's a darling." Wheedling availed as little as argument. "Mrs. Berry," said Lucy, "you know what my—" He spoke. "With this ring I thee wed. It was with this ring. Then how could it be with another?" Berry was constrained despondently to acknowledge that was logic. She hit upon an artful conjecture. "Won't it be unlucky your wearing of the ring which served me so? Think of that." "It may, it may, it may!" cried Lucy. "And aren't you rushing into it, my dear?" "Mrs. Berry," Lucy said again, "it was this ring. It cannot, it never can be another. It was this. What it brings me, I must bear. I shall wear it till I die." "Then what am I to do?" the ill-used woman groaned. "What shall I tell my husband when he come back to me and see I've got a new ring waiting for him? Won't that be a welcome?" Quoth Lucy, "How can he know it is not the same in a plain gold ring?" "You never see so keen an eyed man in jewelry as my Berry," returned his solitary spouse. "Not know, my dear? Why, anyone would know that I've got eyes in his head. There's as much difference in wedding rings as there's in wedding people. Now, do pray be reasonable, my own sweet." "Pray do not ask me," pleads Lucy. "Pray do think better of it," urges Berry. "Pray, pray, Mrs. Berry," pleads Lucy. "And not leave your old Berry all forlorn just when you're so happy." "Indeed I would not, you dear, kind old creature," Lucy faltered. Mrs. Berry thought she had her. "Just when you're going to be the happiest wife on earth. All you want yours," she pursued the tender strain. "I and some young gentleman, love and fortune smiling on ye." Lucy rose up. "Mrs. Berry," she said, "I think we must not lose time in getting ready, or he will be impatient." Poor Berry surveyed her in abject wonder from the edge of her chair. Dignity and resolve were in the ductile form she had hitherto folded under her wing. In an hour the heroine had risen to the measure of the hero. Without being exactly aware what creature she was dealing with, Berry acknowledged to herself it was not one of the common run, and sighed and submitted. It's like a divorce, that it is," she sobbed. After putting the corners of her apron to her eyes, Berry bustled humbly about the packing. Then Lucy, whose heart was full to her, came and kissed her, and Berry bumped down and regularly cried. This over, she had recourse to fatalism. "I suppose it was to be, my dear. It's my punishment for meddling with such matters. No, I'm not sorry, bless ye both. Who'd have thought you are so wilful? You that anyone might have taken for one of the silly sophs. You're a pair, my dear, indeed you are. You was made to meet. But we mustn't show him we've been crying. Men don't like it when they're happy. Let's wash our faces and try to bear our lot." So saying, the black satin bunch careened to a renewed deluge. She deserved some sympathy, for it is sad to be married in another person's ring. How much sadder to have one's own old accustomed lawful ring violently torn off one's finger and eternally severed from one. But where you have heroes and heroines, these terrible complications ensue. They had now both fought their battle of the ring, and with equal honor and success. In the chamber of banquet, Richard was giving Ripton his last directions. Though it was a private wedding, Mrs. Berry had prepared a sumptuous breakfast. Chickens offered their breasts, pies hinted savory secrets, things mystic in a mash, with Gallic appellatives, jellies, creams, fruits, strewed the table, as a tower in the midst, the cake colossal, the priestly vesture of its nuptial white relieved by hymeneal splendors. Many hours, much labor, and anxiety of mind Mrs. Berry had expended upon this breakfast, and why? There is one who comes to all feasts that have their basis in folly, whom criminals of trained instinct are careful to provide against, who will speak, and whose hateful voice must somehow be silenced while the feast is going on. This personage is the Philosopher. Mrs. Berry knew him. She knew that he would come. She provided against him in the manner she thought most efficacious, that is, by cheating her eyes and intoxicating her conscience with the due and proper glories incident to weddings, where fathers dilate, mothers collapse, and marriage settlements are flourished on high by the family lawyer. And had there been no show of the kind to greet her on her return from the church, she would, and she foresaw she would, have stared at squalor and emptiness, and repented her work. The Philosopher would have laid hold of her by the ear, and called her bad names. Entrenched behind a breakfast table so legitimately adorned, Mrs. Berry defied him. In the presence of that cake he dared not speak above a whisper. And there were wines to drown him in, should he still think of protesting, fiery wines, and cool, claret sent purposely by the bridegroom for the delectation of his friend. For one good hour, therefore, the labor of many hours kept him dumb. Ripton was fortifying himself so as to forget him altogether, and the world as well, till the next morning. Ripton was excited, overdone with delight. He had already finished one bottle, and listened, pleasantly flushed, to his emphatic and more abstemious chief. He had nothing to do but to listen and to drink. The hero would not allow him to shout victory, or hear a word of toast, and as, from the quantity of oil poured on it, his eloquence was becoming a natural force in his bosom, the poor fellow was afflicted with a sort of elephantiasis of suppressed emotion. At times he half rose from his chair and fell vacuously into it again, or he chuckled in the face of weighty, severely worded instructions, tapped his chest, stretched his arms, yawned, and in short behaved so singularly that Richard observed it and said, "On my soul, I don't think you know a word I'm saying." "Every word, Ricky!" Ripton spurted through the opening. "I'm going down to your governor and tell him. Sir Austin, here's your only chance of being a happy father." "No, no! Oh, don't you fear me, Ricky. I shall talk the old gentleman over." His chief said, "Look here, you had better not go down tonight. Go down the first thing tomorrow by the 6 o'clock train. Give him my letter. listen to me. Give him my letter. And don't speak a word till he speaks. His eyebrows will go up and down. He won't say much. I know him. If he asks you about her, don't be a fool, but say what you think of her sensibly. No cork could hold in Ripton when she was alluded to. He shouted, "She's an angel!" Richard checked him. "Speak sensibly, I say. Quietly. You can say how gentle and good she is, my fleur de luce. And say this was not her doing. If anyone's to blame, it's I. I made her marry me. Then go to Lady Blandish. If you don't find her at the house, you may say whatever you please to her. Give her my letter, and tell her I want to hear from her immediately. She has seen Lucy, and I know what she thinks of her. You will then go to Farmer Blaze. I told you Lucy happens to be his niece. She has not lived long there. She lived with her aunt Desborough in France while she was a child, and can hardly be called a relative to the farmer. There's not a point of likeness between them. Poor darling, she never knew her mother. Go to Mr. Blaze and tell him. You will treat him just as you would treat any other gentleman. If you are civil, he is sure to be. And if he abuses me, for my sake and hers, you will still treat him with respect. You hear? And then write me a full account of all that has been said and done. You will have my address the day after tomorrow. By the way, Tom will be here this afternoon. Write out for him where to call on you the day after tomorrow, in case you have heard anything in the morning you think I ought to know at once, as Tom will join me that night. Don't mention to anybody about my losing the ring, Ripton. I wouldn't have Adrian get hold of that for £1,000. How on earth I came to lose it. How well she bore it, Rip. How beautifully she behaved. Ripton again shouted, "An angel!" Throwing up the heels of his second bottle, he said, "You may trust your friend, Richard. Aha! When you pulled at old Mrs. Berry, I didn't know what was up. I do wish you'd let me drink her health." "Here's to Penelope," said Richard, just wetting his mouth. The carriage was at the door, a couple of dire organs, each grinding the same tune, and a vulture-scented itinerant band, from which not the secretest veiled wedding can escape, worked harmoniously without in the production of discord, and the noise acting on his nervous state made him begin to fume and send in messages for his bride by the maid. By and by, the lovely young bride presented herself dressed for her journey, and smiling from stained eyes. Mrs. Berry was requested to drink some wine, which Ripton poured out for her, enabling Mrs. Berry thereby to measure his condition. The bride now kissed Mrs. Berry, and Mrs. Berry kissed the bridegroom, on the plea of her softness. Lucy gave Ripton her hand, with a musical "Good-bye, Mr. Thompson," and her extreme graciousness made him just sensible enough to sit down before he murmured his fervent hopes for her happiness. "I shall take care of him," said Mrs. Berry, focusing her eyes to the comprehension of the company. "Farewell, Penelope," cried Richard. "I shall tell the police everywhere to look out for your lord." "Oh, my dears, good-bye, and heaven bless you both." Berry quavered, touched with compunction at the thoughts of approaching loneliness. Ripton, his mouth drawn like a bow to his ears, brought up the rear to the carriage, receiving a fair slap on the cheek from an old shoe precipitated by Mrs. Berry's enthusiastic female domestic. White handkerchiefs were waved. The adieu had fallen to signs. They were off. Then did a thought of such urgency illumine Mrs. Berry that she telegraphed, hand in air, awakening Ripton's lungs, for the coachman to stop, and ran back to the house. Richard chafed to be gone, but at his bride's intercession he consented to wait. Presently they beheld the old black satin bunch stream through the street door, down the bit of garden, and up the astonished street, halting, panting, capless at the carriage door, a book in her hand, a much-used, dog-leaved, steamy, greasy book, which, at the same time calling out in breathless jerks, "There, never ye mind looks, I ain't got a new one. Read it, and don't ye forget it." She discharged into Lucy's lap and retreated to the railings, a signal for the coachman to drive away for good. How Richard laughed at the Berrys' bridal gift! Lucy, too, lost the omen at her heart as she glanced at the title of the volume. It was Dr. Kitchener on Domestic Cookery. End of chapter 30. Chapter 31. The Ordeal of Richard Feverel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. The Ordeal of Richard Feverel by George Meredith. Chapter 31. General withdrawing of heads from street windows, emigration of organs and bands, and a relaxed atmosphere in the circle of Mrs. Berry's abode proved that Dan Cupid had veritably flown to suck the life of fresh regions. With a pensive mind, she grasped Ripton's arm to regulate his steps, and returned to the room where her creditor awaited her. In the interval he had stormed her undefended fortress, the cake, from which altitude he shook a dolorous head at the guilty woman. She smoothed her excited apron, sighing. Let no one imagine that she regretted her complicity. She was ready to cry torrents, but there must be absolute castigation before this criminal shall conceive the sense of regret. And probably then she will cling to her wickedness the more. Such is the born pagan's tenacity. Mrs. Berry sighed and gave him back his shake of the head. "Oh, you wanton, improvident creature!" said he. "Oh, you very wise old gentleman," said she. He asked her the thing she had been doing. She enlightened him with the fatalist reply. He sounded a bogey's alarm of contingent grave results. She retreated to the entrenched camp of the fact she had helped to make. "It's done!" she exclaimed. How could she regret what she felt comfort to know was done? Convinced that events alone could stamp a mark on such stubborn flesh, he determined to wait for them, and crouched silent on the cake, with one finger downwards at Ripton's incision there, showing a crumbling chasm and gloomy rich recess. The eloquent indication was understood. "Dear, dear!" cried Mrs. Berry. "What a heap o' cake, and no one to send it to!" Ripton had resumed his seat by the table and his embrace of the claret. Clear ideas of satisfaction had left him, and resolved to a boiling geyser of indistinguishable transports. He bubbled and waggled and nodded amicably to nothing, and successfully, though not without effort, preserved his uppermost member from the seductions of the nymph Gravitation, who was on the lookout for his whole length shortly. "Ha, ha!" he shouted about a minute after Mrs. Berry had spoken, and almost abandoned himself to the nymph on the spot. Mrs. Berry's words had just reached his wits. "Why do you laugh, young man?" she inquired, familiar and motherly on account of his condition. Ripton laughed louder, and caught his chest on the edge of the table and his nose on a chicken. "That's good," he said, recovering, and rocking under Mrs. Berry's eyes. "No friend." "I did not say no friend," she remarked. "I said no one, meaning I know not wherefore to send it to." Ripton's response to this was, "You put a griffin on that cake, wheat sheaves each side." "Is crest," Mrs. Berry said sweetly. "Oldest baronetcy in England," waved Ripton. "Yes?" Mrs. Berry encouraged him on. "You think he's Richard's. We're obliged be very close, and she's the most lovely, if I hear man say thing against her." "You needn't for to cry over her, young man," said Mrs. Berry. "I wanted for to drink their right else by their right names, and then go about my day's work, and I do hope you won't keep me." Ripton stood bolt upright at her words. "You do?" he said. And filling a bumper, he, with cheerfully vinous articulation and glibness of tongue, proposed the health of Richard and Lucy Feverel of Raynham Abbey, and that mankind should not require an expeditious example of the way to accept the inspiring toast, he drained his bumper at a gulp. It finished him. The farthing rushlight of his reason leapt and expired. He tumbled to the sofa and there stretched. Some minutes subsequent to Ripton's signalization of his devotion to the bridal pair, Mrs. Berry's maid entered the room to say that a gentleman was inquiring below after the young gentleman who had departed, and found her mistress with a tottering wineglass in her hand, exhibiting every symptom of unconsoled hysterics. Her mouth gaped as if the fell creditor had her by the swallow. She ejaculated with horrible exultation that she had been and done it, as her disastrous aspect seemed to testify, and her evident but inexplicable access of misery induced the sympathetic maid to tender those caressing words that were all Mrs. Berry wanted to go off into the self-caressing fit without delay. And she had already given the preluding, demoniac, ironic outburst when the maid called heaven to witness that the gentleman would hear her, upon which Mrs. Berry violently controlled her bosom and ordered that he should be shown upstairs instantly to see her the wretch she was. She repeated the injunction. The maid did as she was told, and Mrs. Berry, wishing first to see herself as she was, mutely accosted the looking-glass and tried to look a very little better. She dropped a shawl on Ripton and was settled, smoothing her agitation, when her visitor was announced. The gentleman was Adrian Harley. An interview with Tom Bakewell had put him on the track, and now a momentary survey of the table and its white-vestured cake made him whistle. Mrs. Berry plaintively begged him to do her the favor to be seated. "A fine morning, ma'am," said Adrian. "It 'ave been," Mrs. Berry answered, glancing over her shoulder at the window and gulping as if to get her heart down from her mouth. "A very fine spring," pursued Adrian, calmly anatomizing her countenance. Mrs. Berry smothered an adjective to weather on a deep sigh. Her wretchedness was palpable. In proportion to it, Adrian waned cheerful and brisk. He divined enough of the business to see that there was some strange intelligence to be fished out of the culprit who sat compressing hysterics before him. And as he was never more in his element than when he had a sinner, and a repentant, prostrate, abject sinner in hand, his affable countenance might well deceive poor Berry. "I presume these are Mr. Thompson's lodgings?" he remarked, with a look at the table. Mrs. Berry's head and the whites of her eyes informed him that they were not Mr. Thompson's lodgings. "No?" said Adrian, and threw a carelessly inquisitive eye about him. "Mr. Feverel is out, I suppose?" A convulsive start at the name, and two corroborating hands dropped on her knees, formed Mrs. Berry's reply. "Mr. Feverel's man," continued Adrian, "told me I should be certain to find him here. I thought he would be with his friend, Mr. Thompson. I'm too late, I perceive. Their entertainment is over. I fancy you have been having a party of them here, ma'am. A bachelor's breakfast." In the presence of that cake, this observation seemed to mask an irony so shrewd that Mrs. Berry could barely contain herself. She felt she must speak. Making her face as deplorably propitiating as she could, she began: "Sir, may I beg for to know your name?" Mr. Harley accorded her request. Groaning in the clutch of a pitiless truth, she continued: "And you are Mr. Harley that was Oh, and you've come for Mr. Mr. Richard Feverel was the gentleman Mr. Harley had come for. "Oh, and it's no mistake, and he's of Raynham Abbey?" Mrs. Berry inquired. Adrian, very much amused, assured her that he was born and bred there. His father, Sir Austin? Wailed the black satin bunch from behind her handkerchief. Adrian verified Richard's descent. "Oh, then, what have I been and done?" she cried, and stared blankly at her visitor. "I been and married my baby. I been and married the bread out of my own mouth. Oh, Mr. Arley, I knew you when you was a boy that big and wore jackets and all o' you. And it's my softness that's my ruin, for I never can resist a man's asking. Look at that cake, Mr. Arley." Adrian followed her directions quite coolly. "Wedding cake, ma'am," he said. "Bride cake it is, Mr. Arley." "Did you make it yourself, ma'am?" The quiet ease of the question overwhelmed Mrs. Berry and upset that train of symbolic representations by which she was seeking to make him guess the catastrophe and spare her the furnace of confession. "I did not make it myself, Mr. Arley," she replied. "It's a bought cake, and I'm a lost woman. Little I dreamed when I had him in my arms, a baby, that I should some day be marrying him out of me own house. I little dreamed that. Oh, why did he come to me? Don't you remember his old nurse when he was a baby in arms, that went away so sudden, and no fault of hers, Mr. Arley? The very morning after the night you got into Mr. Benson's cellar, and got so tipsy on his Madeira. I remember it clear as yesterday. And Mr. Benson was that angry he threatened to use the whip to you. And I helped put you to bed. I'm that very woman." Adrian smiled placidly at these reminiscences of his guileless youthful life. "Well, ma'am, well," he said. He would bring her to the furnace. "Won't you see it all, kind sir?" Mrs. Berry appealed to him in pathetic dumb show. Doubtless by this time Adrian did see it all, and was mentally cursing at folly and reckoning the immediate consequences, but he looked uninstructed, his peculiar dimple smile was undisturbed, his comfortable, full-bodied posture was the same. "Well, ma'am?" he spurred her on. Mrs. Berry burst forth. "It were done this morning, Mr. Arley, in the church, at 11:30 o' the clock, or 22 by license." Adrian was now obliged to comprehend a case of matrimony. "Oh," he said, like one who is as hard as facts, and as little to be moved. "Somebody was married this morning. Was it Mr. Thompson or Mr. Feverel?" Mrs. Berry shuffled up to Ripton and removed the shawl from him, saying, "Do he look like a new married bridegroom, Mr. Arley?" Adrian inspected the oblivious Ripton with philosophic gravity. "This young gentleman was at church this morning?" he asked. "Oh, quite reasonable and proper, then," Mrs. Berry begged him to understand. "Of course, ma'am." Adrian lifted and let fall the stupid, inanimate limbs of the gone wretch, puckering his mouth queerly. "You are all reasonable and proper, ma'am. The principal male performer, then, is my cousin, Mr. Feverel? He was married by you this morning, by license, at your parish church, and came here, and ate a hearty breakfast, and left intoxicated." Mrs. Berry flew out. "He never drink a drop, sir. A more moderate young gentleman you never see. Oh, don't you think that now, Mr. Arley? He was as upright and master of his mind as you be." "I," the wise youth nodded thanks to her for the comparison, "I mean the other form of intoxication." Mrs. Berry sighed. She could say nothing on that score. Adrian desired her to sit down and compose herself, and tell him circumstantially what had been done. She obeyed, in utter perplexity at his perfectly composed demeanor. Mrs. Berry, as her recital declared, was no other than that identical woman who once in old days had dared to behold the baronet behind his mask, and had ever since lived in exile from the Raynham world on a little pension regularly paid to her as an indemnity. She was that woman, and the thought of her made her almost accuse Providence for the betraying excess of softness it had endowed her with. How was she to recognize her baby grown a man? He came in a feigned name. Not a word of the family was mentioned. He came like an ordinary mortal, though she felt something more than ordinary to him. She knew she did. He came bringing a beautiful young lady, and on what grounds could she turn her back on them? Why, seeing that all was chaste and legal, why should she interfere to make them unhappy? So few the chances of happiness in this world. Mrs. Berry related the seizure of her ring. "One wrench," said the sobbing culprit. "One, and me ring was off." She had no suspicions, and the task of writing her name in the vestry book had been too enacting for a thought upon the other signatures. "I dare say you were exceedingly sorry for what you had done," said Adrian. "Indeed, sir," moaned Berry, "I were and am." "And would do your best to rectify the mischief, eh, ma'am?" "Indeed and indeed, sir, I would," she protested solemnly. "As of course you should, knowing the family. Where may these lunatics have gone to spend the moon?" Mrs. Berry swimmingly replied, "To the Isle? I don't quite know, sir." She snapped the indication short and jumped out of the pit she had fallen into. Repentant as she might be, those dears should not be pursued and cruelly balked of their young bliss. "Tomorrow, if you please, Mr. Harley, not today." "A pleasant spot," Adrian observed, smiling at his easy prey. By a measurement of dates, he discovered that the bridegroom had brought his bride to the house on the day he had quitted Raynham, and this was enough to satisfy Adrian's mind that there had been concoction and chicanery. Chance, probably, had brought him to the old woman. Chance certainly had not brought him to the young one. "Very well, ma'am," he said, in answer to her petitions for his favorable offices with Sir Austin in behalf of her little pension and the bridal pair. "I will tell him you were only a blind agent in the affair, being naturally soft, and that you trust he will bless the consummation. He will be in town to morrow morning, but one of you two must see him to night. An emetic kindly administered will set our friend here on his legs. A bath and a clean shirt, and he might go. I don't see why your name should appear at all. Brush him up and send him to Bellingham by the 7 o'clock train. He will find his way to Raynham. He knows the neighborhood best in the dark. Let him go and state the case. Remember, one of you must go." With this fair prospect of leaving a choice of a perdition between the couple of unfortunates, for them to fight and lose all their virtues over, Adrian said, "Good morning." Mrs. Berry touchingly arrested him. "You aren't to refuse a piece of his cake, Mr. Harley?" "Oh, dear no, ma'am." Adrian turned to the cake with alacrity. "I shall claim a very large piece. Richard has a great many friends who will rejoice to eat his wedding cake. Cut me a fair quarter, Mrs. Berry. Put it in paper, if you please. I shall be delighted to carry it to them, and apportion it equitably according to their several degrees of relationship." Mrs. Berry cut the cake. Somehow, as she sliced through it, the sweetness and hapless innocence of the bride was presented to her, and she launched into eulogies of Lucy, and clearly showed how little she regretted her conduct. She vowed that they seemed made for each other, that both were beautiful, both had spirit, both were innocent. And to part them or make them unhappy would be, Mrs. Berry wrought herself to cry aloud, "Oh, such a pity!" Adrian listened to it as the expression of a matter-of-fact opinion. He took the huge quarter of cake, nodded multitudinous promises, and left Mrs. Berry to bless his good heart. "So dies the system," was Adrian's comment in the street. "And now let prophets roar. He dies respectably in a marriage bed, which is more than I should have foretold of the monster. Meantime," he gave the cake a dramatic tap, "I'll go sow nightmares." End of chapter 31. Chapter 32 The Ordeal of Richard Feverel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. The Ordeal of Richard Feverel by George Meredith. Chapter 32 Adrian really bore the news he had heard with creditable disinterestedness and admirable repression of anything beneath the dignity of a philosopher. When one has attained that felicitous point of wisdom from which one sees all mankind to be fools, the diminutive objects may make what new moves they please. One does not marvel at them. Their sedateness is as comical as their frolic, and their frenzies more comical still. On this intellectual eminence the wise youth had built his castle, and he had lived in it from an early period. Astonishment never shook the foundations, nor did envy of greater heights tempt him to relinquish the security of his stronghold, for he saw none. Jugglers he saw running up ladders that overtopped him, and air balloons scaling the empyrean. But the former came precipitately down again, and the latter were at the mercy of the winds, while he remained tranquil on his solid, unambitious ground, fitting his morality to the laws, his conscience to his morality, his comfort to his conscience. Not that voluntarily he cut himself off from his fellows, on the contrary. His sole amusement was their society. Alone he was rather dull, as a man who beholds but one thing must naturally be. Study of the animated varieties of that one thing excited him sufficiently to think life a pleasant play, and the faculties he had forfeited to hold his elevated position he could serenely enjoy by contemplation of them in others. Thus, wonder at Master Richard's madness, though he himself did not experience it, he was eager to mark the effect on his beloved relatives. As he carried along his vindictive hunch of cake, he shaped out their different attitudes of amaze, bewilderment, horror, passing by some personal chagrin in the prospect. For his patron had projected a journey, commencing with Paris, culminating on the Alps, and lapsing in Rome, a delightful journey to show Richard the highways of history and tear him from the risk of further ignoble fascinations, that his spirit might be altogether bathed in freshness and revived. This had been planned during Richard's absence to surprise him. Now the dream of travel was to Adrian what the love of woman is to the race of young men. It supplanted that foolishness. It was his romance, as we say, that buoyant anticipation on which in youth we ride the airs, and which, as we wax older and too heavy for our atmosphere, hardens to the hobby, which, if an obstinate animal, is a safer horse, and conducts man at a slower pace to the sexton. Adrian had never traveled. He was aware that his romance was earthly and had discomforts only to be evaded by the one potent talisman possessed by his patron. His Alp would hardly be grand to him without an obsequious landlord in the foreground. He must recline on Mammon's imperial cushions in order to moralize becomingly on the ancient world. The search for pleasure at the expense of discomfort, as frantic lovers woo their mistresses to partake the shelter of a butt and batten on a crust, Adrian deemed the bitterness of beggarliness. Let his sweet mistress be given him in the pomp and splendor due to his superior emotions, or not at all. Consequently, the wise youth had long nursed an ineffectual passion, and it argued a great nature in him, that at the moment when his wishes were to be crowned, he should look with such slight touches of spleen at the gorgeous composite fabric of Parisian cookery and Roman antiquities crumbling into unsubstantial mockery. Assuredly, very few even of the philosophers would have turned away uncomplainingly to meaner delights the moment after. Hippias received the first portion of the cake. He was sitting by the window in his hotel, reading. He had fought down his breakfast with more than usual success, and was looking forward to his dinner at the Forays with less than usual timidity. "Ah, glad you've come, Adrian," he said, and expanded his chest. "I was afraid I should have to ride down. This is kind of you. We'll walk down together through the park. It's absolutely dangerous to walk alone in these streets. My opinion is that orange peel lasts all through the year now, and will till legislation puts a stop to it. I give you my word, I slipped on a piece of orange peel yesterday afternoon in Piccadilly, and I thought I was down. I saved myself by a miracle." "You have an appetite, I hope?" asked Adrian. "I think I shall get one after a bit of a walk," chirped Hippias. "Yes, I think I feel hungry now." "Charmed to hear it," said Adrian, and began unpinning his parcel on his knees. "How should you define folly?" he checked the process to inquire. Hippias meditated. He prided himself on being oracular when such questions were addressed to him. "I think I should define it to be a slide." "Very good definition. In other words, a piece of orange peel. Once on it, your life and limbs are in danger, and you are saved by a miracle. You must present that to the pilgrim. And the monument of folly, what would that be?" Hippias meditated anew. "All the human race on one another's shoulders." He chuckled at the sweeping sourness of the instance. "Very good," Adrian applauded. "Or in default of that, some symbol of the thing, say, such as this of which I have here brought you a chip." Adrian displayed the quarter of the cake. "This is the monument made portable, eh?" "Cake!" cried Hippias, retreating to his chair to dramatize his intense disgust. "You're right of them that eat it. If I don't mistake," he peered at it, "the noxious composition bedizened in that way is what they call wedding cake. It's arrant poison. Who is it you want to kill? What are you carrying such stuff about for?" Adrian rang the bell for a knife. "To present you with your due and proper portion. You will have friends and relatives, and can't be saved from them, not even by miracle." It is a habit which exhibits, perhaps, the unconscious inherent cynicism of the human mind, for people who consider that they have reached the acme of mundane felicity, to distribute this token of esteem to their friends, with the object probably he took the knife from a waiter and went to the table to slice the cake of enabling those friends. These edifices require very delicate incision. Each particular current and subtle condiment hangs to its neighbor. A wedding cake is evidently the most highly civilized of cakes, and partakes of the evils as well as the advantages of civilization. I was saying, they send us these love tokens, no doubt. We shall have to weigh out the crumbs, if each is to have his fair share, that we may the better estimate their state of bliss by passing some hours in purgatory. This, as far as I can apportion it, without weights and scales, is your share, my uncle." He pushed the corner of the table bearing the cake towards Hippias. "Get away!" Hippias vehemently motioned, and started from his chair. "I'll have none of it, I tell you. It's death. It's 50 times worse than that beastly compound, Christmas pudding. What fool has been doing this, then? Who dares send me cake? Me! It's an insult." "You are not compelled to eat any before dinner," said Adrian, pointing the corner of the table after him. "But your share you must take, and appear to consume. One who has done so much to bring about the marriage cannot in conscience refuse his allotment of the fruits. Maidens, I hear, first cook it under their pillows, and extract nuptial dreams therefrom, said to be of a lighter class, taken that way. It's a capital cake, and upon my honor, you have helped to make it. You have indeed. So here it is." The table again went at Hippias. He ran nimbly round it, and flung himself on a sofa exhausted, crying, "There! My appetite's gone for to day." "Then shall I tell Richard that you won't touch a morsel of his cake?" said Adrian, leaning on his two hands over the table, and looking at his uncle. "Richard?" "Yes, your nephew, my cousin, Richard. Your companion since you've been in town. He's married, you know. Married this morning at Kensington Parish Church, by license, at 11:30 of the clock, or 22. Married and gone to spend his honeymoon in the Isle of Wight, a very delectable place for a month's residence. I have to announce to you that, thanks to your assistance, the experiment is launched, sir." Richard married! There was something to think and to say in objection to it, but the wits of poor Hippias were softened by the shock. His hand travelled halfway to his forehead, spread out to smooth the surface of that seat of reason, and then fell. "Surely you knew all about it? You were so anxious to have him in town under your charge." "Married?" Hippias jumped up. He had it. "Why, he's under age. He's an infant." "So he is, but the infant is not the less married. Fib like a man and pay your fee. What does it matter? Anyone who is breeched can obtain a license in our noble country, and the interests of morality demand that it should not be difficult. Is it true? Can you persuade anybody that you have known nothing about it?" "Ha! Infamous joke! I wish, sir, you would play your pranks on somebody else," said Hippias sternly, as he sank back on the sofa. "You've done me up for the day, I can assure you." Adrian sat down to instil belief by gentle degrees, and put an artistic finish to the work. He had the gratification of passing his uncle through varied contortions, and at last Hippias perspired in conviction, and exclaimed, "This accounts for his conduct to me. That boy must have a cunning nothing short of infernal. I feel it just here." He drew a hand along his midriff. "I'm not equal to this world of fools," he added faintly, and shut his eyes. "No, I can't dine. Eat? Ha! No! Go without me." Shortly after, Hippias went to bed, saying to himself as he undressed, "See what comes of our fine schemes. Poor Austin!" And as the pillow swelled over his ears, "I'm not sure that a day's fast won't do me good." The dyspepsy had bought his philosophy at a heavy price. He had a right to use it. Adrian resumed the procession of the cake. He sighted his melancholy uncle Algernon hunting an appetite in the Row, and looking as if the hope ahead of him were also one-legged. The captain did not pass without querying the ungainly parcel. "I hope I carry it ostentatiously enough," said Adrian. "Enclosed is wherewithal to quiet the alarm of the land. Now may the maids and wives of merry England sleep secure. I had half a mind to fix it on a pole, and engage a band to parade it. This is our dear Richard's wedding cake. Married at 11:30 this morning, by license, at the Kensington Parish Church. His own ring being lost, he employed the ring of his beautiful bride's lachrymose landlady, she standing adjacent by the altar. His farewell to you as a bachelor, and hers as a maid, you can claim on the spot if you think proper, and digest according to your powers." Algernon let off steam in a whistle. "Thompson, the solicitor's daughter," he said. "I met them the other day, somewhere about here. He introduced me to her. A pretty little baggage." "No," Adrian set him right. "'Tis a Miss Desborough, a Roman Catholic dairymaid. Reminds one of pastoral England in the time of the Plantagenets. He's quite equal to introducing her as Thompson's daughter, and himself as Beelzebub's son. However, the wild animal is in Hymen's chains, and the cake is cut. Will you have your morsel?" "Oh, by all means. Not now." Algernon had an unwonted air of reflection. Father know it? Not yet. He will to-night by 9 o'clock. Then I must see him by 7. Don't say you met me. He nodded and pricked his horse. Wants money, said Adrian, putting the combustible he carried once more in motion. The women were the crowning joy of his contemplative mind. He had reserved them for his final discharge. Dear demonstrative creatures! Dyspepsia would not weaken their poignant outcries, or self-interest check their fainting fits. On the generic woman one could calculate. Well might the Pilgrim script say of her that she is always at nature's breast, not intending it as a compliment. Each woman is Eve throughout the ages, whereas the Pilgrim would have us believe that the Adam in men has become warier, if not wiser, and weak as he is, has learnt a lesson from time. Probably the Pilgrim's meaning may be taken to be that man grows and woman does not. At any rate, Adrian hoped for such natural choruses as you hear in the nursery when a bauble is lost. He was awake to Mrs. Doria's maternal predestinations, and guessed that Clare stood ready with the best form of filial obedience. They were only a poor couple to gratify his Mephistophelian humor, to be sure, but Mrs. Doria was equal to 20, and they would proclaim the diverse ways with which maidenhood and womanhood took disappointment, while the surrounding Forey girls and other females of the family assembly were expected to develop the finer shades and tapering edges of an agitation to which no woman could be cold. All went well. He managed cleverly to leave the cake unchallenged in a conspicuous part of the drawing room, and stepped gaily down to dinner. Much of the conversation adverted to Richard. Mrs. Doria asked him if he had seen the youth, or heard of him. Seen him? No. Heard of him? Yes, said Adrian. I have heard of him. I heard that he was sublimely happy, and had eaten such a breakfast that dinner was impossible. Claret and cold chicken, cake and... Cake at breakfast, they all interjected. That seems to be his fancy just now. What an extraordinary taste! You know he is educated on a system. One fast young male Forey allied the system and the cake in a miserable pun. Adrian, a hater of puns, looked at him, and held the table silent, as if he were going to speak, but he said nothing, and the young gentleman vanished from the conversation in a blush, extinguished by his own spark. Mrs. Doria peevishly exclaimed, "Oh, fish cake, I suppose. I wish he understood a little better the obligations of relationship." "Whether he understands them I can't say," observed Adrian, "but I assure you he is very energetic in extending them." The wise youth talked innuendos whenever he had an opportunity, that his dear relative might be rendered sufficiently inflammable by and by at the aspect of the cake, but he was not thought more than commonly mysterious and deep. "Was his appointment at the house of those Grandison people?" Mrs. Doria asked, with a hostile upper lip. Adrian warmed the blindfolded parties by replying, "Do they keep a beadle at the door?" Mrs. Doria's animosity to Mrs. Grandison made her treat this as a piece of satirical ingenuousness. "I dare say they do," she said. "And a curate on hand?" "Oh, I should think a dozen." Old Mr. Forey advised his punning grandson Clarence to give that house a wide berth, where he might be disposed of and dished up at a moment's notice, and the scent ran off at a jest. The Foreys gave good dinners, and with the old gentleman the excellent old fashion remained in permanence of trooping off the ladies as soon as they had taken their sustenance, and just exchanged a smile with the flowers and the dessert, when they rose to fade with a beautiful accord, and the gallant males breathed under easier waistcoats, and settled to the business of the table, sure that an hour for unbosoming and imbibing was their own. Adrian took a chair by Brandon Forey, a barrister of standing. "I want to ask you," he said, "whether an infant in law can legally bind himself." "If he's old enough to affix his signature to an instrument, I suppose he can," yawned Brandon. "Is he responsible for his acts?" "I've no doubt we could hang him." "Then what he could do for himself, you could do for him?" "Not quite so much. Pretty near." "For instance, he can marry?" "That's not a criminal case, you know." "And the marriage is valid?" "You can dispute it?" "Yes, and the Greeks and the Trojans can fight." "It holds, then?" "Both water and fire." The patriarch of the table sang out to Adrian that he stopped the vigorous circulation of the claret. "Dear me, sir," said Adrian, "I beg pardon. The circumstances must excuse me. The fact is, my cousin Richard got married to a dairymaid this morning, and I wanted to know whether it held in law." It was amusing to watch the manly coolness with which the announcement was taken. Nothing was heard more energetic than "Deuce he has!" and "A dairymaid!" "I thought it better to let the ladies dine in peace," Adrian continued. "I wanted to be able to console my aunt." Well, but," the old gentleman, much the most excited, puffed. "Eh, Brandon? He's a boy, this young ass! Do you mean to tell me a boy can go and marry when he pleases, and any troll he pleases, and the marriage is good? If I thought that, I'd turn every woman off my premises. I would. From the housekeeper to the scullery maid. I'd have no woman near him till the young greenhorn was gray, sir?" suggested Brandon. "Till he knew what women are made of, sir!" The old gentleman finished his sentence vehemently. "What do you think Will Feverel say to it, Mr. Adrian?" "He has been trying the very system you have proposed, sir. One that does not reckon on the powerful action of curiosity on the juvenile intelligence. I'm afraid it's the very worst way of solving the problem." "Of course it is," said Clarence. "None but a fool." "At your age," Adrian relieved his embarrassment, "it is natural, my dear Clarence, that you should consider the idea of an isolated or imprisoned manhood something monstrous. And we do not expect you to see what amount of wisdom it contains. You follow one extreme and we the other. I don't say that a middle course exists. The history of mankind shows our painful efforts to find one, but they have invariably resolved themselves into asceticism or laxity, acting and reacting. The moral question is, if a naughty little man, by reason of his naughtiness, releases himself from foolishness, does a foolish little man, by reason of his foolishness, save himself from naughtiness?" A discussion peculiar to men of the world succeeded the laugh at Mr. Clarence. Then coffee was handed round, and the footman informed Adrian in a low voice that Mrs. Doria Forey particularly wished to speak with him. Adrian preferred not to go in alone. "Very well," he said, and sipped his coffee. They talked on, sounding the depths of law in Brandon Forey, and receiving naught but hollow echoes from that profound cavity. He would not affirm that the marriage was invalid. He would not affirm that it could not be annulled. He thought not. Still, he thought it would be worth trying. A consummated and a non-consummated union were two different things. "Dear me," said Adrian, "does the law recognize that? Why, that's almost human." Another message was brought to Adrian that Mrs. Doria Forey very particularly wished to speak with him. "What can be the matter?" he exclaimed, pleased to have his faith in woman strengthened. The cake had exploded, no doubt. So it proved when the gentlemen joined the fair society. All the younger ladies stood about the table whereon the cake stood displayed, gaps being left for those sitting to feast their vision and intrude the comments and speculations continually arising from fresh shocks of wonder at the unaccountable apparition. Entering with the half-guilty air of men who know they have come from a grosser atmosphere, the gallant males also ranged themselves round the common object of curiosity. "Here, Adrian!" Mrs. Doria cried. "Where is Adrian? Pray come here. Tell me, where did this cake come from? Whose is it? What does it do here? You know all about it, for you brought it. Clare saw you bring it into the room. What does it mean? I insist upon a direct answer. Now do not make me impatient, Adrian." Certainly Mrs. Doria was equal to 20. By her concentrated rapidity and volcanic complexion it was evident that suspicion had kindled. "I was really bound to bring it," Adrian protested. "Answer me." The wise youth bowed. "Categorically. This cake came from the house of a person, a female, of the name of Berry. It belongs to you partly, partly to me, partly to Clare, and to the rest of our family, on the principle of equal division, for which purpose it is present." "Yes, speak." "It means, my dear aunt, what that kind of cake usually does mean." "This, then, is the breakfast, and the ring, Adrian. Where is Richard?" Mrs. Doria still clung to unbelief in the monstrous horror. But when Adrian told her that Richard had left town, her struggling hope sank. "The wretched boy has ruined himself," she said, and sat down trembling. Oh, that system! The delicate vituperations gentle ladies use instead of oaths. Mrs. Doria showered on that system. She hesitated not to say that her brother had got what he deserved. Opinionated, morbid, weak, justice had overtaken him. Now he would see. But at what a price! At what a sacrifice! Mrs. Doria commanded Adrian to confirm her fears. Sadly, the wise youth recapitulated Berry's words. "He was married this morning at 11:30 of the clock, or 20 to 12 by license, at the Kensington Parish Church." "Then that was his appointment," Mrs. Doria murmured. "That was the cake for breakfast," breathed a second of her sex. "And it was his ring!" exclaimed a third. The men were silent and made long faces. Clare stood cold and sedate. She and her mother avoided each other's eyes. "Is it that abominable country person, Adrian?" "The happy damsel is, I regret to say, the Papist dairymaid," said Adrian, in sorrowful but deliberate accents. Then arose a feminine hum, in the midst of which Mrs. Doria cried, "Brandon!" She was a woman of energy. Her thoughts resolved to action spontaneously. "Brandon!" She drew the barrister a little aside. "Can they not be followed and separated? I want your advice. Cannot we separate them? A boy! It is really shameful if he should be allowed to fall into the toils of a designing creature, to ruin himself irrevocably. Can we not, Brandon?" The worthy barrister felt inclined to laugh, but he answered her entreaties. "From what I hear of the young groom, I should imagine the office perilous." "I'm speaking of law, Brandon. Can we not obtain an order from one of your courts to pursue them and separate them instantly?" "This evening?" "Yes." Brandon was sorry to say she decidedly could not. "You might call on one of your judges, Brandon." Brandon assured her that the judges were a hard-worked race, and to a man slept heavily after dinner. "Will you do so tomorrow, the first thing in the morning? Will you promise me to do so, Brandon?" "Or a magistrate. A magistrate would send a policeman after them. My dear Brandon, I beg you to assist us in this dreadful extremity. It will be the death of my poor brother. I believe he would forgive anything but this. You have no idea what his notions are of blood." Brandon tipped Adrian a significant nod to step in and aid. "What is it, aunt?" asked the wise youth. "You want them followed and torn asunder by wild policemen?" "Tomorrow?" Brandon queerly interposed. "Won't that be just too late?" Adrian suggested. Mrs. Doria sighed out her last spark of hope. You see, said Adrian. Yes, yes. Mrs. Doria did not require any of his elucidations. Pray be quiet, Adrian, and let me speak. Brandon, it cannot be. It's quite impossible. Can you stand there and tell me that boy is legally married? I never will believe it. The law cannot be so shamefully bad as to permit a boy, a mere child, to do such absurd things. Grandpapa, she beckoned to the old gentleman. Grandpapa, pray do make Brandon speak. These lawyers never will. He might stop it if he would. If I were a man, do you think I would stand here? Well, my dear, the old gentleman toddled to compose her. I am quite of your opinion. I believe he knows no more than you or I. My belief is they none of them know anything till they join issue and go into court. I want to see a few female lawyers. To encourage the bankrupt perruquier, sir, said Adrian, they would have to keep a large supply of wigs on hand. And you can jest, Adrian, his aunt reproached him, but I will not be beaten. I am firmly convinced that no law would ever allow a boy to disgrace his family and ruin himself like that, and nothing shall persuade me that it is so. Now tell me, Brandon, and pray do speak in answer to my questions, and please to forget you are dealing with a woman. Can my nephew be rescued from the consequences of his folly? Is what he has done legitimate? Is he bound for life by what he has done while a boy? Well, Brandon breathed through his teeth. The matter's so very delicate, you see, Helen. You're to forget that, Adrian remarked. Well, pursued Brandon, perhaps if you could arrest and divide them before nightfall and make affidavit of certain facts? Yes, the eager woman hastened his lagging mouth. Well, in that case, or if a lunatic, you could prove him to have been of unsound mind. Oh, there's no doubt of his madness on my mind, Brandon. Yes, well, in that case, or if of different religious persuasions. She is a Catholic, Mrs. Doria joyfully interjected. Yes, well, in that case, objections might be taken to the form of the marriage, might be proved fictitious, or if he's under, say, 18 years. He can't be much more, cried Mrs. Doria. I think, she appeared to reflect, and then faltered imploringly to Adrian, what is Richard's age? The kind, wise youth could not find it in his heart to strike away the phantom straw she caught at. Oh, about that, I should fancy, he muttered, and found it necessary at the same time to duck and turn his head for concealment. Mrs. Doria surpassed his expectations. Yes, well, then... Brandon was resuming with a shrug, which was meant to say he still pledged himself to nothing, when Clare's voice was heard from out the buzzing circle of her cousins. Richard is 19 years and 6 months old today, Mamma. Nonsense, child! He is, Mamma. Clare's voice was very steadfast. Nonsense, I tell you! How can you know? Richard is 1 year and 9 months older than me, Mamma. Mrs. Doria fought the fact by years and finally by months. Clare was too strong for her. Singular child! She mentally apostrophized the girl who scornfully rejected straws while drowning. But there's the religion still, she comforted herself and sat down to cogitate. The men smiled and looked vacuous. Music was proposed. There are times when soft music hath not charms, when it is put to as base uses as imperial Caesar's dust, and is taken to fill horrid pauses. Angelica Fori thumped the piano and sang, I'm a laughing gitana, ha ha, ha ha. Matilda Fori and her cousin Mary Branksburn wetted their voices and songfully incited all young people to haste to the bower that love has built, and defy the wise ones of the world. But the wise ones of the world were in a majority there, and very few places of assembly will be found where they are not. So the glowing appeal of the British ballad-monger passed into the bosom of the emptiness he addressed. Clare was asked to entertain the company. The singular child calmly marched to the instrument and turned over the appropriate illustrations to the ballad-monger's repertory. Clare sang a little Irish air. Her duty done, she marched from the piano. Mothers are rarely deceived by their daughters in these matters, but Clare deceived her mother, and Mrs. Doria only persisted in feeling an agony of pity for her child, that she might the more warrantably pity herself, a not uncommon form of the emotion, for there is no juggler like that heart the ballad-monger puts into our mouths so boldly. Remember that she saw years of self-denial, years of a ripening scheme rendered fruitless in a minute, and by the system which had almost reduced her to the condition of constitutional hypocrite. She had enough of bitterness to brood over, and some excuse for self-pity. Still, even when she was cooler, Mrs. Doria's energetic nature prevented her from giving up. Straws were straws, and the frailer they were, the harder she clutched them. She rose from her chair and left the room, calling to Adrian to follow her. "Adrian," she said, turning upon him in the passage, "you mentioned a house where this horrible cake, where he was this morning. I desire you to take me to that woman immediately." The wise youth had not bargained for personal servitude. He had hoped he should be in time for the last act of the opera that night, after enjoying the comedy of real life. "My dear aunt," he was beginning to insinuate. "Order a cab to be sent for, and get your hat," said Mrs. Doria. There was nothing for it but to obey. He stamped his assent to the pilgrim's dictum that women are practical creatures, and now reflected on his own account that relationship to a young fool may be a vexation and a nuisance. However, Mrs. Doria compensated him. What Mrs. Doria intended to do, the practical creature did not plainly know, but her energy positively demanded to be used in some way or other, and her instinct directed her to the offender, on whom she could use it in wrath. She wanted somebody to be angry with, somebody to abuse. She dared not abuse her brother to his face. Him she would have to console. Adrian was a fellow hypocrite to the system, and would, she was aware, bring her into painfully delicate, albeit highly philosophic, ground by a discussion of the case. So she drove to Bessie Berry simply to inquire whither her nephew had flown. When a soft woman, and that soft woman a sinner, is matched with a woman of energy, she does not show much fight, and she meets no mercy. Bessie Berry's creditor came to her in female form that night. She then beheld it in all its terrors. Hitherto it had appeared to her as a male, a disembodied spirit of her imagination possessing male attributes, and the peculiar male characteristic of being moved and ultimately silenced by tears. As female, her creditor was terrible indeed. Still, had it not been a late hour, Bessie Berry would have died rather than speak openly that her babes had sped to make their nest in the Isle of Wight. They had a long start. They were out of the reach of pursuers. They were safe. And she told what she had to tell. She told more than was wise of her to tell. She made mention of her early service in the family, and of her little pension. Alas, her little pension! Her creditor had come expecting no payment, come, as creditors are wont in such moods, just to take it out of her, to employ the familiar term. At once Mrs. Doria pounced upon the pension. "That, of course, you know, is at an end," she said in the calmest manner, and Berry did not plead for the little bit of bread to her. She only asked a little consideration for her feelings. True admirers of women had better stand aside from the scene. Undoubtedly, it was very sad for Adrian to be compelled to witness it. Mrs. Doria was not generous. The pilgrim may be wrong about the sex not growing, but its fashion of conducting warfare we must allow to be barbarous, and according to what is deemed the pristine or wildcat method. Ruin, nothing short of it, accompanied poor Berry to her bed that night, and her character bled till morning on her pillow. The scene over, Adrian reconducted Mrs. Doria to her home. Mice had been at the cake during her absence, apparently. The ladies and gentlemen present put it on the greedy mice, who were accused of having gorged and gone to bed. "I'm sure they're quite welcome," said Mrs. Doria. "It's a farce, this marriage, and Adrian has quite come to my way of thinking. I would not touch an atom of it. Why, they were married in a married woman's ring. Can that be legal, as you call it? Oh, I'm convinced. Don't tell me. Austin will be in town to morrow, and if he is true to his principles, he will instantly adopt measures to rescue his son from infamy. I want no legal advice. I go upon common sense, common decency. This marriage is false." Mrs. Doria's fine scheme had become so much a part of her life that she could not give it up. She took Clare to her bed and caressed and wept over her, as she would not have done had she known the singular child, saying, "Poor Richard, my dear poor boy, we must save him, Clare, we must save him." Of the two, the mother showed the greater want of iron on this occasion. Clare lay in her arms, rigid and emotionless, with one of her hands tight locked. All she said was, "I knew it in the morning, Mama." She slept clasping Richard's nuptial ring. By this time, all specially concerned in the system knew it. The honeymoon was soaring placidly above them. Is not happiness like another circulating medium? When we have a very great deal of it, some poor hearts are aching for what is taken away from them. When we have gone out and seized it on the highways, certain inscrutable laws are sure to be at work to bring us to the criminal bar sooner or later. Who knows the honeymoon that did not steal somebody's sweetness? Richard Turpin went forth singing "Money or Life" to the world. Richard Feverel has done the same, substituting happiness for money, frequently synonyms. The coin he wanted he would have, and was just as much a highway robber as his fellow Dick, so that those who have failed to recognize him as a hero before may now regard him in that light. Meanwhile, the world he has squeezed looks exceedingly patient and beautiful. His coin chinks delicious music to him. Nature and the order of things on earth have no warmer admirer than a jolly brigand or a young man made happy by the Jews. End of chapter 32. Chapter 33. The Ordeal of Richard Feverel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. The Ordeal of Richard Feverel by George Meredith. Chapter 33. And now the author of the system was on trial under the eyes of the lady who loved him. What so kind as they? Yet are they very rigorous, those soft, watchful woman's eyes. If you are below the measure they have made of you, you will feel it in the fullness of time. She cannot but show you that she took you for a giant, and has had to come down a bit. You feel yourself strangely diminishing in those sweet mirrors, till at last they drop on you complacently level. But oh, beware, vain man, of ever waxing enamored of that wonderful elongation of a male creature you saw reflected in her adoring upcast orbs. Beware of assisting to delude her. A woman who is not quite a fool will forgive your being but a man, if you are surely that. She will happily learn to acknowledge that no mortal tailor could have fitted that figure she made of you respectably, and that practically, though she sighs to think it, her ideal of you was on the pattern of an overgrown charity boy in the regulation jacket and breech. For this she first scorns the narrow capacities of the tailor, and then smiles at herself. But shouldest thou, when the hour says plainly, be thyself, and the woman is willing to take thee as thou art, shouldest thou still aspire to be that thing of shanks and rests, wilt thou not seem contemptible as well as ridiculous? And when the fall comes, will it not be flat on thy face, instead of to the common height of men? You may fall miles below her measure of you, and be safe. Nothing is damaged save an overgrown charity boy. But if you fall below the common height of men, you must make up your mind to see her rustle her gown, spy at the looking-glass, and transfer her allegiance. The moral of which is, that if we pretend to be what we are not, woman, for whose amusement the farce is performed, will find us out and punish us for it. And it is usually the end of a sentimental dalliance. Had Sir Austin given vent to the pain and wrath it was natural he should feel, he might have gone to unphilosophic excesses, and however much he lowered his reputation as a sage, Lady Blandish would have excused him. She would not have loved him less for seeing him closer. But the poor gentleman tasked his soul and stretched his muscles to act up to her conception of him. He, a man of science and life, who is bound to be surprised by nothing in nature, it was not for him to do more than lift his eyebrows and draw in his lips at the news delivered by Ripton Thompson, that ill bird at Raynham. All he said, after Ripton had handed the letters and carried his penitential headache to bed, was, "You see, Emmeline, it is useless to base any system on a human being." A very philosophical remark for one who has been busily at work building for nearly 20 years. Too philosophical to seem genuine. It revealed where the blow struck sharpest. Richard was no longer the Richard of his creation, his pride and his joy, but simply a human being with the rest. The bright star had sunk among the mass. And yet, what had the young man done? And in what had the system failed? The lady could not but ask herself this, while she condoled with the offended father. "My friend," she said, tenderly taking his hand before she retired, "I know how deeply you must be grieved. I know what your disappointment must be. I do not beg of you to forgive him now. You cannot doubt his love for this young person, and according to his light, has he not behaved honorably, and as you would have wished, rather than bring her to shame? You will think of that. It has been an accident, a misfortune, a terrible misfortune." "The God of this world is in the machine, not out of it," Sir Austin interrupted her, and pressed her hand to get the good night over. At any other time her mind would have been arrested to admire the phrase. Now it seemed perverse, vain, false, and she was tempted to turn the meaning that was in it against himself, much as she pitied him. "You know, Emmeline," he added, "I believe very little in the fortune or misfortune to which men attribute their successes and reverses. They are useful impersonations to novelists. But my opinion is sufficiently high of flesh and blood to believe that we make our own history without intervention. Accidents? Terrible misfortunes? What are they? Good night." "Good night," she said, looking sad and troubled. "When I said misfortune, I meant, of course, that he is to blame, but shall I leave you his letter to me?" "I think I have enough to meditate upon," he replied, coldly bowing. "God bless you," she whispered. "And may I say it, do not shut your heart." He assured her that he hoped not to do so, and the moment she was gone he set about shutting it as tight as he could. If, instead of saying, "Base no system on a human being," he had said, "Never experimentalize with one," he would have been nearer the truth of his own case. He had experimented on humanity in the person of the son he loved as his life, and at once, when the experiment appeared to have failed, all humanity's failings fell on the shoulders of his son. Richard's parting laugh in the train, it was explicable now. It sounded in his ears like the mockery of this base nature of ours at every endeavor to exalt and chasten it. The young man had plotted this. From step to step Sir Austin traced the plot. The curious mask he had worn since his illness, the selection of his incapable uncle Hippias for a companion in preference to Adrian. It was an evident, well perfected plot. That hideous laugh would not be silenced. Base, like the rest, treacherous, a creature of passions, using his abilities solely to gratify them. Never surely had humanity such chances as in him. A Manichaean tendency, from which the sententious eulogist of nature had been struggling for years, and which was partly at the bottom of the system, now began to cloud and usurp dominion of his mind. As he sat alone in the forlorn, dead hush of his library, he saw the devil. How are we to know when we are at the head and fountain of the fates of them we love? There, by the springs of Richard's future, his father sat, and the devil said to him, "Only be quiet, do nothing, resolutely do nothing. Your object now is to keep a brave face to the world, so that all may know you superior to this human nature that has deceived you. For it is the shameless deception, not the marriage, that has wounded you." "Ay," answered the baronet, "the shameless deception, not the marriage. Wicked and ruinous as it must be, a destroyer of my tenderest hopes, my dearest schemes. Not the marriage, the shameless deception." And he crumpled up his son's letter to him and tossed it into the fire. How are we to distinguish the dark chief of the Manichaeans when he talks our own thoughts to us? Further he whispered, "And your system, if you would be brave to the world, have courage to cast the dream of it out of you. Relinquish an impossible project. See it as it is, dead. Too good for men." "Ay," muttered the baronet, "all who would save them perish on the cross." And so he sat nursing the devil. By and by he took his lamp, and put on the old cloak and cap, and went to gaze at Ripton. That exhausted debauchee and youth without a destiny slept a dead sleep. A handkerchief was bound about his forehead, and his helpless sunken chin and snoring nose, projected up the pillow, made him look absurdly piteous. The baronet remembered how often he had compared his boy with this one, his own bright boy, and where was the difference between them? "Mere outward gilding," said his familiar. "Yes," he responded, "I dare say this one never positively plotted to deceive his father. He followed his appetites unchecked, and is internally the sounder of the two." Ripton, with his sunken chin and snoring nose under the light of the lamp, stood for human nature, honest, however abject. "Miss Random, I fear very much, is a necessary establishment," whispered the monitor. "Does the evil in us demand its natural food, or it corrupts the whole?" ejaculated Sir Austin. "And is no angel of avail till that is drawn off? And is that our conflict, to see whether we can escape the contagion of its embrace, and come uncorrupted out of that?" "The world is wise in its way," said the voice. "Though it look on itself through port wine," he suggested, remembering his lawyer Thompson. "Wise in not seeking to be too wise," said the voice. "And getting intoxicated on its drug of comfort. Human nature is weak. And Miss Random is an establishment, and Wild Oats an institution. It always has been so." "And always will be?" "So I fear, in spite of your very noble efforts." "And leads whither? And ends where?" Richard's laugh, taken up by horrid reverberations, as it were through the lengths of the lower halls, replied. This colloquy of two voices in a brain was concluded by Sir Austin asking again if there were no actual difference between the flower of his hopes and yonder drunken weed, and receiving for answer that there was a decided dissimilarity in the smell of the couple, becoming cognizant of which he retreated. Sir Austin did not battle with the tempter. He took him into his bosom at once, as if he had been ripe for him, and received his suggestions and bowed to his dictates. Because he suffered, and decreed that he would suffer silently, and be the only sufferer, it seemed to him that he was great-minded in his calamity. He had stood against the world had beaten him. What then? He must shut his heart and mask his face, that was all. To be far in advance of the mass is as fruitless to mankind, he reflected, as straggling in the rear. For how do we know that they move behind us at all, or move in our track? What we win for them is lost, and where we are overthrown we lie. It was thus that a fine mind and a fine heart at the bounds of a nature not great chose to color his retrogression and countenance his shortcoming. And it was thus that he set about ruining the work he had done. He might well say, as he once did, that there are hours when the clearest soul becomes a cunning fox. For a grief that was private and peculiar, he unhesitatingly cast the blame upon humanity, just as he had accused it in the period of what he termed his own ordeal. How had he borne that? By masking his face. And he prepared the ordeal for his son by doing the same. This was by no means his idea of a man's duty and tribulation, about which he could be strenuously eloquent. But it was his instinct so to act, and in times of trial great natures alone are not at the mercy of their instincts. Moreover, it would cost him pain to mask his face, pain worse than that he endured when there still remained an object for him to open his heart to in proportion, and he always reposed upon the Spartan comfort of bearing pain and being passive. Do nothing, said the devil he nursed, which meant in his case, take me into you and don't cast me out. Excellent and sane is the outburst of wrath to men when it stops short of slaughter. For who that locks it up to eat in solitary can say that it is consumed? Sir Austin had as weak a digestion for wrath as poor Hippias for a green duckling. Instead of eating it, it ate him. The wild beast in him was not the less deadly because it did not roar, and the devil in him not the less active because he resolved to do nothing. He sat at the springs of Richard's future, in the forlorn, dead hush of his library there, hearing the cinders click in the extinguished fire, and that humming stillness in which one may fancy one hears the midnight fates busily stirring their embryos. The lamp glowed mildly on the bust of Chatham. Toward morning a gentle knock fell at his door. Lady Blandish glided in. With hasty step she came straight to him, and took both his hands. "My friend," she said, speaking tearfully and trembling, "I feared I should find you here. I could not sleep. How is it with you?" "Well, Emmeline, well," he replied, torturing his brows to fix the mask. He wished it had been Adrian who had come to him. He had an extraordinary longing for Adrian's society. He knew that the wise youth would divine how to treat him, and he mentally confessed to just enough weakness to demand a certain kind of management. Besides, Adrian, he had not a doubt, would accept him entirely as he seemed, and not pester him in any way by trying to unlock his heart. Whereas a woman, he feared, would be waxing too womanly, and swelling from tears and supplications to a scene, of all things abhorred by him the most. So he rapped the floor with his foot, and gave the lady no very welcome face when he said it was well with him. She sat down by his side, still holding one hand firmly, and softly detaining the other. "Oh, my friend, may I believe you? May I speak to you?" She leaned close to him. "You know my heart. I have no better ambition than to be your friend. Surely I divide your grief, and may I not claim your confidence? Who has wept more over your great and dreadful sorrows? I would not have come to you, but I do believe that sorrow shared relieves the burden. And it is now that you may feel a woman's aid, and something of what a woman could be to you." "Be assured," he gravely said, "I thank you, Emmeline, for your intentions." No, no, not for my intentions, and do not thank me. Think of him, think of your dear boy, our Richard, as we have called him. Oh, do not think it a foolish superstition of mine, but I have had a thought this night that has kept me in torment till I rose to speak to you. Tell me first you have forgiven him. A father bears no malice to his son, Emmeline. Your heart has forgiven him? My heart has taken what he gave. And quite forgiven him? You will hear no complaints of mine. The lady paused despondingly, and looked at him in a wistful manner, saying with a sigh, Yes, I know how noble you are, and different from others. He drew one of his hands from her relaxed hold. You ought to be in bed, Emmeline. I cannot sleep. Go, and talk to me another time. No, it must be now. You have helped me when I struggled to rise into a clearer world, and I think, humble as I am, I can help you now. I have had a thought this night that if you do not pray for him and bless him, it will end miserably. My friend, have you done so? He was stung and offended, and could hardly help showing it in spite of his mask. Have you done so, Austin? This is assuredly a new way of committing fathers to the follies of their sons, Emmeline. No, not that. But will you pray for your boy and bless him before the day comes? He restrained himself to pronounce his words calmly. And I must do this, or it will end in misery? How else can it end? Can I save him from the seed he has sown? Consider, Emmeline, what you say. He has repeated his cousin's sin. You see the end of that. Oh, so different! This young person is not of the class poor Austin Wentworth allied himself to. Indeed, it is different. And be just and admit his nobleness. I fancied you did. This young person has great beauty. She has the elements of good breeding. Indeed, I think, had she been in another position, you would not have looked upon her unfavorably. She may be too good for my son. The baronet spoke with sublime bitterness. No woman is too good for Richard, and you know it. Pass her. Yes, I will speak only of him. He met her by a fatal accident. We thought his love dead, and so did he till he saw her again. He met her. He thought we were plotting against him. He thought he should lose her forever, and in the madness of an hour he did this. My Emmeline pleads bravely for clandestine matches. Ah, do not trifle, my friend. Say, would you have had him act as young men in his position generally do to young women beneath them? Sir Austin did not like the question. It probed him very severely. You mean, he said, that fathers must fold their arms and either submit to infamous marriages or have these creatures ruined. I do not mean that, exclaimed the lady, striving for what she did mean, and how to express it. I mean that he loved her. Is it not a madness at his age? But what I chiefly mean is, save him from the consequences. No, you shall not withdraw your hand. Think of his pride, his sensitiveness, his great wild nature, wild when he is set wrong. Think how intense it is set upon love. Think, my friend, do not forget his love for you. Sir Austin smiled an admirable smile of pity. That I should save him, or any one, from consequences, is asking more than the order of things will allow to you, Emmeline, and is not in the disposition of this world. I cannot. Consequences are the natural offspring of acts. My child, you are talking sentiment, which is the distraction of our modern age in everything, a phantasmal vapor distorting the image of the life we live. You ask me to give him a golden age in spite of himself. All that could be done by keeping him in the paths of virtue and truth, I did. He is become a man, and as a man he must reap his own sowing. The baffled lady sighed. He sat so rigid, he spoke so securely, as if wisdom were to him more than the love of his son. And yet he did love his son. Feeling sure that he loved his son while he spoke so loftily, she reverenced him still, baffled as she was, and sensible that she had been quibbled with. "All I ask of you is to open your heart to him," she said. He kept silent. "Call him a man. He is, and must ever be, the child of your education, my friend." "You would console me, Emmeline, with the prospect that, if he ruins himself, he spares the world of young women. Yes, that is something." Closely she scanned the mask. It was impenetrable. He could meet her eyes, and respond to the pressure of her hand, and smile, and not show what he felt. Nor did he deem it hypocritical to seek to maintain his elevation in her soft soul by simulating supreme philosophy over offended love. Nor did he know that he had an angel with him then, a blind angel and a weak one, but one who struck upon his chance. "Am I pardoned for coming to you?" she said, after a pause. "Surely I can read my Emmeline's intentions," he gently replied. "Very poor ones. I feel my weakness. I cannot utter half I have been thinking. Oh, if I could!" "You speak very well, Emmeline." "At least I am pardoned." "Surely so." "And before I leave you, dear friend, shall I be forgiven? May I beg it? Will you bless him?" He was again silent. "Pray for him, Austin. Pray for him ere the night is over." As she spoke, she slid down to his feet and pressed his hand to her bosom. The baronet was startled. In very dread of the soft fit that wooed him, he pushed back his chair and rose, and went to the window. "It's day already," he said, with assumed vivacity, throwing open the shutters, and displaying the young light on the lawn. Lady Blandish dried her tears as she knelt, and then joined him, and glanced up silently at Richard's moon standing in wane towards the west. She hoped it was because of her having been premature in pleading so earnestly that she had failed to move him, and she accused herself more than the baronet. But in acting as she had done, she had treated him as no common man, and she was compelled to perceive that his heart was at present hardly superior to the hearts of ordinary men, however composed his face might be, and apparently serene his wisdom. From that moment she grew critical of him, and began to study her idol, a process dangerous to idols. He, now that she seemed to have relinquished the painful subject, drew to her, and as one who wished to smooth a foregone roughness, murmured, "God's rarest blessing is after all a good woman. My Emmeline bears her sleepless night well. She does not shame the day." He gazed down on her with a fondling tenderness. "I could bear many, many," she replied, meeting his eyes, "and you would see me look better and better if only—" But she had no encouragement to end the sentence. Perhaps he wanted some mute form of consolation. Perhaps the handsome placid features of the dark-eyed dame touched him. At any rate, their platonism was advanced by his putting an arm about her. She felt the arm, and talked of the morning. Thus proximate, they by and by both heard something very like a groan behind them, and looking round, beheld the saurian eye. Lady Blandish smiled, but the baronet's discomposure was not to be concealed. By a strange fatality, every stage of their innocent loves was certain to have a human beholder. "Oh, I'm sure I beg pardon," Benson mumbled, arresting his head in a melancholy pendulosity. He was ordered out of the room. "And I think I shall follow him and try to get 40 winks," said Lady Blandish. They parted with a quiet squeeze of hands. The baronet then called in Benson. "Get me my breakfast as soon as you can," he said, regardless of the aspect of injured conscience Benson somberly presented to him. "I am going to town early, and Benson," he added, "you will also go to town this afternoon or tomorrow if it suits you, and take your book with you to Mr. Thompson. You will not return here. A provision will be made for you. You can go." The heavy butler essayed to speak, but the tremendous blow and the baronet's gesture choked him. At the door he made another effort which shook the rolls of his loose skin pitiably. An impatient signal sent him out dumb, and Rainham was quit of the one believer in the great Shattuck dogma. End of chapter 33. Chapter 34 of The Ordeal of Richard Feverel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. The Ordeal of Richard Feverel by George Meredith. Chapter 34. It was the month of July. The Solent ran up green waves before a full-blowing southwester. Gay little yachts bounded out like foam, and flashed their sails, light as sea nymphs. A crown of deep summer blue topped the flying mountains of cloud. By an open window that looked on the brine through nodding roses, our young bridal pair were at breakfast, regaling worthily, both of them. Had the scientific humanist observed them, he could not have contested the fact that as a couple who had set up to be father and mother of Britons, they were doing their duty. Phials of egg cups with disintegrated shells bore witness to it, and they were still at work, hardly talking from rapidity of exercise. Both were dressed for an expedition. She had her bonnet on, and he his yachting hat. His sleeves were turned over at the wrists, and her gown showed its lining on her lap. At times a chance word might spring a laugh, but eating was the business of the hour, as I would have you to know it always will be where Cupid is in earnest. Tribute flowed into them from the subject land. Neglected lies, love's penny whistle on which they played so prettily, and charmed the spheres to hear them. What do they care for the spheres, who have one another? Come, eggs! Come, bread and butter! Come, tea with sugar in it, and milk! And welcome the jolly hours! That is a fair interpretation of the music in them just now. Yonder instrument was good only for the overture. After all, what finer aspiration can lovers have than to be free man and woman in the heart of plenty? And is it not a glorious level to have attained? Ah, wretched scientific humanist, not to be by and mark the admirable sight of these young creatures feeding! It would have been a spell to exorcise the Manichee, methinks. The mighty performance came to an end, and then, with a flourish of his table napkin, husband stood over wife, who met him on the confident budding of her mouth. The poetry of mortals is their daily prose. Is it not a glorious level to have attained? A short, quick-blooded kiss, radiant, fresh, and honest as Aurora, and then Richard says without lack of cheer, "No letter to-day, my Lucy," whereat her sweet eyes dwell on him a little seriously, but he cries, "Never mind! He'll be coming down himself some morning. He has only to know her, and all's well, eh?" And so saying, he puts a hand beneath her chin, and seems to frame her fair face in fancy, she smiling up to be looked at. "But one thing I do want to ask, my darling," says Lucy, and dropped into his bosom with hands of petition. "Take me on board his yacht with him to-day, not leave me with those people. Will he? I'm a good sailor, he knows." "The best afloat," laughs Richard, hugging her. "But you know, you darling bit of a sailor, they don't allow more than a certain number on board for the race, and if they hear you've been with me, there'll be cries of foul play. Besides, there's Lady Judith to talk to you about Austin, and Lord Mountfalcon's compliments for you to listen to, and Mr. Morton to take care of you." Lucy's eyes fixed sideways an instant. "I hope I don't frown and blush as I did," she said, screwing her pliable brows up to him winningly. And he bent his cheek against hers, and murmured something delicious. "And we shall be separated for how many hours? 1, 2, 3 hours," she pouted to his flatteries. And then I shall come on board to receive my bride's congratulations. And then my husband will talk all the time to Lady Judith. And then I shall see my wife frowning and blushing at Lord Montfalcon. Am I so foolish, Richard?" She forgot her trifling to ask in an earnest way, and had another Aurorian kiss, just brushing the dew on her lips, for answer. After hiding a month in shyest shade, the pair of happy sinners had wandered forth one day to look on men and marvel at them, and had chanced to meet Mr. Morton of Pier Hall, Austin Wentworth's friend, and Ralph's uncle. Mr. Morton had once been intimate with the baronet, but had given him up for many years as impracticable and hopeless, for which reason he was the more inclined to regard Richard's misdemeanor charitably, and to lay the faults of the son on the father, and thinking society to be the one thing requisite to the young man, he had introduced him to the people he knew in the island, among others to the Lady Judith Fell, a fair young dame, who introduced him to Lord Montfalcon, a puissant nobleman, who introduced him to the yachtsmen beginning to congregate, so that in a few weeks he found himself in the center of a brilliant company, and for the first time in his life tasted what it was to have free intercourse with his fellow creatures of both sexes. The sun of a system was therefore launched, not only through the surf, but in deep waters. Now the baronet had so far compromised between the recurrence of his softer feelings and the suggestions of his new familiar, that he had determined to act toward Richard with justness. The world called it magnanimity, and even Lady Blandish had some thoughts of the same kind when she heard that he had decreed to Richard a handsome allowance, and had scouted Mrs. Doria's proposal for him to contest the legality of the marriage. But Sir Austin knew well he was simply just in not withholding money from a youth so situated. And here again the world deceived him by embellishing his conduct. For what is it to be just to whom we love? He knew it was not magnanimous, but the cry of the world somehow fortified him in the conceit that in dealing perfect justice to his son he was doing all that was possible, because so much more than common fathers would have done. He had shut his heart. Consequently, Richard did not want money. What he wanted more, and did not get, was a word from his father. And though he said nothing to sadden his young bride, he felt how much it preyed upon him to be at variance with the man whom, now that he had offended him and gone against him, he would have fallen on his knees to, the man who was as no other man to him. She heard him of nights when she lay by his side, and the darkness and the broken mutterings of those nights clothed the figure of the strange, stern man in her mind. Not that it affected the appetites of the pretty pair. We must not expect that of Cupid enthroned and in condition. Under the influence of sea air, too. The phials of egg cups laugh at such an idea. Still, the worm did gnaw them. Judge then of their delight when, on this pleasant morning, as they were issuing from the garden of their cottage to go down to the sea, they caught sight of Tom Bakewell rushing up the road with a portmanteau on his shoulders, and, some distance behind him, discerned Adrian. "It's all right!" shouted Richard, and ran off to meet him, and never left his hand till he had hauled him up, firing questions at him all the way to where Lucy stood. "Lucy, this is Adrian, my cousin. Isn't he an angel?" his eyes seemed to add, while Lucy's clearly answered, "That he is." The full-bodied angel ceremoniously bowed to her, and acted with reserved unction the benefactor he saw in their greetings. "I think we are not strangers," he was good enough to remark, and very quickly let them know he had not breakfasted. On hearing which they hurried him into the house, and Lucy put herself in motion to have him served. "Dear old Rady," said Richard, tugging at his hand again, "how glad I am you've come. I don't mind telling you we've been hardly wretched." 6, 7, 8, 9 eggs! was Adrian's comment on a survey of the breakfast table. Why wouldn't he write? Why didn't he answer one of my letters? But here you are, so I don't mind now. He wants to see us, does he? We'll go up tonight. I've a match on at 11. My little yacht, I've called her the Blandish, against Fred Query's Begum. I shall beat, but whether I do or not, we'll go up tonight. What's the news? What are they all doing? My dear boy, Adrian returned, sitting comfortably down, let me put myself a little more on an equal footing with you before I undertake to reply. Half that number of eggs will be sufficient for an unmarried man, and then we'll talk. They're all very well as I can recollect after the shaking my total vacuity has had this morning. I came over by the first boat, and the sea has made me love Mother Earth and desire of her fruits. Richard fretted restlessly opposite his cool relative. Adrian, what did he say when he heard of it? I want to know exactly what words he said. Well, says the sage, my son, speech is the small change of silence. He said less than I do. That's how he took it, cried Richard, and plunged in meditation. Soon the table was cleared and laid out afresh, and Lucy preceded the maid bearing eggs on the tray, and sat down, unbonneted, and like a thoroughbred housewife, to pour out the tea for him. Now we'll commence, said Adrian, tapping his egg with meditative cheerfulness. But his expression soon changed to one of pain, all the more alarming for his benevolent efforts to conceal it. Could it be possible the egg was bad? Oh, horror! Lucy watched him and waited in trepidation. This egg has boiled 3 minutes and 3/4, he observed, ceasing to contemplate it. Dear, dear, said Lucy, I boiled them myself exactly that time. Richard likes them so. And you like them hard, Mr. Harley? On the contrary, I like them soft, 2 minutes and a half, or 3/4 at the outside. An egg should never rashly verge upon hardness, never. 3 minutes is the excess of temerity. If Richard had told me, if I had only known, the lovely little hostess interjected ruefully, biting her lip. We mustn't expect him to pay attention to such matters, said Adrian, trying to smile. Hang it, there are more eggs in the house, cried Richard, and pulled savagely at the bell. Lucy jumped up, saying, Oh, yes, I will go and boil some exactly the time you like. Pray let me go, Mr. Harley. Adrian restrained her departure with a motion of his hand. No, he said, I will be ruled by Richard's tastes, and Heaven grant me his digestion. Lucy threw a sad look at Richard, who stretched on a sofa, and left the burden of the entertainment entirely to her. The eggs were a melancholy beginning, but her ardor to please Adrian would not be damped, and she deeply admired his resignation. If she failed in pleasing this glorious herald of peace, no matter by what small misadventure, she apprehended calamity. So there sat this fair dove with brows at work above her serious, smiling blue eyes, covertly studying every aspect of the plump-faced Epicure, that she might learn to propitiate him. He shall not think me timid and stupid, thought this brave girl. And indeed, Adrian was astonished to find that she could both chat and be useful as well as look ornamental. When he had finished one egg, behold, 2 fresh ones came in, boiled according to his prescription. She had quietly given her orders to the maid, and he had them without fuss. Possibly his look of dismay at the offending eggs had not been altogether involuntary, and her woman's instinct, inexperienced as she was, may have told her that he had come prepared to be not very well satisfied with anything in love's cottage. There was mental faculty in those pliable brows to see through, and combat, an unwitting, wise youth. How much she had achieved already she partly divined when Adrian said, I think now I'm in case to answer your questions, my dear boy. Thanks to Mrs. Richard. And he bowed to her, his first direct acknowledgment of her position. Lucy thrilled with pleasure. "Ah!" cried Richard, and settled easily on his back. To begin, the pilgrim has lost his notebook, and has been persuaded to offer a reward which shall maintain the happy finder thereof in an asylum for life. Benson, superlative Benson, has turned his shoulders upon Raynham. None know whither he has departed. It is believed that the sole surviving member of the sect of the Shattuck dogmatists is under a total eclipse of woman. "Benson gone?" Richard exclaimed. "What a tremendous time it seems since I left Raynham!" "So it is, my dear boy. The honeymoon is Mahomet's minute, or say, the Persian king's water pail that you read of in the story. You dip your head in it, and when you draw it out, you discover that you have lived a life. To resume, your uncle Algernon still roams in pursuit of the lost one. I should say, hops. Your uncle Hippias has a new and most perplexing symptom, a determination of bride cake to the nose. Ever since your generous present to him, though he declares he never consumed a morsel of it, he has been under the distressing illusion that his nose is enormous, and I assure you he exhibits quite a maidenly timidity in following it, through a doorway, for instance. He complains of its terrible weight. I have conceived that Benson Invisible might be sitting on it. His hand and the doctor's are in hourly consultation with it, but I fear it will not grow smaller. The pilgrim has begotten upon it a new aphorism, that size is a matter of opinion." "Poor Uncle Hippy," said Richard. "I wonder he doesn't believe in magic. There's nothing supernatural to rival the wonderful sensations he does believe in. Good God! Fancy coming to that!" "I'm sure I'm very sorry," Lucy protested, "but I can't help laughing." Charming to the wise youth, her pretty laughter sounded. "The pilgrim has your notion, Richard. Whom does he not forestall? Confirmed dyspepsia is the apparatus of illusions, and he accuses the ages that put faith in sorcery of universal indigestion, which may have been the case owing to their infamous cookery. He says again, if you remember, that our own age is traveling back to darkness and ignorance through dyspepsia. He lays the seed of wisdom in the center of our system, Mrs. Richard, for which reason you will understand how sensible I am of the vast obligation I am under to you at the present moment, for your especial care of mine." Richard looked on at Lucy's little triumph, attributing Adrian's subjugation to her beauty and sweetness. She had latterly received a great many compliments on that score, which she did not care to hear, and Adrian's homage to a practical quality was far pleasanter to the young wife, who shrewdly guessed that her beauty would not help her much in the struggle she had now to maintain. Adrian continuing to lecture on the excelling virtues of wise cookery, a thought struck her. Where had she tossed Mrs. Berry's book? "So that's all about the home people?" said Richard. "All," replied Adrian. "Or stay, you know Clare's going to be married? Not? Your Aunt Helen—" "Oh, bother my Aunt Helen! What do you think she had the impertinence to write? But never mind. Is it to Ralph?" "Your Aunt Helen, I was going to say, my dear boy, is an extraordinary woman. It was from her originally that the pilgrim first learnt to call the female the practical animal. He studies us all, you know. The pilgrim's scrip is the abstract portraiture of his surrounding relatives. Well, your Aunt Helen—" "Mrs. Doria Battledoria," laughed Richard. "Being foiled in a little pet scheme of her own, call it a system if you like, of some 10 or 15 years' standing with regard to Miss Clare, the fair shuttlecockiana. Instead of fretting like a man, and questioning Providence, and turning herself and everybody else inside out, and seeing the world upside down, what does the practical animal do? She wanted to marry her to somebody she couldn't marry her to, so she resolved instantly to marry her to somebody she could marry her to." And as old gentlemen enter into these transactions with the practical animal the most readily, she fixed upon an old gentleman, an unmarried old gentleman, a rich old gentleman, and now a captive old gentleman. The ceremony takes place in about a week from the present time. No doubt you will receive your invitation in a day or two. And that cold, icy, wretched Clare has consented to marry an old man? Groaned Richard. I'll put a stop to that when I go to town. Richard got up and strode about the room. Then he bethought him it was time to go on board and make preparations. I'm off, he said. Adrian, you'll take her. She goes in the Empress, Montfalcon's vessel. He starts us. A little schooner yacht. Such a beauty. I'll have one like her some day. Good-bye, darling, he whispered to Lucy, and his hand and eyes lingered on her, and hers on him, seeking to make up for the priceless kiss they were debarred from. But she quickly looked away from him as he held her. Adrian stood silent. His brows were up, and his mouth dubiously contracted. He spoke at last. "Go on the water?" "Yes, it's only to St. Helens. Short and sharp." "Do you grudge me the nourishment my poor system has just received, my son?" "Oh, bother your system! Put on your hat and come along. I'll put you on board in my boat." "Richard, I have already paid the penalty of them who are condemned to come to an island." "I will go with you to the edge of the sea, and I will meet you there when you return, and take up the tale of the Tritons. But though I forfeit the pleasure of Mrs. Richard's company, I refuse to quit the land." "Yes, oh, Mr. Harley," Lucy broke from her husband, "and I will stay with you if you please. I don't want to go among those people, and we can see it all from the shore." "Dearest, I don't want to go. You don't mind? Of course, I will go if you wish, but I would so much rather stay." And she lengthened her plea in her attitude and look to melt the discontent she saw gathering. Adrian protested that she had much better go, that he could amuse himself very well till their return, and so forth. But she had schemes in her pretty head, and held to it to be allowed to stay, in spite of Lord Montfalcon's disappointment, cited by Richard, and at the great risk of vexing her darling, as she saw. Richard pished and glanced contemptuously at Adrian. He gave way ungraciously. "There, do as you like. Get your things ready to leave this evening. No, I'm not angry. Who could be?" He seemed, as he looked up from her modest fondling, to ask Adrian, and seized the indemnity of a kiss on her forehead, which, however, did not immediately disperse the shade of annoyance he felt. "Good heavens!" he exclaimed. "Such a day as this, and a fellow refuses to come on the water. Well, come along to the edge of the sea." Adrian's angelic quality had quite worn off to him. He never thought of devoting himself to make the most of the material there was, but somebody else did, and that fair somebody succeeded wonderfully in a few short hours. She induced Adrian to reflect that the baronet had only to see her, and the family muddle would be smoothed at once. He came to it by degrees. Still, the gradations were rapid. Her manner he liked. She was certainly a nice picture. Best of all, she was sensible. He forgot the farmer's niece in her. She was so very sensible. She appeared really to understand that it was a woman's duty to know how to cook. But the difficulty was by what means the baronet could be brought to consent to see her. He had not yet consented to see his son, and Adrian, spurred by Lady Blandish, had ventured something in coming down. He was not inclined to venture more. The small debate in his mind ended by his throwing the burden on time. Time would bring the matter about. Christians as well as pagans are in the habit of phrasing this excuse for folding their arms. "Forgetful," says the Pilgrim's script, "that the devil's imps enter into no such armistice." As she loitered along the shore with her amusing companion, Lucy had many things to think of. There was her darling's match. The yachts were started by pistol shot by Lord Montfalcon on board the Empress, and her little heart beat after Richard's straining sails. Then there was the strangeness of walking with a relative of Richard's, one who had lived by his side so long, and the thought that perhaps this night she would have to appear before the dreaded father of her husband. "Oh, Mr. Harley," she said, "is it true? Are we to go tonight? And me," she faltered, "will he see me?" "Ah, that is what I wanted to talk to you about," said Adrian. "I made some reply to our dear boy which he has slightly misinterpreted. Our second person plural is liable to misconstruction by an ardent mind. I said 'see you,' and he supposed 'now, Mrs. Richard.' I am sure you will understand me. Just at present, perhaps it would be advisable, when the father and son have settled their accounts, the daughter-in-law can't be a debtor." Lucy threw up her blue eyes. A half-cowardly delight at the chance of a respite from the awful interview made her quickly apprehensive. "Oh, Mr. Harley, you think he should go alone first?" "Well, that is my notion. But the fact is, he is such an excellent husband that I fancy it will require more than a man's power of persuasion to get him to go." "But I will persuade him, Mr. Harley. Perhaps if you would—" "There is nothing I would not do for his happiness," murmured Lucy. The wise youth pressed her hand with lymphatic approbation. They walked on till the yachts had rounded the point. "Is it to night, Mr. Harley?" she asked with some trouble in her voice now that her darling was out of sight. "I don't imagine your eloquence even will get him to leave you to night," Adrian replied gallantly. "Besides, I must speak for myself. To achieve the passage to an island is enough for one day. No necessity exists for any hurry, except in the brain of that impetuous boy. You must correct it, Mrs. Richard. Men are made to be managed, and women are born managers. Now, if you were to let him know that you don't want to go tonight, and let him guess after a day or two that you would very much rather, you might affect a peculiar repugnance. By taking it on yourself, you see, this wild young man will not require such frightful efforts of persuasion. Both his father and he are exceedingly delicate subjects, and his father, unfortunately, is not in a position to be managed directly. It's a strange office to propose to you, but it appears to devolve upon you to manage the father through the son. Prodigal having made his peace, you, who have done all the work from a distance, naturally come into the circle of the paternal smile, knowing it due to you. I see no other way. If Richard suspects that his father objects for the present to welcome his daughter-in-law, hostilities will be continued. The breach will be widened, bad will grow to worse, and I see no end to it." Adrian looked in her face as much as to say, "Now are you capable of this piece of heroism?" And it did seem hard to her that she should have to tell Richard she shrank from any trial. But the proposition chimed in with her fears and her wishes. She thought the wise youth very wise. The poor child was not insensible to his flattery, and the subtler flattery of making herself in some measure a sacrifice to the home she had disturbed. She agreed to simulate as Adrian had suggested. Victory is the commonest heritage of the hero, and when Richard came on shore proclaiming that the Blandish had beaten the Begum by 7 minutes and 3/4, he was hastily kissed and congratulated by his bride with her fingers among the leaves of Dr. Kitchener, and anxiously questioned about wine. "Dearest, Mr. Harley wants to stay with us a little, and he thinks we ought not to go immediately, that is, before he has had some letters, and I feel I would so much rather—" "Ah, that's it, you coward," said Richard. "Well, then, tomorrow. We had a splendid race. Did you see us?" "Oh, yes, I saw you and was sure my darling would win." And again she threw on him the cold water of that solicitude about wine. "Mr. Harley must have the best, you know, and we never drink it. And I'm so silly. I don't know good wine, and if you would send Tom where he can get good wine. I have seen to the dinner." "So that's why you didn't come to meet me?" "Pardon me, darling." Well, I do, but Mount Falcon doesn't, and Lady Judith thinks you ought to have been there. Ah, but my heart was with you. Richard put his hand to feel for the little heart. Her eyelids softened, and she ran away. It is to say much of the dinner that Adrian found no fault with it, and was in perfect good humor at the conclusion of the service. He did not abuse the wine they were able to procure for him, which was also much. The coffee, too, had the honor of passing without comment. These were sound first steps toward the conquest of an epicure, and as yet Cupid did not grumble. After coffee they strolled out to see the sun set from Lady Judith's grounds. The wind had dropped. The clouds had rolled from the zenith and ranged in amphitheater with distant flushed bodies over sea and land. Titanic, crimson head and chest, rising from the wave, faced Hyperion falling. There hung Briareus, with deep indented trunk and ravined brows, stretching all his hands up to unattainable blue summits. Northwest the range had a rich white glow, as if shining to the moon, and westward, streams of amber, melting into upper rose, shot out from the dipping dusk. "What Sandow calls the passion flower of heaven," said Richard under his breath to Adrian, who was serenely chanting Greek hexameters, and answered in the swing of the caesura. He might as well have said cauliflower. Lady Judith, with a black lace veil tied over her head, met them in the walk. She was tall and dark-haired, dark-eyed, sweet and persuasive in her accent and manner. A second edition of the Blandish, thinks Adrian. She welcomed him as one who had claims on her affability. She kissed Lucy protectingly, and remarking on the wonders of the evening, appropriated her husband. Adrian and Lucy found themselves walking behind them. The sun was under. All the spaces of the sky were alight, and Richard's fancy flamed. "So you're not intoxicated with your immense triumph this morning?" said Lady Judith. "Don't laugh at me. When it's over I feel ashamed of the trouble I've taken. Look at that glory. I'm sure you despise me for it." "Was I not there to applaud you? I only think such energies should be turned into some definitely useful channel. But you must not go into the army." "What else can I do?" "You are fit for so much that is better." "I can never be anything like Austen." "But I think you can do more." "Well, I thank you for thinking it, Lady Judith. Something I will do. A man must deserve to live, as you say." "Sauces," Adrian was heard to articulate distinctly in the rear. "Sauces are the top tree of this science. A woman who has mastered sauces sits on the apex of civilization." Briareus reddened duskily seaward. The west was all a burning rose. "How can men see such sights as those and live idle?" Richard resumed. "I feel ashamed of asking my men to work for me. Or I feel so now." "Not when you're racing the Begum, I think. There's no necessity for you to turn Democrat like Austen. Do you write now?" "No. What is writing like mine? It doesn't deceive me. I know it's only the excuse I'm making to myself for remaining idle. I haven't written a line since lately." "Because you are so happy." "No, not because of that. Of course I'm very happy." He did not finish. Vague, shapeless ambition had replaced love in yonder skies. No scientific humanist was by to study the natural development and guide him. This lady would hardly be deemed a very proper guide to the undirected energies of the youth. Yet they had established relations of that nature. She was 5 years older than he, and a woman, which may explain her serene presumption. The cloud giants had broken up. A brawny shoulder smoldered over the sea. "We'll work together in town, at all events," said Richard. "Why can't we go about together at night and find out people who want help?" Lady Judith smiled, and only corrected his nonsense by saying, "I think we mustn't be too romantic. You will become a knight errant, I suppose. You have the characteristics of one." Especially at breakfast. Adrian's unnecessarily emphatic gastronomical lessons to the young wife here came in. You must be our champion, continued Lady Judith, the rescuer and succourer of distressed dames and damsels. We want one badly. You do, said Richard earnestly. From what I hear, from what I know. His thoughts flew off with him as knight-errant, hailed shrilly, at exceeding critical moments, by distressed dames and damsels. Images of airy towers hung around. His fancy performed miraculous feats. The towers crumbled. The stars grew larger, seeming to throb with lustre. His fancy crumbled with the towers of the air. His heart gave a leap. He turned to Lucy. My darling, what have you been doing? And as if to compensate her for his little knight-errant infidelity, he pressed very tenderly to her. We have been engaged in a charming conversation on domestic cookery, interposed Adrian. Cookery? Such an evening as this? His face was a handsome likeness of Hippias at the presentation of bride cake. Dearest, you know it's very useful, Lucy mirthfully pleaded. Indeed, I quite agree with you, child, said Lady Judith, and I think you have the laugh of us. I certainly will learn to cook some day. Woman's mission in so many words, ejaculated Adrian. And pray, what is man's? To taste thereof, and pronounce thereupon. Let us give it up to them, said Lady Judith to Richard. You and I never will make so delightful and beautifully balanced a world of it. Richard appeared to have grown perfectly willing to give everything up to the fair face, his bridal Hesper. Next day Lucy had to act the coward anew, and as she did so, her heart sank to see how painfully it affected him that she should hesitate to go with him to his father. He was patient, gentle. He sat down by her side to appeal to her reason, and used all the arguments he could think of to persuade her. If we go together and make him see us both, if he sees he has nothing to be ashamed of in you, rather everything to be proud of, if you are only near him, you will not have to speak a word, and I'm certain as that I live, that in a week we shall be settled happily at Raynham. I know my father so well, Lucy. Nobody knows him but I. Lucy asked whether Mr. Harley did not. Adrian? Not a bit. Adrian only knows a part of people, Lucy, and not the best part. Lucy was disposed to think more highly of the object of her conquest. Is it he that has been frightening you, Lucy? No, no, Richard. Oh, dear, no, she cried, and looked at him more tenderly because she was not quite truthful. He doesn't know my father at all, said Richard. But Lucy had another opinion of the wise youth, and secretly maintained it. She could not be won to imagine the baronet a man of human mould, generous, forgiving, full of passionate love at heart, as Richard tried to picture him, and thought him now that he beheld him again through Adrian's embassy. To her he was that awful figure, shrouded by the midnight. Why are you so harsh? She had heard Richard cry more than once. She was sure that Adrian must be right. Well, I tell you I won't go without you, said Richard, and Lucy begged for a little more time. Cupid now began to grumble, and with cause. Adrian positively refused to go on the water unless that element were smooth as a plate. The southwest still joked boisterously at any comparison of the sort. The days were magnificent. Richard had yachting engagements, and Lucy always petitioned to stay to keep Adrian company. Concerning it, her duty as hostess. Arguing with Adrian was an absurd idea. If Richard hinted at his retaining Lucy, the wise youth would remark, "It's a wholesome interlude to your extremely cupidinous behavior, my dear boy." Richard asked his wife what they could possibly find to talk about. All manner of things, said Lucy, not only cookery. He is so amusing, though he does make fun of the Pilgrim's script, and I think he ought not. And then, do you know, darling, you won't think me vain, I think he is beginning to like me a little. Richard laughed at the humble mind of his beauty. Doesn't everybody like you, admire you? Doesn't Lord Mountfalcon, and Mr. Morton, and Lady Judith? But he is one of your family, Richard. And they all will, if she isn't a coward. Ah, no, she sighs, and is chidden. The conquest of an epicure, or any young wife's conquest beyond her husband, however loyally devised for their mutual happiness, may be costly to her. Richard, in his hours of excitement, was thrown very much with Lady Judith. He consulted her regarding what he termed Lucy's cowardice. Lady Judith said, "I think she's wrong, but you must learn to humor little women." "Then would you advise me to go up alone?" he asked, with a cloudy forehead. "What else can you do? Be reconciled yourself as quickly as you can. You can't drag her like a captive, you know." It is not pleasant for a young husband, fancying his bride the peerless flower of creation, to learn that he must humor a little woman in her. It was revolting to Richard. "What I fear," he said, "is that my father will make it smooth with me and not acknowledge her, so that whenever I go to him I shall have to leave her, and tit for tat, an abominable existence, like a ball on a billiard table. I won't bear that ignominy. And this I know, she might prevent it at once, if she would only be brave and face it. You, Lady Judith, you wouldn't be a coward?" "Where my old lord tells me to go, I go," the lady coldly replied. "There's not much merit in that. Pray don't cite me. Women are born cowards, you know." "But I love the women who are not cowards." "The little thing, your wife has not refused to go?" "No, but tears. Who can stand tears?" Lucy had come to drop them, unaccustomed to have his will thwarted, and urgent where he saw the thing to do so clearly. The young husband had spoken strong words, and she, who knew that she would have given her life by inches for him, who knew that she was playing a part for his happiness, and hiding for his sake the nature that was worthy his esteem, the poor little martyr had been weak a moment. She had Adrian's support. The wise youth was very comfortable. He liked the air of the island, and he liked being petted. A nice little woman, a very nice little woman, Tom Bakewell heard him murmur to himself, according to a habit he had, and his air of rather succulent patronage as he walked, or sat, beside the innocent beauty, with his head thrown back, and a smile that seemed always to be in secret communion with his marked abdominal prominence, showed that she was gaining part of what she played for. Wise youths who buy their loves are not unwilling, when opportunity offers, to try and obtain the commodity for nothing. Examinations of her hand, as for some occult purpose, and unctuous pattings of the same were not infrequent. Adrian waxed now and then anacreontic in his compliments. Lucy would say, "That's worse than Lord Montfalcon." "Better English than the noble lord deigns to employ. Allow that?" quoth Adrian. "He is very kind," said Lucy. "To all, save to our noble vernacular," added Adrian. "He seems to scent a rival to his dignity there." It may be that Adrian scented a rival to his lymphatic emotions. "We are at our ease here, in excellent society," he wrote to Lady Blandish. "I am bound to confess that the Huron has a happy fortune, or a superlative instinct. Blindfold he has seized upon a suitable mate. She can look at a lord and cook for an epicure. Besides Dr. Kitchener, she reads and comments on the Pilgrim's script. The love chapter, of course, takes her fancy. That picture of woman, drawn by reverence and colored by love, she thinks beautiful, and repeats it, tossing up pretty eyes. Also the lover's petition, 'Give me purity to be worthy the good in her, and grant her patience to reach the good in me.' 'Tis quite taking to hear her lisp it. Be sure that I am repeating the petition. I make her read me her choice passages. She has not a bad voice. The Lady Judith I spoke of is Austen's Miss Menteith, married to the incapable old Lord Fell, or Fellow, as the wits here call him." Lord Montfalcon is her cousin, and her what? She has been trying to find out, but they have both got over their perplexity, and act respectively the bad man reproved and the chaste counsellor, a position in which our young couple found them, and haply diverted its perils. They have quite taken them in hand. Lady Judith undertakes to cure the fair papist of a pretty modest trick of frowning and blushing when addressed, and his lordship directs the exuberant energies of the original man. 'Tis thus we fulfill our destinies, and are content. Sometimes they change pupils. My lord educates the little dame, and my lady the hope of Raynham. Joy and blessings unto all, as the German poet sings. Lady Judith accepted the hand of her decrepit lord, that she might be of potent service to her fellow creatures. Austen, you know, had great hopes of her. I have, for the first time in my career, a field of lords to study. I think it is not without meaning that I am introduced to it by a yeoman's niece. The language of the two social extremes is similar. I find it to consist in an instinctively lavish use of vowels and adjectives. My lord and Farmer Blaize speak the same tongue, only my lord's has lost its backbone and is limp, though fluent. Their pursuits are identical, but that one has money, or as the Pilgrim terms it, vantage, and the other has not. Their ideas seem to have a special relationship in the peculiarity of stopping where they have begun. Young Tom Blaize with vantage would be Lord Montfalcon. Even in the character of their parasites I see a resemblance, though I am bound to confess that the Honourable Peter Brader, who is my lord's parasite, is by no means noxious. This sounds dreadfully democrat. Pray don't be alarmed. The discovery of the affinity between the two extremes of the Royal British Oak has made me thrice conservative. I see now that the national love of a lord is less subservience than a form of self-love, putting a gold lace hat on one's image, as it were, to bow to it. I see, too, the admirable wisdom of our system. Could there be a finer balance of power than in a community where men, intellectually nil, have lawful vantage and a gold lace hat on? How soothing it is to intellect, that noble rebel as the Pilgrim has it, to stand and bow and know itself superior! This exquisite compensation maintains the balance, whereas that period anticipated by the Pilgrim, when science shall have produced an intellectual aristocracy, is indeed horrible to contemplate. For what despotism is so black as one the mind cannot challenge? 'Twill be an iron age. Wherefore, madam, I cry, and shall continue to cry, Vive Lord Montfalcon! Long may he sip his Burgundy! Long may the bacon fed carry him on their shoulders! Mr. Morton, who does me the honour to call me young Mephisto and Socrates missed, leaves to-morrow to get Master Ralph out of a scrape. Our Richard has just been elected member of a club for the promotion of nausea. Is he happy, you ask? As much so as one who has had the misfortune to obtain what he wanted can be. Speed is his passion. He races from point to point. In emulation of Leander and Don Juan he swam, I hear, to the opposite shores the other day, or some world-shaking feat of the sort. Himself the hero whom he went to meet, or as they who pun say, his hero was a bet. A pretty little domestic episode occurred this morning. He finds her abstracted in the fire of his caresses. She turns shy and seeks solitude. Green jealousy takes hold of him. He lies in wait and discovers her with his new rival, a veteran edition of the culinary doctor. Blind to the doctor's great national services, deaf to her wild music, he grasps the intruder, dismembers him, and performs upon him the treatment he has recommended for dressed cucumber. Tears and shrieks accompany the descent of the gastronome. Down she rushes to secure the cherished fragments. He follows. They find him, true to his character, alighted and straggling over a bed of blooming flowers. Yet ere a fairer flower can gather him, a heel black as Pluto stamps him into earth, flowers and all. Happy burial! Pathetic tribute to his merit is watering his grave, when by saunters my Lord Montfalcon. "What's the matter?" says his lordship, soothing his moustache. They break apart, and 'tis left to me to explain from the window. My lord looks shocked. Richard is angry with her for having to be ashamed of himself. Beauty dries her eyes, and after a pause of general foolishness, the business of life is resumed. I may add that the doctor has just been dug up, and we are busy, in the enemy's absence, renewing old Aeson with enchanted threads. By the way, a papist priest has blessed them. A month had passed when Adrian wrote this letter. He was very comfortable, so of course he thought time was doing his duty. Not a word did he say of Richard's return, and for some reason or other neither Richard nor Lucy spoke of it now. Lady Blandish wrote back: "His father thinks he has refused to come to him. By your utter silence on the subject I fear that it must be so. Make him come. Bring him by force. Insist on his coming. Is he mad? He must come at once." To this Adrian replied, after a contemplative, comfortable lapse of a day or two, which might be laid to his efforts to adopt the lady's advice: "The point is that the half man declines to come without the whole man. The terrible question of sex is our obstruction." Lady Blandish was in despair. She had no positive assurance that the baronet would see his son. The mask put them all in the dark, but she thought she saw in Sir Austin irritation that the offender, at least when the opening to come and make his peace seemed to be before him, should let days and weeks go by. She saw through the mask sufficiently not to have any hope of his consenting to receive the couple at present. She was sure that his equanimity was fictitious. But she pierced no farther, or she might have started and asked herself, "Is this the heart of a woman?" The lady at last wrote to Richard. She said, "Come instantly, and come alone." Then Richard, against his judgment, gave way. "My father is not the man I thought him," he exclaimed sadly, and Lucy felt his eyes saying to her, "And you, too, are not the woman I thought you." Nothing could the poor little heart reply, but strain to his bosom and sleeplessly pray in his arms all the night. End of chapter 34.
Chapter 35 of the Ordeal of Richard Feverel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jennifer Painter. The Ordeal of Richard Feverel by George Meredith. Chapter 35. 3 weeks after Richard arrived in town, his cousin Clare was married, under the blessings of her energetic mother and with the approbation of her kinsfolk, to the husband that had been expeditiously chosen for her. The gentleman, though something more than twice the age of his bride, had no idea of approaching senility for many long connubial years to come. Backed by his tailor and his hairdresser, he presented no such bad figure at the altar, and none would have thought that he was an ancient admirer of his bride's mamma, as certainly none knew he had lately proposed for Mrs. Doria before there was any question of her daughter. These things were secrets, and the elastic and happy appearance of Mr. John Todhunter did not betray them at the altar. Perhaps he would rather have married the mother. He was a man of property, well born, tolerably well educated, and had, when Mrs. Doria rejected him for the first time, the reputation of being a fool, which a wealthy man may have in his youth. But as he lived on, and did not squander his money, amassed it on the contrary, and did not seek to go into Parliament, and did other negative wise things, the world's opinion, as usual, veered completely round, and John Todhunter was esteemed a shrewd, sensible man, only not brilliant. That he was brilliant could not be said of him. In fact, the man could hardly talk, and it was a fortunate provision that no impromptu deliveries were required of him in the marriage service. Mrs. Doria had her own reasons for being in a hurry. She had discovered something of the strange, impassive nature of her child, not from any confession of Clare's, but from signs a mother can read when her eyes are not resolutely shut. She saw with alarm and anguish that Clare had fallen into the pit she had been digging for her so laboriously. In vain she entreated the baronet to break the disgraceful, and, as she said, illegal alliance his son had contracted. Sir Austin would not even stop the little pension to poor Berry. "At least you will do that, Austin," she begged pathetically. "You will show your sense of that horrid woman's conduct." He refused to offer up any victim to console her. Then Mrs. Doria told him her thoughts, and when an outraged, energetic lady is finally brought to exhibit these painfully hoarded treasures, she does not use half words as a medium. His system and his conduct generally were denounced to him, without analysis. She let him understand that the world laughed at him, and he heard this from her at a time when his mask was still soft and liable to be acted on by his nerves. "You are weak, Austin, weak, I tell you," she said, and like all angry and self-interested people, prophecy came easy to her. In her heart she accused him of her own fault, in imputing to him the wreck of her project. The baronet allowed her to revel in the proclamation of a dire future, and quietly counselled her to keep apart from him, which his sister assured him she would do. But to be passive in calamity is the province of no woman. Mark the race at any hour. What revolution and hubbub does not that little instrument, the needle, avert from us? Says the Pilgrim's scrip. Alas, that in calamity women cannot stitch. Now that she saw Clare wanted other than iron, it struck her she must have a husband, and be made secure as a woman and a wife. This seemed the thing to do, and, as she had forced the iron down Clare's throat, so she forced the husband, and Clare gulped at the latter as she had at the former. On the very day that Mrs. Doria had this new track shaped out before her, John Todhunter called at the Foreys. "Old John," sang out Mrs. Doria, "show him up to me. I want to see him particularly." He sat with her alone. He was a man multitudes of women would have married. Whom will they not? And who would have married any presentable woman. But women do want asking, and John never had the word. The rape of such men is left to the practical animal. So John sat alone with his old flame. He had become resigned to her perpetual lamentation and living suttee for his defunct rival. But ha! What meant those soft glances now, addressed to him? His tailor and his hairdresser gave youth to John, but they had not the art to bestow upon him distinction. And an undistinguished man, what woman looks at? John was an indistinguishable man. For that reason he was dry wood to a soft glance. And now she said, "It is time you should marry, and you are the man to be the guide and helper of a young woman, John. You are well preserved, younger than most of the young men of our day. You are eminently domestic, a good son, and will be a good husband and good father. Someone you must marry. What do you think of Clare for a wife for you?" At first John Todhunter thought it would be very much like his marrying a baby. However, he listened to it, and that was enough for Mrs. Doria. She went down to John's mother and consulted with her on the propriety of the scheme of wedding her daughter to John in accordance with his proposition. Mrs. Todhunter's jealousy of any disturbing force in the influence she held over her son, Mrs. Doria knew to be one of the causes of John's remaining constant to the impression she had aforetime produced on him. She spoke so kindly of John, and laid so much stress on the ingrained obedience and passive disposition of her daughter, that Mrs. Todhunter was led to admit she did think it almost time John should be seeking a mate, and that he, all things considered, would hardly find a fitter one. And this John Todhunter, old John no more, heard to his amazement when, a day or two subsequently, he instanced the probable disapproval of his mother. The match was arranged. Mrs. Doria did the wooing. It consisted in telling Clare that she had come to years when marriage was desirable, and that she had fallen into habits of moping, which might have the worse effect on her future life, as it had on her present health and appearance, and which a husband would cure. Richard was told by Mrs. Doria that Clare had instantaneously consented to accept Mr. John Todhunter as lord of her days, and with more than obedience, with alacrity. At all events, when Richard spoke to Clare, the strange passive creature did not admit constraint on her inclinations. Mrs. Doria allowed Richard to speak to her. She laughed at his futile endeavours to undo her work, and the boyish sentiments he uttered on the subject. "Let us see, child," she said. "Let us see which turns out the best, a marriage of passion or a marriage of common sense." Heroic efforts were not wanting to arrest the union. Richard made repeated journeys to Hounslow, where Ralph was quartered, and if Ralph could have been persuaded to carry off a young lady who did not love him from the bridegroom her mother averred she did love, Mrs. Doria might have been defeated. But Ralph in his cavalry quarters was cooler than Ralph in the Bursley meadows. "Women are oddities, Dick," he remarked, running a finger right and left along his upper lip. "Best leave them to their own freaks. She's a dear girl, though she doesn't talk. I like her for that. If she cared for me, I'd go the race. She never did. It's no use asking a girl twice. She knows whether she cares a fig for a fellow." The hero quitted him with some contempt. As Ralph Morton was a young man, and he had determined that John Todhunter was an old man, he sought another private interview with Clare, and getting her alone, said, "Clare, I have come to you for the last time. Will you marry Ralph Morton?" To which Clare replied, "I cannot marry two husbands, Richard." "Will you refuse to marry this old man?" "I must do as mamma wishes." "Then you're going to marry an old man, a man you don't love and can't love. Oh, good God! Do you know what you're doing?" He flung about in a fury. "Do you know what it is, Clare?" He caught her two hands violently. "Have you any idea of the horror you are going to commit?" She shrank a little at his vehemence, but neither blushed nor stammered, answering, "I see nothing wrong in doing what mamma thinks right, Richard." "Your mother! I tell you it's an infamy, Clare. It is a miserable sin. I tell you if I had done such a thing, I would not live an hour after it. And coldly to prepare for it, to be busy about your dresses. They told me when I came in that you were with the milliner. To be smiling over the horrible outrage, decorating yourself." "Dear Richard," said Clare, "you will make me very unhappy." "That one of my blood should be so debased," he cried, brushing angrily at his face. "Unhappy! I beg you to feel for yourself, Clare. But I suppose," and he said it scornfully, "girls don't feel this sort of shame." She grew a trifle paler. Next to mamma, I would wish to please you, dear Richard. Have you no will of your own? He exclaimed. She looked at him softly, a look he interpreted for the meekness he detested in her. No, I believe you have none, he added. And what can I do? I can't step forward and stop this accursed marriage. If you would but say a word, I would save you. But you tie my hands, and they expect me to stand by and see it done. Will you not be there, Richard? Said Clare, following the question with her soft eyes. It was the same voice that had so thrilled him on his marriage morn. Oh, my darling Clare, he cried in the kindest way he had ever used to her. If you knew how I feel this. And now as he wept, she wept, and came insensibly into his arms. My darling Clare, he repeated. She said nothing, but seemed to shudder, weeping. You will do it, Clare? You will be sacrificed? So lovely as you are, too, Clare. You cannot be quite blind. If I dared speak to you and tell you all, look up. Can you still consent? I must not disobey mamma, Clare murmured, without looking up from the nest her cheek had made on his bosom. Then kiss me for the last time, said Richard. I'll never kiss you after it, Clare. He bent his head to meet her mouth, and she threw her arms wildly round him, and kissed him convulsively, and clung to his lips, shutting her eyes, her face suffused with a burning red. Then he left her, unaware of the meaning of those passionate kisses. Argument with Mrs. Doria was like firing paper pellets against a stone wall. To her, indeed, the young married hero spoke almost indecorously, and that which his delicacy withheld him from speaking to Clare. He could provoke nothing more responsive from the practical animal than pooh-pooh, tush-tush, and fiddle-dee-dee. Really, Mrs. Doria said to her intimates, that boy's education acts like a disease on him. He cannot regard anything sensibly. He is for ever in some mad excess of his fancy, and what he will come to at last, heaven only knows. I sincerely pray that Austen will be able to bear it. Threats of prayer, however, that harp upon their sincerity, are not very well worth having. Mrs. Doria had embarked in a practical controversy, as it were, with her brother. Doubtless she did trust he would be able to bear his sorrows to come, but one who has uttered prophecy can barely help hoping to see it fulfilled. She had prophesied much grief to the baronet. Poor John Todhunter, who would rather have married the mother, and had none of your heroic notions about the sacred necessity for love in marriage, moved as one guiltless of offence, and deserving his happiness. Mrs. Doria shielded him from the hero. To see him smile at Clare's obedient figure, and try not to look paternal, was touching. Meantime, Clare's marriage served one purpose. It completely occupied Richard's mind, and prevented him from chafing at the vexation of not finding his father ready to meet him when he came to town. A letter had awaited Adrian at the hotel, which said, "Detain him till you hear further from me. Take him about with you into every form of society." No more than that. Adrian had to extemporize that the baronet had gone down to Wales on pressing business, and would be back in a week or so. For ulterior inventions and devices wherewith to keep the young gentleman in town, he applied to Mrs. Doria. "Leave him to me," said Mrs. Doria. "I'll manage him." And she did. Who can say, asks the pilgrim scrip, when he is not walking a puppet to some woman? Mrs. Doria would hear no good of Lucy. "I believe," she observed, as Adrian ventured a shrugging protest in her behalf, "it is my firm opinion that a scullery maid would turn any of you men round her little finger, only give her time and opportunity." By dwelling on the arts of women, she reconciled it to her conscience to do her best to divide the young husband from his wife, till it pleased his father they should live their unhallowed union again. Without compunction or a sense of incongruity, she abused her brother and assisted the fulfilment of his behests. So the puppets were marshalled by Mrs. Doria, happy or sad or indifferent. Quite against his set resolve and the tide of his feelings, Richard found himself standing behind Clare in the church, the very edifice that had witnessed his own marriage, and heard, "I, Clare Doria, take thee, John Pemberton," clearly pronounced. He stood with black brows dissecting the arts of the tailor and hairdresser on unconscious John. The back and much of the middle of Mr. Todhunter's head was bald. The back shone like an eggshell, but across the middle the artist had drawn 2 long dabs of hair from the sides and plastered them cunningly, so that all save wilful eyes would have acknowledged the head to be covered. The man's only pretension was to a respectable juvenility. He had a good chest, stout limbs, a face inclined to be jolly. Mrs. Doria had no cause to be put out of countenance at all by the exterior of her son-in-law, nor was she. Her splendid hair and gratified smile made a light in the church. Playing puppets must be an immense pleasure to the practical animal. The 4 bridesmaids, 5 in number, and 1 Miss Doria, their cousin, stood as girls do stand at these sacrifices, whether happy, sad, or indifferent, a smile on their lips and tears in attendance. Old Mrs. Todhunter, an exceedingly small ancient woman, was also there. "I can't have my boy John married without seeing it done," she said, and throughout the ceremony she was muttering audible encomiums on her John's manly behaviour. The ring was affixed to Clare's finger. There was no ring lost in this common-sense marriage. The instant the clergyman bade him employ it, John drew the ring out and dropped it on the finger of the cold, passive hand in a business-like way, as one who had studied the matter. Mrs. Doria glanced aside at Richard. Richard observed Clare spread out her fingers, that the operation might be the more easily effected. He did duty in the vestry a few minutes, and then said to his aunt, "Now I'll go." "You'll come to the breakfast, child? The 4's—" He cut her short. "I've stood for the family, and I'll do no more. I won't pretend to eat and make merry over it." "Richard!" "Good-bye." She had attained her object, and she wisely gave way. "Well, go and kiss Clare and shake his hand. Pray, pray be civil." She turned to Adrian and said, "He is going. You must go with him and find some means of keeping him, or he'll be running off to that woman. Now, no words. Go." Richard bade Clare farewell. She put up her mouth to him humbly, but he kissed her on the forehead. "Do not cease to love me," she said in a quavering whisper in his ear. Mr. Todhunter stood beaming and endangering the art of the hairdresser with his pocket handkerchief. Now he positively was married. He thought he would rather have the daughter than the mother, which is a reverse of the order of human thankfulness at a gift of the gods. "Richard, my boy," he said heartily, "congratulate me." "I should be happy to if I could," sedately replied the hero, to the consternation of those around. Nodding to the bridesmaids and bowing to the old lady, he passed out. Adrian, who had been behind him, deputed to watch for a possible unpleasantness, just hinted to John, "You know, poor fellow, he has got into a mess with his marriage." "Oh, yes," kindly said John. "Poor fellow." All the puppets then rolled off to the breakfast. Adrian hurried after Richard in an extremely discontented state of mind. Not to be at the breakfast and see the best of the fun disgusted him. However, he remembered that he was a philosopher, and the strong disgust he felt was only expressed in concentrated cynicism on every earthly matter engendered by the conversation. They walked side by side into Kensington Gardens. The hero was mouthing away to himself, talking by fits. Presently he faced Adrian, crying, "And I might have stopped it. I see it now. I might have stopped it by going straight to him and asking if he dared marry a girl who did not love him. And I never thought of it. Good heaven! I feel this miserable affair on my conscience." "Ah," groaned Adrian, "an unpleasant cargo for the conscience, that. I would rather carry anything on mine than a married couple. Do you propose going to him now?" The hero soliloquized. "He's not a bad sort of man." "Well, he's not a cavalier," said Adrian, "and that's why you wonder your aunt selected him, no doubt. He's decidedly of the Roundhead type, with a Puritan extracted, or inoffensive, if latent." "There's the double infamy," cried Richard, "that a man you can't call bad should do this damned thing." "Well, it's hard we can't find a villain." "He would have listened to me, I'm sure." "Go to him now, Richard, my son. Go to him now. It is not yet too late. Who knows? If he really has a noble, elevated, superior mind, though not a cavalier in person, he may be one at heart. He might, to please you, and since you put such stress upon it, abstain, perhaps with some loss of dignity, but never mind. And the request might be singular, or seem so. But everything has happened before in this world, you know, my dear boy. And what an infinite consolation it is for the eccentric, that reflection." The hero was impervious to the wise youth. He stared at him as if he were but a speck in the universe he visioned. It was provoking that Richard should be Adrian's best subject for cynical pastime, in the extraordinary heterodoxies he started, and his worst in the way he took it. And the wise youth, against his will, had to feel as conscious of the young man's imaginative mental armour as he was of his muscular physical. "The same sort of day," mused Richard, looking up. "I suppose my father's right. We make our own fates, and nature has nothing to do with it." Adrian yawned. "Some difference in the trees, though," Richard continued abstractedly. "Growing bald at the top," said Adrian. "Will you believe that my Aunt Helen compared the conduct of that wretched slave Clare to Lucy's, who, she had the cruel insolence to say, entangled me into marriage?" The hero broke out loudly and rapidly. "You know, I told you, Adrian, how I had to threaten and insist, and how she pleaded and implored me to wait." Mumbled Adrian. "You remember my telling you?" Richard was earnest to hear her exonerated. "Pleaded and implored, my dear boy? Oh, no doubt she did. Where's the lass that doesn't? Call my wife by another name, if you please. The generic title can't be cancelled because of your having married one of the body, my son." "She did all she could to persuade me to wait," emphasized Richard. Adrian shook his head with a deplorable smile. "Come, come, my good Ricky, not at all, not at all." Richard bellowed. "What more could she have done?" "She could have shaved her head, for instance." This happy shaft did stick. With a furious exclamation, Richard shot in front, Adrian following him, and asking him, merely to have his assumption verified, whether he did not think she might have shaved her head, and, presuming her to have done so, whether, in candour, he did not think he would have waited, at least till she looked less of a rank lunatic. After a minute or so, the wise youth was but a fly buzzing about Richard's head. 3 weeks of separation from Lucy, and an excitement deceased, caused him to have soft yearnings for the dear, lovely home face. He told Adrian it was his intention to go down that night. Adrian immediately became serious. He was at a loss what to invent to detain him, beyond the stale fiction that his father was coming tomorrow. He rendered homage to the genius of woman in these straits. My aunt, he thought, would have the lie ready, and not only that, but she would take care it did its work. At this juncture the voice of a cavalier in the Row hailed them, proving to be the Honourable Peter Brader, Lord Mountfalcon's parasite. He greeted them very cordially, and Richard, remembering some fun they had in the island, asked him to dine with them, postponing his return till the next day. Lucy was his. It was even sweet to dally with the delight of seeing her. The Honourable Peter was one who did honour to the body he belonged to. Though not so tall as a West of London footman, he was as shapely, and he had a power of making his voice insinuating or arrogant, as it suited the exigencies of his profession. He had not a rap of money in the world, yet he rode a horse, lived high, expended largely. The world said that the Honourable Peter was salaried by his lordship, and that, in common with that of parasite, he exercised the ancient companion profession. This the world said, and still smiled at the Honourable Peter, for he was an engaging fellow, and where he went not, Lord Mountfalcon would not go. They had a quiet little hotel dinner, ordered by Adrian, and made a square at the table, Ripton Thompson being the fourth. Richard sent down to his office to fetch him, and the two friends shook hands for the first time since the great deed had been executed. Deep was the old dog's delight to hear the praises of his beauty sounded by such aristocratic lips as the Honourable Peter Brader's. All through the dinner he was throwing out hints and small queries to get a fuller account of her, and when the claret had circulated, he spoke a word or two himself, and heard the Honourable Peter eulogize his taste, and wish him a bride as beautiful, at which Ripton blushed and said he had no hope of that, and the Honourable Peter assured him marriage did not break the mould. After the wine, this gentleman took his cigar on the balcony, and found occasion to get some conversation with Adrian alone. "Our young friend here made it all right for the governor?" he asked carelessly. "Oh, yes," said Adrian. But it struck him that Brader might be of assistance in showing Richard a little of the society in every form required by his chief's prescript. "That is," he continued, "we are not yet permitted an interview with the august author of our being, and I have rather a difficult post. 'Tis mine both to keep him here, and also to find him the opportunity to measure himself with his fellow man. In other words, his father wants him to see something of life before he enters upon housekeeping. Now, I am proud to confess that I'm hardly equal to the task. The demi or damned monde, if it's that lie wants him to observe, is one that I leave not got the walk to." "Ha! ha!" laughed Brader. "You do the keeping, I offer to parade the demi. I must say, though, it's a queer notion of the old gentleman." "It is the continuation of a philosophic plan," said Adrian. Brader followed the curvings of the whiff of his cigar with his eyes, and ejaculated, "Infernally philosophic!" "Has Lord Mountfalcon left the island?" Adrian inquired. "Mount? To tell the truth, I don't know where he is. Chasing some light craft, I suppose. That's poor Mount's weakness. It's his ruin, poor fellow. He is so confoundedly in earnest at the game." "He ought to know it by this time, if fame speaks true," remarked Adrian. "He is a baby about women, and always will be," said Brader. "He's been once or twice wanting to marry them. Now there's a woman. You've heard of Mrs. Mount? All the world knows her. If that woman hadn't scandalized—" The young man joined them and checked the communication. Brader winked at Adrian and pitifully indicated the presence of an innocent. "A married man, you know," said Adrian. Yes, we won't shock him," Brader observed. He appeared to study the young man while they talked. Next morning Richard was surprised by a visit from his aunt. Mrs. Doria took a seat by his side and spoke as follows. My dear nephew, now you know I have always loved you and thought of your welfare as if you had been my own child. More than that, I fear. Well now, you are thinking of returning to that place, are you not? Yes, it is as I thought. Very well now, let me speak to you. You are in a much more dangerous position than you imagine. I don't deny your father's affection for you. It would be absurd to deny it. But you are of an age now to appreciate his character. Whatever you may do, he will always give you money. That you are sure of. That you know. Very well. But you are one to want more than money. You want his love. Richard, I am convinced you will never be happy, whatever base pleasures you may be led into, if he should withhold his love from you. Now, child, you know you have grievously offended him. I wish not to animadvert on your conduct. You fancied yourself in love, and so on, and you were rash. The less said of it, the better now. But you must now, it is your duty now to do something, to do everything that lies in your power to show him you repent. No interruptions. Listen to me. You must consider him. Austen is not like other men. Austen requires the most delicate management. You must, whether you feel it or no, present an appearance of contrition. I counsel it for the good of all. He is just like a woman, and where his feelings are offended, he wants utter subservience. He has you in town, and he does not see you. Now you know that he and I are not in communication. We have likewise our differences. Well, he has you in town, and he holds aloof. He is trying you, my dear Richard. No, he is not at Raynham. I do not know where he is. He is trying you, child, and you must be patient. You must convince him that you do not care utterly for your own gratification. If this person, I wish to speak of her with respect for your sake, well, if she loves you at all, if, I say, she loves you one atom, she will repeat my solicitations for you to stay and patiently wait here till he consents to see you. I tell you candidly, it is your only chance of ever getting him to receive her. That you should know. And now, Richard, I may add that there is something else you should know. You should know that it depends entirely upon your conduct now, whether you are to see your father's heart for ever divided from you, and a new family at Raynham. You do not understand? I will explain. Brothers and sisters are excellent things for young people, but a new brood of them can hardly be acceptable to a young man. In fact, they are, and must be, aliens. I only tell you what I have heard on good authority. Don't you understand now? Foolish boy! If you do not humour him, he will marry her. Oh, I am sure of it. I know it. And this you will drive him to. I do not warn you on the score of your prospects, but of your feelings. I should regard such a contingency, Richard, as a final division between you. Think of the scandal. But alas, that is the least of the evils. It was Mrs. Doria's object to produce an impression and avoid an argument. She therefore left him as soon as she had, as she supposed, made her mark on the young man. Richard was very silent during the speech, and save for an exclamation or so, had listened attentively. He pondered on what his aunt said. He loved Lady Blandish. and yet he did not wish to see her Lady Feverel. Mrs. Doria laid painful stress on the scandal, and though he did not give his mind to this, he thought of it. He thought of his mother. Where was she? But most his thoughts recurred to his father, and something akin to jealousy slowly awakened his heart to him. He had given him up, and had not latterly felt extremely filial, but he could not bear the idea of a division in the love of which he had ever been the idol and sole object. And such a man, too, so good, so generous! If it was jealousy that roused the young man's heart to his father, the better part of love was also revived in it. He thought of old days, of his father's forbearance, his own wilfulness. He looked on himself and what he had done with the eyes of such a man. He determined to do all he could to regain his favour. Mrs. Doria learnt from Adrian in the evening that her nephew intended waiting in town another week. That will do, smiled Mrs. Doria. He will be more patient at the end of a week. Oh, does patience beget patience? Said Adrian. I was not aware it was a propagating virtue. I surrender him to you. I shan't be able to hold him in after 1 week more. I assure you, my dear aunt, he's already— Thank you. No explanation, Mrs. Doria begged. When Richard saw her nest, he was informed that she had received a most satisfactory letter from Mrs. John Todhunter, quite a glowing account of John's behaviour. But on Richard's desiring to know the words Clare had written, Mrs. Doria objected to be explicit, and shot into worldly gossip. Clare seldom glows, said Richard. No, I mean for her, his aunt remarked. Don't look like your father, child. I should like to have seen the letter, said Richard. Mrs. Doria did not propose to show it. End of chapter 35.
Chapter 36 of The Ordeal of Richard Feverel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. The Ordeal of Richard Feverel by George Meredith. Chapter 36. A lady driving a pair of greys was noticed by Richard in his rides and walks. She passed him rather obviously and often. She was very handsome, a bold beauty, with shining black hair, red lips, and eyes not afraid of men. The hair was brushed from her temples, leaving one of those fine, reckless outlines which the action of driving and the pace admirably set off. She took his fancy. He liked the air of petulant gallantry about her, and mused upon the picture, rare to him, of a glorious dashing woman. He thought, too, she looked at him. He was not at the time inclined to be vain, or he might have been sure she did. Once it struck him she nodded slightly. He asked Adrian one day in the park who she was. I don't know her, said Adrian. Probably a superior priestess of Paphos. Now that's my idea of Bellona, Richard exclaimed. Not the fury they paint, but a spirited, dauntless, eager-looking creature like that. Bellona, returned the wise youth. I don't think her hair was black. Red, wasn't it? I shouldn't compare her to Bellona, though no doubt she's as ready to spill blood. Look at her. She does seem to scent carnage. I see your idea. No, I should liken her to Diana, emerged from the tutorship of Master Endymion, and at nice play among the gods. Depend upon it, they tell us nothing of the matter. Olympus shrouds the story, but you may be certain that when she left the pretty shepherd she had greater vogue than Venus up aloft. Brader joined them. "See Mrs. Mount go by?" he said. "Oh, that's Mrs. Mount!" cried Adrian. "Who's Mrs. Mount?" Richard inquired. "A sister to Miss Random, my dear boy." "Like to know her?" drawled the Honorable Peter. Richard replied indifferently, "No," and Mrs. Mount passed out of sight and out of the conversation. The young man wrote submissive letters to his father. "I have remained here waiting to see you now 5 weeks," he wrote. "I have written to you 3 letters, and you do not reply to them. Let me tell you again how sincerely I desire and pray that you will come. Or permit me to come to you and throw myself at your feet and beg my forgiveness and hers. She as earnestly implores it. Indeed, I am very wretched, sir. Believe me, there is nothing I would not do to regain your esteem and the love I fear I have unhappily forfeited. I will remain another week in the hope of hearing from you or seeing you. I beg of you, sir, not to drive me mad. Whatever you ask of me, I will consent to." "Nothing he would not do," the baronet commented as he read. "There is nothing he would not do. He will remain another week and give me that final chance. And it is I who drive him mad? Already he is beginning to cast his retribution on my shoulders." Sir Austin had really gone down to Wales to be out of the way. A Shattuck dogmatist does not meet misfortune without hearing of it, and the author of the Pilgrim's Scrip in trouble found London too hot for him. He quitted London to take refuge among the mountains, living there in solitary commune with a virgin notebook. Some indefinite scheme was in his head in this treatment of his son. Had he construed it, it would have looked ugly, and it settled to a vague principle that the young man should be tried and tested. Let him learn to deny himself something. Let him live with his equals for a term. If he loves me, he will read my wishes. Thus he explained his principle to Lady Blandish. The lady wrote, "You speak of a term. Till when? May I name one to him? It is the dreadful uncertainty that reduces him to despair. That and nothing else. Pray be explicit." In return, he distantly indicated Richard's majority. How could Lady Blandish go and ask the young man to wait a year away from his wife? Her instinct began to open a wide eye on the idol she worshipped. When people do not themselves know what they mean, they succeed in deceiving and imposing upon others. Not only was Lady Blandish mystified, Mrs. Doria, who pierced into the recesses of everybody's mind and had always been in the habit of reading off her brother from infancy, and had never known herself to be once wrong about him, she confessed she was quite at a loss to comprehend Austin's principle. "For principle he has," said Mrs. Doria. "He never acts without one. But what it is I cannot at present perceive. If he would write and command the boy to await his return, all would be clear. He allows us to go and fetch him, and then leaves us all in a quandary. It must be some woman's influence. That is the only way to account for it." "Singular!" interjected Adrian. "What pride women have in their sex! Well, I have to tell you, my dear aunt, that the day after tomorrow I hand my charge over to your keeping. I can't hold him in an hour longer. I've had to leash him with lies till my invention's exhausted. I petitioned to have them put down to the chief's account. But when the stream runs dry, I can do no more. The last was that I had heard from him desiring me to have the southwest bedroom ready for him on Tuesday proximate. So, says my son, I'll wait till then. And from the gigantic effort he exhibited in coming to it, I doubt any human power's getting him to wait longer." We must detain him," said Mrs. Doria. "If we do not, I am convinced Austen will do something rash that he will forever repent. He will marry that woman, Adrian, mark my words. Now with any other young man. But Richard's education, that ridiculous system! Has he no distraction, nothing to amuse him? Poor boy, I suppose he wants his own particular playfellow." The wise youth had to bow to a reproof. "I tell you, Adrian, he will marry that woman." "My dear aunt, can a chaste man do aught more commendable?" "Has the boy no object we can induce him to follow? If he had but a profession!" What say you to the regeneration of the streets of London, and the profession of moral scavenger, aunt? I assure you I have served a month's apprenticeship with him. We sally forth on the 10th hour of the night. A female passes. I hear him groan. Is she one of them, Adrian? I am compelled to admit she is not the saint he deems it the portion of every creature wearing petticoats to be. Another groan, an evident internal. It cannot be, and yet, that we hear on the stage. Rollings of eyes, impious questionings of the Creator of the universe, savage mutterings against brutal males. And then we meet a second young person, and repeat the performance, of which I am rather tired. It would be all very well, but he turns upon me, and lectures me because I don't hire a house, and furnish it for all the women one meets to live in purity. Now that's too much to ask of a quiet man. Master Thompson has latterly relieved me, I'm happy to say." Mrs. Doria thought her thoughts. "Has Austen written to you since you were in town?" "Not an aphorism," returned Adrian. "I must see Richard tomorrow morning," Mrs. Doria ended the colloquy by saying. The result of her interview with her nephew was that Richard made no allusion to a departure on the Tuesday, and for many days afterward he appeared to have an absorbing business on his hands. But what it was, Adrian did not then learn, and his admiration of Mrs. Doria's genius for management rose to a very high pitch. On a morning in October they had an early visitor in the person of the Honorable Peter, whom they had not seen for a week or more. "Gentlemen," he said, flourishing his cane in his most affable manner, "I've come to propose to you to join us in a little dinner party at Richmond. Nobody's in town, you know. London's as dead as a stockfish. Nothing but the scrapings to offer you. But the weather's fine. I flatter myself you'll find the company agreeable. What says my friend Feverel?" Richard begged to be excused. No, positively you must come," said the Honorable Peter. "I've had some trouble to get them together to relieve the dullness of your incarceration. Richmond's within the rules of your prison. You can be back by night. Moonlight on the water. Lovely woman. We've engaged a city barge to pull us back. 8 oars. I'm not sure it isn't 16. Come. The word." Adrian was for going. Richard said he had an appointment with Ripton. "You're in for another rick, you two," said Adrian. "Arrange that we go. You haven't seen the Cockney's Paradise. Abjure blazes, and taste of peace, my son." After some persuasion, Richard yawned wearily and got up and threw aside the care that was on him, saying, "Very well, just as you like. We'll take old Rip with us." Adrian consulted Brader's eye at this. The Honorable Peter briskly declared he should be delighted to have Feverel's friend, and offered to take them all down in his drag. "If you don't get a match on to swim there with the tide, eh, Feverel, my boy?" Richard replied that he had given up that sort of thing, at which Brader communicated a queer glance to Adrian, and applauded the youth. Richmond was under a still October sun. The pleasant landscape, bathed in autumn, stretched from the foot of the hill to a red horizon haze. The day was like none that Richard vividly remembered. It touched no link in the chain of his recollection. It was quiet, and belonged to the spirit of the season. Adrian had divined the character of the scrapings they were to meet. Brader introduced them to one or two of the men, hastily and in rather an undervoice, as a thing to get over. They made their bow to the first knot of ladies they encountered. Propriety was observed strictly, even to severity. The general talk was of the weather. Here and there a lady would seize a buttonhole or any little bit of the habiliments of the man she was addressing, and if it came to her to chide him, she did it with more than a forefinger. This, however, was only here and there, and a privilege of intimacy. Where ladies are gathered together, the queen of the assemblage may be known by her court of males. The queen of the present gathering leaned against a corner of the open window, surrounded by a stalwart court, in whom a practised eye would have discerned guardsmen, and Ripton, with a sinking of the heart, apprehended lords. They were fine men, offering inanimate homage. The trim of their whiskerage, the cut of their coats, the high-bred indolence in their aspect, eclipsed Ripton's sense of self-esteem. But they kindly looked over him. Occasionally one committed a momentary outrage on him with an eyeglass, seeming to cry out in a voice of scathing scorn, "Who's this?" And Ripton got closer to his hero to justify his humble pretensions to existence and an identity in the shadow of him. Richard gazed about. Heroes do not always know what to say or do, and the cold bath before dinner in strange company is one of the instances. He had recognized his superb Bellona in the lady by the garden window. For Brader the men had nods and yokes, the ladies a pretty playfulness. He was very busy, passing between the groups, chatting, laughing, taking the feminine taps he received, and sometimes returning them in sly whispers. Adrian sat down and crossed his legs, looking amused and benignant. "Whose dinner is it?" Ripton heard a mignon beauty ask of a cavalier. "Mount's, I suppose," was the answer. "Where is he? Why don't he come?" "An affair, I fancy." "There he is again! How shamefully he treats Mrs. Mount." "She don't seem to cry over it." Mrs. Mount was flashing her teeth and eyes with laughter at one of her court, who appeared to be fool. Dinner was announced. The ladies proclaimed extravagant appetites. Brader posted his 3 friends. Ripton found himself under the lee of a dame with a bosom. On the other side of him was the mignon. Adrian was at the lower end of the table. Ladies were in profusion, and he had his share. Brader drew Richard from seat to seat. A happy man had established himself next to Mrs. Mount. Him Brader hailed to take the head of the table. The happy man objected. Brader continued urgent. The lady tenderly insisted. The happy man grimaced, dropped into the post of honor, strove to look placable. Richard usurped his chair, and was not badly welcomed by his neighbor. Then the dinner commenced, and had all the attention of the company, till the flying of the first champagne cork gave the signal, and a hum began to spread. Sparkling wine, that looseneth the tongue, and displayeth the verity, hath also the quality of coloring it. The ladies laughed high. Richard only thought them gay and natural. They flung back in their chairs, and laughed to tears. Ripton thought only of the pleasure he had in their society. The champagne corks continued a regular file firing. "Where have you been lately? I haven't seen you in the park," said Mrs. Mount to Richard. "No," he replied, "I've not been there." The question seemed odd. She spoke so simply that it did not impress him. He emptied his glass and had it filled again. The Honorable Peter did most of the open talking, which related to horses, yachting, opera, and sport generally. Who was ruined, by what horse, or by what woman? He told one or two of Richard's feats. Fair smiles rewarded the hero. "Do you bet?" said Mrs. Mount. "Only on myself," returned Richard. "Bravo!" cried his Bellona, and her eye sent a lingering, delirious sparkle across her brimming glass at him. "I'm sure you're a safe one to back," she added, and seemed to scan his points approvingly. Richard's cheeks mounted bloom. "Don't you adore champagne?" quoth the dame with a bosom to Ripton. "Oh, yes," answered Ripton, with more candour than accuracy. "I always drink it." "Do you indeed?" said the enraptured bosom, ogling him. "You would be a friend now. I hope you don't object to a lady joining you now and then. Champagne's my folly." A laugh was circling among the ladies of whom Adrian was the centre. First low, and as he continued some narration, peals resounded, till those excluded from the fun demanded the cue, and ladies leaned behind gentlemen to take it up, and formed an electric chain of laughter. Each one, as her ear received it, caught up her handkerchief and laughed, and looked shocked afterwards, or looked shocked and then spouted laughter. The anecdote might have been communicated to the bewildered cavaliers, but coming to a lady of a demurer cast, she looked shocked without laughing, and reproved the female table, in whose breasts it was consigned to burial. But here and there a man's head was seen bent, and a lady's mouth moved, though her face was not turned toward him, and a man's broad laugh was presently heard, while the lady gazed unconsciously before her, and preserved her gravity if she could escape any other lady's eyes; failing in which, handkerchiefs were simultaneously seized, and a second chime arose, till the tickling force subsided to a few chance bursts. "What nonsense it is that my father writes about women!" thought Richard. "He says they can't laugh, and don't understand humor. It comes," he reflected, "of his shutting himself from the world." And the idea that he was seeing the world, and feeling wiser, flattered him. He talked fluently to his dangerous Bellona. He gave her some reminiscences of Adrian's whimsies. "Oh," said she, "that's your tutor, is it?" She eyed the young man as if she thought he must go far and fast. Ripton felt a push. "Look at that!" said the bosom, fuming utter disgust. He was directed to see a manly arm round the waist of the mignon. "Now that's what I don't like in company," the bosom inflated to observe with sufficient emphasis. "She always will allow it with everybody. Give her a nudge." Ripton protested that he dared not, upon which she said, "Then I will," and inclined her sumptuous bust across his lap, breathing wine in his face, and gave the nudge. The mignon turned an inquiring eye on Ripton. A mischievous spark shot from it. She laughed and said, "Aren't you satisfied with the old girl?" "Impudence!" muttered the bosom, growing grander and redder. Do fill her glass, and keep her quiet. She drinks port when there's no more champagne," said the mignon. The bosom revenged herself by whispering to Ripton scandal of the mignon, and between them he was enabled to form a correcter estimate of the company, and quite recovered from his original awe, so much so as to feel a touch of jealousy at seeing his lively little neighbour still held in absolute possession. Mrs. Mount did not come out much, but there was a deferential manner in the bearing of the men toward her, which those haughty creatures accord not safe to clever women, and she contrived to hold the talk with 3 or 4 at the head of the table, while she still had passages aside with Richard. The port and claret went very well after the champagne. The ladies here did not ignominiously surrender the field to the gentlemen. They maintained their position with honor. Silver was seen far out on Thames. The wine ebbed, and the laughter. Sentiment and cigars took up the wondrous tale. "Oh, what a lovely night!" said the ladies, looking above. "Charming!" said the gentlemen, looking below. The faint-smelling, cool autumn air was pleasant after the feast. Fragrant weeds burned bright about the garden. "We are split into couples," said Adrian to Richard, who was standing alone, eyeing the landscape. "'Tis the influence of the moon. Apparently we are in Cyprus. How has my son enjoyed himself? How likes he the society of Aspasia? I feel like a wise Greek to-night." Adrian was jolly, and rolled comfortably as he talked. Ripton had been carried off by the sentimental bosom. He came up to them and whispered, "By Jove, Ricky, do you know what sort of women these are?" Richard said he thought them a nice sort. "Puritan!" exclaimed Adrian, slapping Ripton on the back. "Why didn't you get tipsy, sir? Don't you ever intoxicate yourself except at lawful marriages? Reveal to us what you have done with the portly dame." Ripton endured his bantering, that he might hang about Richard and watch over him. He was jealous of his innocent beauty's husband being in proximity with such women. Murmuring couples passed them to and fro. "By Jove, Ricky!" Ripton favored his friend with another hard whisper. "There's a woman smoking." "And why not, O Riptonus?" said Adrian. "Art unaware that woman cosmopolitan is woman consummate? And dost grumble to pay the small price for the splendid gem?" "Well, I don't like women to smoke," said plain Ripton. "Why mayn't they do what men do?" the hero cried impetuously. "I hate that contemptible narrow-mindedness. It's that makes the ruin and horrors I see. Why mayn't they do what men do? I like the women who are brave enough not to be hypocrites. By heaven! If these women are bad, I like them better than a set of hypocritical creatures who are all show and deceive you in the end." "Bravo!" shouted Adrian. "There speaks the regenerator." Ripton, as usual, was crushed by his leader. He had no argument. He still thought women ought not to smoke, and he thought of one far away, lonely by the sea, who was perfect without being cosmopolitan. The Pilgrim's Scrip remarks that young men take joy in nothing so much as the thinking women angels, and nothing sours men of experience more than knowing that all are not quite so. The aphorist would have pardoned Ripton Thompson his first random extravagance, had he perceived the simple warm-hearted worship of feminine goodness Richard's young bride had inspired in the breast of the youth. It might possibly have taught him to put deeper trust in our nature. Ripton thought of her, and had a feeling of sadness. He wandered about the grounds by himself, went through an open postern, and threw himself down among some bushes on the slope of the hill. Lying there and meditating, he became aware of voices conversing. "What does he want?" said a woman's voice. "It's another of his villainies, I know. Upon my honor, Brader, when I think of what I have to approach him for, I think I must go mad or kill him." "Tragic," said the Honorable Peter. "Haven't you revenged yourself, Bella, pretty often? Best deal openly. This is a commercial transaction. You ask for money, and you are to have it, on the conditions. Double the sum, and debt's paid." "He applies to me." "You know, my dear Bella, it has long been all up between you. I think Mount has behaved very well, considering all he knows. He's not easily hoodwinked, you know. He resigns himself to his fate and follows other game." "Then the condition is that I am to seduce this young man?" "My dear Bella, you strike your bird like a hawk. I didn't say seduce. Hold him in, play with him, amuse him." "I don't understand half measures." "Women seldom do." "How I hate you, Brader!" "I thank your ladyship." The two walked farther. Ripton had heard some little of the colloquy. He left the spot in a serious mood, apprehensive of something dark to the people he loved, though he had no idea of what the Honorable Peter's stipulation involved. On the voyage back to town, Richard was again selected to sit by Mrs. Mount. Brader and Adrian started the jokes. The pair of parasites got on extremely well together. Soft fell the splash of the oars, softly the moonlight curled around them, softly the banks glided by. The ladies were in a state of high sentiment. They sang without request. All deemed the British ballad monger an appropriate interpreter of their emotions. After good wine, and plenty thereof, fair throats will make men of taste swallow that remarkable composer. Eyes, lips, hearts, darts, and smarts and sighs, beauty, duty, bosom, blossom, false one, farewell. To this pathetic strain they melted. Mrs. Mount, though strongly requested, declined to sing. She preserved her state. Under the tall aspens of Brentford 8, and on they swept, the white moon in their wake. Richard's hand lay open by his side. Mrs. Mount's little white hand by misadventure fell into it. It was not pressed, or soothed for its fall, or made intimate with eloquent fingers. It lay there like a bit of snow on the cold ground. A yellow leaf wavering down from the aspens struck Richard's cheek, and he drew away the very hand to throw back his hair and smooth his face, and then folded his arms, unconscious of offense. He was thinking ambitiously of his life. His blood was untroubled, his brain calmly working. Which is the more perilous, is a problem put by the pilgrim. To meet the temptings of Eve, or to pique her? Mrs. Mount stared at the young man as at a curiosity, and turned to flirt with one of her court. The guardsmen were mostly sentimental. One or two rattled, and one was such a good-humored fellow that Adrian could not make him ridiculous. The others seemed to give themselves up to a silent waxing in length of limb. However far they sat removed, everybody was entangled in their legs. Pursuing his studies, Adrian came to the conclusion that the same close intellectual and moral affinity which he had discovered to exist between our nobility and our yeomanry is to be observed between the guardsman class and that of the corps du ballet. They both live by the strength of their legs, where also their wits, if they do not altogether reside there, are principally developed. Both are volage. Wine, tobacco, and the moon influence both alike, and admitting the one marked difference that does exist, it is, after all, pretty nearly the same thing to be coquetting and sinning on two legs as on the point of a toe. A long guardsman, with a deep bass voice, sang a doleful song about the twining tendrils of the heart ruthlessly torn, but required urgent persuasions and heavy trumpeting of his lungs to get to the end. Before he had accomplished it, Adrian had contrived to raise a laugh in his neighborhood, so that the company was divided and the camp split. Jollity returned to one half, while sentiment held the other. Ripton, blotted behind the bosom, was only lucky in securing a higher degree of heat than was possible for the rest. "Are you cold?" she would ask, smiling charitably. "I am," said the mignonne, as if to excuse her conduct. "You always appear to be," the fat one sniffed and snapped. "Won't you warm too, Mrs. Mortimer?" said the naughty little woman. Disdain prevented any further notice of her. Those familiar with the ladies enjoyed their sparring, which was frequent. The mignonne was heard to whisper, "That poor fellow will certainly be stewed." Very prettily the ladies took and gave warmth, for the air on the water was chill and misty. Adrian had beside him the demure one, who had stopped the circulation of his anecdote. She in nowise objected to the fair exchange, but said hush between whiles. Past Kew and Hammersmith, on the cool smooth water, across Putney Reach, through Battersea Bridge, and the city grew around them, and the shadows of great mill factories slept athwart the moonlight. All the ladies prattled sweetly of a charming day when they alighted on land. Several cavaliers crushed for the honor of conducting Mrs. Mount to her home. "My brougham's here. I shall go alone," said Mrs. Mount. "Someone arrange my shawl." She turned her back to Richard, who had a view of a delicate neck as he manipulated with the bearing of a mailed knight. "Which way are you going?" she asked carelessly, and to his reply as to the direction said, "Then I can give you a lift." And she took his arm with a matter-of-course air and walked up the stairs with him. Ripton saw what had happened. He was going to follow. The portly dame retained him, and desired him to get her a cab. "Oh, you happy fellow!" said the bright-eyed Mignon, passing by. Ripton procured the cab, and stuffed it full without having to get into it himself. "Try and let him come in too," said the persecuting creature, again passing. "Take liberties with your men, you shan't with me," retorted the angry bosom, and drove off. "So she's been and gone, and run away and left him after all his trouble!" cried the pert little thing, peering into Ripton's eyes. "Now you'll never be so foolish as to pin your faith to fat women again. There! He shall be made happy another time." She gave his nose a comical tap, and tripped away with her possessor. Ripton rather forgot his friend for some minutes. Random thoughts laid hold of him. Cabs and carriages rattled past. He was sure he had been among members of the nobility that day, though when they went by him now, they only recognized him with an effort of the eyelids. He began to think of the day with exultation, as an event. Recollections of the Mignon were captivating. Blue eyes, just what I like. And such a little impudent nose, and red lips pouting, the very thing I like. And her hair, darkish, I think, say brown. And so saucy, and light on her feet. And kind she is, or she wouldn't have talked to me like that. Thus, with a groaning soul, he pictured her. His reason voluntarily consigned her to the aristocracy as a natural appanage. But he did amorously wish that fortune had made a lord of him. Then his mind reverted to Mrs. Mount and the strange bits of the conversation he had heard on the hill. He was not one to suspect anybody positively. He was timid of fixing a suspicion. It hovered indefinitely, and clouded people, without stirring him to any resolve. Still, the attentions of the lady toward Richard were queer. He endeavored to imagine they were in the nature of things, because Richard was so handsome that any woman must take to him. "But he's married," said Ripton, "and he mustn't go near these people if he's married." Not a high morality, perhaps better than none at all. Better for the world were it practiced more. He thought of Richard alone with that sparkling dame, alone with her. The adorable beauty of his dear bride, her pure heavenly face swam before him. Thinking of her, he lost sight of the Mignon who had made him giddy. He walked to Richard's hotel, and up and down the street there, hoping every minute to hear his step, sometimes fancying he might have returned and gone to bed. 2 o'clock struck. Ripton could not go away. He was sure he should not sleep if he did. At last the cold sent him homeward, and leaving the street, on the moonlight side of Piccadilly, he met his friend patrolling with his head up, and that swing of the feet proper to men who are chanting verses. "Old Rip!" cried Richard cheerily. "What on earth are you doing here at this hour of the morning?" Ripton muttered of his pleasure at meeting him. "I wanted to shake your hand before I went home." Richard smiled on him in an amused, kindly way. "That all? You may shake my hand any day, like a true man as you are, old Rip. I've been speaking about you. Do you know that Mrs. Mount never saw you all the time at Richard or in the boat?" "Oh," Ripton said, well assured that he was a dwarf. "You saw her safe home?" "Yes, I've been there for the last couple of hours, talking. She talks capitally. She's wonderfully clever. She's very like a man, only much nicer. I like her." "But, Richard, excuse me, I'm sure I don't mean to offend you. But now you're married, perhaps you couldn't help seeing her home, but I think you really, indeed, oughtn't to have gone upstairs." Ripton delivered this opinion with a modest impressiveness. "What do you mean?" said Richard. "You don't suppose I care for any woman but my little darling down there?" He laughed. "No, of course not. That's absurd. What I mean is that people perhaps will you know, they say all manner of things, and that makes unhappiness. And I do wish you were going home tomorrow, Ricky. I mean to your dear wife." Ripton blushed and looked away as he spoke. The hero gave one of his scornful glances. "So you're anxious about my reputation. I hate that way of looking on women. Because they have been once misled, look how much weaker they are. Because the world has given them an ill fame, you would treat them as contagious and keep away from them for the sake of your character." "It would be different with me," quoth Ripton. "How?" asked the hero. "Because I'm worse than you," was all the logical explanation Ripton was capable of. "I do hope you will go home soon," he added. "Yes," said Richard, "and so do I hope so. But I've work to do now. I cannot leave it. Lucy would be the last to ask me. You saw her letter yesterday. Now listen to me, Rip. I want to make you be just to women." Then he read Ripton a lecture on erring women, speaking of them as if he had known them and studied them for years. Clever, beautiful, but betrayed by love, it was the first duty of all true men to cherish and redeem them. We turn them into curses, Rip, these divine creatures. And the world suffered for it. That was the root of all the evil in the world. I don't feel anger or horror at these poor women, Rip. It's strange. I knew what they were when we came home in the boat. But I do. It tears my heart to see a young girl given over to an old man, a man she doesn't love. That's shame. Don't speak of it." Forgetting to contest the premise that all betrayed women are betrayed by love, Ripton was quite silenced. He, like most young men, had pondered somewhat on this matter, and was inclined to be sentimental when he was not hungry. They walked in the moonlight by the railings of the park. Richard harangued at leisure, while Ripton's teeth chattered. Chivalry might be dead, but still there was something to do, went the strain. The lady of the day had not been thrown in the hero's path without an object, he said. And he was sadly right there. He did not express the thing clearly. Nevertheless, Ripton understood him to mean he intended to rescue that lady from further transgressions, and show a certain scorn of the world. That lady, and then other ladies unknown, were to be rescued. Ripton was to help. He and Ripton were to be the knights of this enterprise. When appealed to, Ripton acquiesced and shivered. Not only were they to be knights, they would have to be Titans, for the powers of the world, the spurious ruling social gods, would have to be defied and overthrown. And Titan number 1 flung up his handsome bold face as if to challenge base Jove on the spot. And Titan number 2 strained the upper button of his coat to meet across his pocket handkerchief on his chest, and warmed his fingers under his coat-tails. The moon had fallen from her high seat, and was in the mists of the west, when he was allowed to seek his blankets. And the cold, acting on his friend's eloquence, made Ripton's flesh very contrite. The poor fellow had thinner blood than the hero, but his heart was good. By the time he had got a little warmth about him, his heart gratefully strove to encourage him in the conception of becoming a knight and a Titan, and so striving, Ripton fell asleep and dreamed. End of chapter 36. Chapter 37 of The Ordeal of Richard Feverel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. The Ordeal of Richard Feverel by George Meredith. Chapter 37. Behold the hero embarked in the redemption of an erring beautiful woman. Alas, writes the pilgrim at this very time to Lady Blandish, I cannot get that legend of the serpent from me, the more I think. Has he not caught you, and ranked you foremost in his legions? For see, till you were fashioned, the fruits hung immobile on the boughs. They swayed before us, glistening and cold. The hand must be eager that plucked them. They did not come down to us and smile and speak our language and read our thoughts, and know when to fly, when to follow, how surely to have us. Do but mark one of you standing openly in the track of the serpent. What shall be done with her? I fear the world is wiser than its judges. Turn from her, says the world. By day the sons of the world do. It darkens, and they dance together downward. Then comes there one of the world's elect, who deems old counsel devilish, indifference to the end of evil worse than its pursuit. He comes to reclaim her. From deepest bane will he bring her back to highest blessing. Is not that a bait already? Poor fish! 'Tis wondrous flattering. The serpent has slimed her so to secure him. With slow, weary steps he draws her into light. She clings to him. She is human, part of his work, and he loves it. As they mount upward, he looks on her more, while she, it may be, looks above. What has touched him? What has passed out of her and into him? The serpent laughs below. At the gateways of the sun they fall together. This alliterative production was written without any sense of the peril that makes prophecy. It suited Sir Austin to write thus. It was a channel to his acrimony, moderated through his philosophy. The letter was a reply to a vehement entreaty from Lady Blandish for him to come up to Richard and forgive him thoroughly. Richard's name was not mentioned in it. He tries to be more than he is, thought the lady, and she began insensibly to conceive him less than he was. The baronet was conscious of a certain false gratification in his son's apparent obedience to his wishes and complete submission, a gratification he chose to accept as his due, without dissecting or accounting for it. The intelligence reiterating that Richard waited and still waited, Richard's letters, and more his dumb abiding and practical penitence, vindicted humanity sufficiently to stop the course of virulent aphorisms. He could speak, we have seen, in sorrow for this frail nature of ours, that he had once stood forth to champion. But how long will this last? He demanded with the air of Hippias. He did not reflect how long it had lasted. Indeed, his indigestion of wrath had made of him a moral dyspepsy. It was not mere obedience that held Richard from the aims of his young wife, nor was it this new knightly enterprise he had presumed to undertake. Hero as he was, a youth open to the insane promptings of hot blood, he was not a fool. There had been talk between him and Mrs. Doria of his mother. Now that he had broken from his father, his heart spoke for her. She lived, he knew no more. Words painfully hovering along the borders of plain speech had been communicated to him, filling him with moody imaginings. If he thought of her, the red was on his face, though he could not have said why. But now, after canvassing the conduct of his father, and throwing him aside as a terrible riddle, he asked Mrs. Doria to tell him of his other parent. As softly as she could, she told the story. To her the shame was past. She could weep for the poor lady. Richard dropped no tears. Disgrace of this kind is always present to a son, and, educated as he had been, these tidings were a vivid fire in his brain. He resolved to hunt her out and take her from the man. Here was work set to his hand. All her dear husband did was write to Lucy. She encouraged him to stay for that purpose, thinking it also served another. There was Tom Bakewell to watch over Lucy. There was work for him to do. Whether it would please his father, he did not stop to consider. As to the justice of the act, let us say nothing. On Ripton devolved the humbler task of grubbing for Sando's place of residence, and as he was unacquainted with the name by which the poet now went in private, his endeavors were not immediately successful. The friends met in the evening at Lady Blandish's town house, or at the Forays, where Mrs. Doria procured the reverer of the royal martyr, and staunch conservative, a favorable reception. Pity, deep pity for Richard's conduct, Ripton saw breathing out of Mrs. Doria. Algernon Feverel treated his nephew with a sort of rough commiseration, as a young fellow who had run off the road. Pity was in Lady Blandish's eyes, though for a different cause. She doubted if she did well in seconding his father's unwise scheme, supposing him to have a scheme. She saw the young husband encompassed by dangers at a critical time. Not a word of Mrs. Mount had been breathed to her, but the lady had some knowledge of life. She touched on delicate verges to the baronet in her letters, and he understood her well enough. If he loves this person to whom he has bound himself, what fear for him? Or are you coming to think it something that bears the name of love, because we have to veil the rightful appellation? So he responded, remote among the mountains. She tried very hard to speak plainly. Finally, he came to say that he denied himself the pleasure of seeing his son specially. That he for a time might be put to the test the lady seemed to dread. This was almost too much for Lady Blandish. Love's charity boy, so loftily serene now that she saw him half denuded, a thing of shanks and wrists, was a trial for her true heart. Going home at night, Richard would laugh at the faces made about his marriage. "We'll carry the day, Rip, my Lucy and I, or I'll do it alone, what there is to do." He slightly adverted to a natural want of courage in women, which Ripton took to indicate that his beauty was deficient in that quality. Up leapt the old dog. "I'm sure there never was a braver creature upon earth, Richard. She's as brave as she's lovely, I'll swear she is. Look how she behaved that day, how her voice sounded. She was trembling. Brave? She'd follow you into battle, Richard." And Richard rejoined, "Talk on, dear old Rip. She's my darling love, whatever she is. And she is gloriously lovely. No eyes are like hers. I'll go down tomorrow morning the first thing." Ripton only wondered the husband of such a treasure could remain apart from it. So thought Richard for a space. "But if I go, Rip," he said despondently, "if I go for a day even, I shall have undone all my work with my father. She says it herself. You saw it in her last letter." "Yes," Ripton assented, and the words, "Please remember me to dear Mr. Thompson," fluttered about the old dog's heart. It came to pass that Mrs. Berry, having certain business that led her through Kensington Gardens, spied a figure that she had once dandled in long clothes and helped make a man of, if ever woman did. He was walking under the trees beside a lady, talking to her, not indifferently. The gentleman was her bridegroom and her babe. "I know his back," said Mrs. Berry, as if she had branded a mark on it in infancy. But the lady was not his bride. Mrs. Berry diverged from the path and got before them on the left flank. She stared, retreated, and came round upon the right. There was that in the lady's face which Mrs. Berry did not like. Her innermost question was, why he was not walking with his own wife. She stopped in front of them. They broke and passed about her. The lady made a laughing remark to him, whereat he turned to look, and Mrs. Berry bobbed. She had to bob a second time, and then he remembered the worthy creature, and hailed her Penelope, shaking her hand so that he put her in countenance again. Mrs. Berry was extremely agitated. He dismissed her, promising to call upon her in the evening. She heard the lady slip out something from a side of her lip, and they both laughed as she toddled off to a sheltering tree to wipe a corner of each eye. "I don't like the looks of that woman," she said, and repeated it resolutely. "Why doesn't he walk arm in arm with her?" was her neat inquiry. "Where's his wife?" succeeded it. After many interrogations of the sort, she arrived at naming the lady a bold-faced thing, adding subsequently, brazen. The lady had apparently shown Mrs. Berry that she wished to get rid of her, and had checked the outpouring of her emotions on the breast of her babe. "I know a lady when I see one," said Mrs. Berry. "I haven't lived with 'em for nothing, and if she's a lady bred and born, I wasn't married in the church alive." Then, if not a lady, what was she? Mrs. Berry desired to know. "She's imitation lady, I'm sure she is," Berry vowed. "I say, she don't look proper." Establishing the lady to be a spurious article, however, what was one to think of a married man in company with such? "Oh, no, it ain't that." Mrs. Berry returned immediately on the charitable tack. "Belike it's some one of his acquaintance have married her, for her looks, and he'd have just met her. Why, it'd be as bad as my Berry," the relinquished spouse of Berry ejaculated, in horror at the idea of a second man being so monstrous in wickedness. "Just coupled, too," Mrs. Berry groaned on the suspicious side of the debate. "And such a sweet young thing for his wife. But no, I'll never believe it, not if he tell me so himself. And men don't do that," she whimpered. Women are swift at coming to conclusions in these matters, soft women exceedingly swift, and soft women who have been betrayed are rapid beyond measure. Mrs. Berry had not cogitated long ere she pronounced distinctly and without a shadow of dubiosity: "My opinion is, married or not married, and wheresomever he pick her up, she's nothing more nor less than a belladonna." As which poisonous plant she forthwith registered the lady in the botanical notebook of her brain. It would have astonished Mrs. Mount to have heard her person so accurately hit off at a glance. In the evening Richard made good his promise, accompanied by Ripton. Mrs. Berry opened the door to them. She could not wait to get him into the parlor. "You're me own blessed babe, and I'm as good as your mother, though I didn't suck ye, being a maid," she cried, falling into his arms, while Richard did his best to support the unexpected burden. Then, reproaching him tenderly for his guile, at mention of which Ripton chuckled, deeming it his own most honorable portion of the plot, Mrs. Berry led them into the parlor and revealed to Richard who she was, and how she had tossed him, and hugged him, and kissed him all over, when he was only that big, showing him her stumpy fat arm. "I kissed you from head to tail, I did," said Mrs. Berry, "and you needn't be ashamed of it. It's be 'oped you'll never have nothing worse come to you, my dear." Richard assured her he was not a bit ashamed, but warned her that she must not do it now. Mrs. Berry admitting it was out of the question now, and now that he had a wife, moreover. The young men laughed, and Ripton, laughing over loudly, drew on himself Mrs. Berry's attention. "But that Mr. Thompson there, however he can look me in the face after his innocence, help him blindfold an old woman, though I ain't sorry for what I did. That I'm free for to say, and it's over, and blessed be all. Amen. So now where is she, and how is she, Mr. Richard, my dear? It's only cutting off the S, and you're as you was. Why didn't you bring her with ye to see her old Berry?" Richard hurriedly explained that Lucy was still in the Isle of Wight. "Oh, and you've left her for a day or two?" said Mrs. Berry. "Good God, I wish it had been a day or two!" cried Richard. "Ah, and how long have it been?" asked Mrs. Berry, her heart beginning to beat at his manner of speaking. "Don't talk about it," said Richard. "Oh, you never been dudging in already? Oh, you haven't been pecking at one another yet?" Mrs. Berry exclaimed. Ripton interposed to tell her such fears were unfounded. "Then how long ha' you been divided?" In a guilty voice Ripton stammered, "Since September." "September! breathed Mrs. Berry, counting on her fingers. "September, October, no, 2 months and more, nigh 3. A young married husband away from the wife of his bosom nigh 3 months. Oh my, oh my! What do that mean?" "My father sent for me. I'm waiting to see him," said Richard. A few more words helped Mrs. Berry to comprehend the condition of affairs. Then Mrs. Berry spread her lap, flattened out her hands, fixed her eyes, and spoke. "My dear young gentleman, I'd like to call ye my darling babe. I'm going to speak as a mother to ye, whether you likes it or no. And what old Berry says you won't mind, for she's had ye when there was no conventionals about ye. And she has the feelings of a mother to ye, though humble her state. If there's one that knows matrimony, it's me, me dear, though Berry did give me no more but 9 months of it. And I've known the worst of matrimony, which, if you wants to be woeful wise, there it is for ye. For what have been my gain? That man gave me nothing but his name. And Bessie Andrews was as good as Bessie Berry, though both is B's. And says he, you was A, and now you's B, so you're my A.B., he says. Write yourself down that, he says, the bad man, with his jokes. Berry went to service." Mrs. Berry's softness came upon her. "So I tell ye, Berry went to service. He left the wife of his bosom forlorn, and he went to service, because he was allays an ambitious man, and wasn't, so to speak, happy out of his uniform, which was his livery, not even in my arms, and he let me know it. He got among them kitchen sluts, which was my mourning ready made, and worse than a widow's cap to me, which is no shame to wear, and some say becoming. There's no man as ever lived known better than my Berry how to show his legs to advantage, and gals look at him. I don't wonder now that Berry was prostrated. His temptations was strong, and his flesh was weak. That's what I say is, that for a young married man, be he whomsoever he may be, to be separated from the wife of his bosom, a young sweet thing, and he an innocent young gentleman, so to sunder in their state, and be kept from each other, I say it's as bad can be. For what is matrimony, my dears? We're told it's a holy ordinance. And why are ye so comfortable in matrimony? For that ye are not a sinning. And they that severs ye, they tempts ye to stray. And ye learn too late the meaning of the blessings of the priest, as it was ordained. Separate, what comes? First, it's like the circulation of your blood a stopping. All goes wrong. Then there's misunderstandings. Ye've both lost the key. Then, behold ye, there is birds of prey hovering over each of ye, and it's which'll be snapped up first. Then, oh dear, it be like the devil come into the world again." Mrs. Berry struck her hands and moaned. "A day I'll give you. I'll go so far as a week, but there's the outside. 3 months dwelling apart. That's not matrimony, it's divorcing. What can it be to her but widowhood? Widowhood with no cap to show for it. And what can it be to you, my dear? Think! You been a bachelor 3 months, and a bachelor man." Mrs. Berry shook her head most dolefully. "He ain't widow woman. I don't go to compare you to Berry, my dear young gentleman. Some men's hearts is vagabonds born. They must go astray, it's their nature to. But all men are men, and I know the foundation of 'em by reason of my woe." Mrs. Berry paused. Richard was humorously respectful to the sermon. The truth in the good creature's address was not to be disputed or despised, notwithstanding the inclination to laugh provoked by her quaint way of putting it. Ripton nodded encouragingly at every sentence, for he saw her drift and wished to second it. Seeking for an illustration of her meaning, Mrs. Berry solemnly continued, "We all know what checked prespiration is." But neither of the young gentlemen could resist this. Out they burst in a roar of laughter. "Laugh away," said Mrs. Berry. "I don't mind ye. I say again, we all do know what checked prespiration is. It fly to the lungs, it gives ye mortal inflammation, and it carries ye off. Then I say checked matrimony is as bad. It fly to the heart, and it carries off the virtue that's in ye, and you might as well be dead. Them that's joined, it's their salvation not to separate. It don't so much matter before it. That Mr. Thompson there, if he go astray, it ain't from the blessed fold. He hurt himself alone, not double, and belike treble, for who can say now what may be? There's time for it. I'm for holding back young people so that they knows their minds, howsomever they rattles about their hearts. I ain't a speeder of matrimony, and good's my reason. But where it's been done, where they're lawfully joined, and their bodies made one, I do say this, that to put division between 'em then, it's to make wandering comets of 'em, creatures without an object, and no soul can say what they're as good for but to rush about. Mrs. Berry here took a heavy breath, as one who has set her utmost for the time being. My dear old girl, Richard went up to her, and applauding her on the shoulder, you're a very wise old woman, but you mustn't speak to me as if I wanted to stop here. I'm compelled to. I do it for her good chiefly. It's your father that's doing it, my dear. Well, I'm waiting his pleasure. A pretty pleasure, putting a snake in the nest of young turtle doves. And why don't she come up to you? Well, that you must ask her. The fact is, she's a little timid girl. She wants me to see him first, and when I've made it all right, then she'll come. A little timid girl? Cried Mrs. Berry. Oh, Lor, how she must have deceived you to make you think that. Look at that ring. She held out her finger. He's a stranger. He's not my lawful. You know what ye did to me, my dear. Could I get my own wedding ring back from her? No, says she, firm as a rock. He said, with this ring I thee wed. I think I see her now, with her pretty eyes and lovesome locks, a darling. And that ring she'd keep to, come life, came death. And she must have been a rock for me to give into her in that. For what's the consequence? Here am I. Mrs. Berry smoothed down the back of her hand mournfully. Here am I in a strange ring, that's like a strange man holding of me, and me a-wearing of it just to seem decent, and feeling all over no better than a bee. A big. That nasty came I can't abide. I tell you, my dear, she ain't soft, no, except to the man of her heart, and the best of women's too soft there. More's our sorrow. Well, well, said Richard, who thought he knew. I agree with you, Mrs. Berry, Ripton struck in. Mrs. Richard would do anything in the world her husband asked her, I'm quite sure. Bless you for your good opinion, Mr. Thompson. Why, see her, she ain't frail on her feet. She looks ye straight in the eyes. She ain't one of your hang-down misses. Look how she behaved at the ceremony. Ah, sighed Ripton. And if you'd have seen her when she spoke to me about my ring, depend upon it, my dear Mr. Richard, if she blinded you about the nerve she's got, it was something she ought to do for your sake. And I wish I'd been by to counsel her poor blessed babe. And how much longer now can you stay divided from that darling? Richard paced up and down. A father's will, urged Mrs. Berry, that's a son's law, but he mustn't go against the laws of his nature to do it. Just be quiet at present. Talk of other things, there's a good woman, said Richard. Mrs. Berry meekly folded her arms. How strange now, our meeting like this. Meeting at all, too, she remarked contemplatively. It's them advertisements. They brings people together from the ends of the earth for good or for bad. I often say there's more lucky accidents, or unlucky ones, since advertisements was the rule, than ever there was before. They make a number of romances, depend upon it. Do you walk much in the gardens, my dear? Now and then, said Richard. Very pleasant it is there with the fine folks and flowers and titled people, continued Mrs. Berry. That was a handsome woman you was a-walking beside this morning? Very, said Richard. She was a handsome woman, or I should say is, for her day ain't past, and she know it. I thought at first by her back it might have been your aunt, Mrs. Forey. for she do step out well, and hold up her shoulders, straight as a dart she be. But when I come to see her face, oh dear me, says I, this ain't one of the family. They none of 'em got such bold faces, nor no lady as I know of. But she's a fine woman, that nobody can gainsay. Mrs. Barry talked further of the fine woman. It was a liberty she took to speak in this disrespectful tone of her, and Mrs. Barry was quite aware that she was laying herself open to rebuke. She had her end in view. No rebuke was uttered, and during her talk she observed intercourse passing between the eyes of the young men. "Look here, Penelope," Richard stopped her at last. "Will it make you comfortable if I tell you I'll obey the laws of my nature and go down at the end of the week?" "I'll thank the Lord of heaven if you do!" she exclaimed. "Very well, then. Be happy. I will. Now listen. I want you to keep your rooms for me, those she had. I expect in a day or two to bring a lady here." "A lady?" faltered Mrs. Barry. "Yes, a lady." "May I make so bold as to ask what lady?" "You may not. Not now. Of course you will know." Mrs. Barry's short neck made the best imitation it could of an offended swan's action. She was very angry. She said she did not like so many ladies, which natural objection Richard met by saying that there was only one lady. "And, Mrs. Barry," he added, dropping his voice, "you will treat her as you did my dear girl, for she will require not only shelter but kindness. I would rather leave her with you than with anyone. She has been very unfortunate." His serious air and habitual tone of command fascinated the softness of Barry, and it was not until he had gone that she spoke out. "Unfortunate? He's going to bring me an unfortunate female. Oh, not for my babe can I bear that. Never will I ever hear. I see it. It's that bold-faced woman he's got mixed up in, and she's been and made the young man think he'll go for to reform her. It's one of their arts, that is, and he's too innocent a young man to mean anything else. But I ain't a house of Magdalens, no, and sooner than ever here I'd have the roof fall over me, I would." She sat down to eat her supper on the sublime resolve. In love, Mrs. Barry's charity was all on the side of the law, and this is the case with many of her sisters. The Pilgrim sneers at them for it, and would have us credit that it is their admirable instinct which, at the expense of every virtue save one, preserves the artificial barrier simply to impose upon us. Men, I presume, are hardly fair judges, and should stand aside and mark. Early next day, Mrs. Barry bundled off to Richard's hotel to let him know her determination. She did not find him there. Returning homeward through the park, she beheld him on horseback riding by the side of the identical lady. The sight of this public exposure shocked her more than the secret walk under the trees. "You don't look near your reform yet," Mrs. Barry apostrophized her. "You don't look to me one that'd come the fair penitent till you've left off being fair. If then you do, which some of ye don't, laugh away and show yet airs. Spite of your hat and feather and your riding habit, you're a belladonna." Setting her down again absolutely for such, whatever it might signify, Mrs. Barry had a virtuous glow. In the evening she heard the noise of wheels stopping at the door. "Never!" She rose from her chair to exclaim. "He ain't rided her out in the morning, and been and made a Magdalen of her afore dark?" A lady veiled was brought into the house by Richard. Mrs. Barry feebly tried to bar his progress in the passage. He pushed past her and conducted the lady into the parlor without speaking. Mrs. Barry did not follow. She heard him murmur a few sentences within. Then he came out. All her crest stood up as she whispered vigorously, "Mr. Richard, if that woman stay here, I go forth. My house ain't a penitentiary for unfortunate females, sir." He frowned at her curiously, but as she was on the point of renewing her indignant protest, he clapped his hand across her mouth and spoke words in her ear that had awful import to her. She trembled, breathing low. "My God, forgive me!" "Richard!" and her virtue was humbled. "Lady Feverel, is it? Your mother, Mr. Richard?" and her virtue was humbled. End of chapter 37.